3 of the London Chess Classic, the last stop on the Grand Chess Tour. After an exciting round 2, the players came with their game faces on, looking to make a move up the leaderboard. 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand has always had trouble playing against the wily American Hikaru Nakamura, and after a couple of bad moves at a critical moment, Anand lost yet again, allowing Naka to bounce back to try to give chase for the overall tour title. All eyes were on the new 2800 Wesley So, who promptly got in trouble against a determined Levon Aronian, but the tour leader managed to put up a bulldog defense and save the draw to keep his lock on first place. The tournament is heating up as the best players on the planet look to win one of the most prestigious events of the year. Round 4 action live from London, coming up next. Hello and welcome to round 4 of the London Chess Classic. We are in front of the Tower of London on the north bank of the River Thames, built by William the Conqueror in 1078. It is where the crown jewels are kept. Well, a tournament that has become a jewel in the world of chess, the London Chess Classic, is about to start. The players are ready to begin, and to call all the action, we go down to Tania, Yasser, and Alejandro.
Round 4 of the London Chess Classic is about to begin, the strongest event on UK soil and the final stop of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm Tania Sachdev with Yasser Seirawan.
Tanya, delighted and looking forward to another great show.
As am I, Yasser. Now, yesterday we just had one decisive result,
right,
but all the games were filled with hits and misses.
Absolutely. Very combative round. We're being spoiled. And the really big miss, I think, was Levon Aronian's missing an opportunity against our Grand Chess Tour leader and leader in the tournament, Wesley So.
Absolutely, Levon, a big missed opportunity that would have changed everything. Well, let's take a look at the current standings. We've got tournament leader Wesley So, our GCD leader, who did survive a scare against Levon Aronian yesterday, who shares second spot with Fabiano Caruana and Vladimir Kramnik. Vishy Anand suffered a blow by Hikaru Nakamura on his birthday, so the birthday blues continue at the London Chess Classic. Vishy, Anish and Hikaru all at 50%. MVL has had a shaky start, he's at 1, and Veselin Topalov failed to convert a big advantage against MVL yesterday. He is at the bottom of the board with Mickey Adams. Let's take a look at the format. It's a 10-player round-robin event, 40 moves in 2 hours, and the rest of the game in 60 minutes. The 30-second increment does not begin from move 1 but move 41, and that has resulted in massive time scrambles at the end of the first time control.
Yeah, we saw it especially in rounds 1 and 2, this not having the increment. But for round 3, I think the players have adjusted very well, Tanya.
Right, well, also let's take a look at our field of players, the world ranking with the TPRs.
Okay, we have Fabiano Caruana, currently number 2 in the world, and there you see his TPR on the right. What that means is after 3 rounds, he has a 2900 performance. He's gaining rating points, as is Vladimir Kramnik with a 2914 result. But then if you go down to Wesley So, you see this extraordinary 3000 performance thus far. Wesley, the newest addition to the 2800 club, and then as you would expect, players who have been performing poorly, their TPR after 3 rounds is well below their current live rating.
Right, and also let's not forget, yes, that Wesley So with his tournament performance has overtaken MVL in the world rankings and taken his 4th spot.
Yes.
And in simple terms, if you've got a higher TPR than your own rating, it basically means you're gaining points.
Precisely. That's exactly what it means.
Right, well, we also have with us Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with more on everything.
Yasser, I gotta disagree. The big miss of yesterday for me was Veselin Topalov letting go of a huge attack against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Very uncharacteristic for Topalov, who is really one of the most brilliant attackers in chess history. Today's games, we have some interesting matchups. I want to start with, of course, the new member of the 2800 club. That's the tournament leader, Grand Chess Tour leader, Wesley. So he'll have the black pieces against Anish Giri, and they've had some vicious games. I remember the time that Anish Giri destroyed and demolished Wesley. So in under 20 moves in the Shamkir Super Tournament in Azerbaijan. This is going to be a matchup that could go either way. I know Anish is thirsty for some points to get out of his drawing scheme that he's been made fun of recently. And of course, we also have the people that are running up. They're trying to overtake Wesley. Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian are only half a point behind. Fabiano's had a little bit of a shaky tournament, surviving against Topalov and actually getting lucky enough to turn it around and win in that position. But as he said so himself, his +1 could easily have been -1. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian, he's been playing some solid chess, beating Michael Adams in the first round, easily drawing Kramnik in the second. And yesterday, that was just a solid performance all throughout. He had Wesley So against the ropes. He was just unable to finish his game. And of course, from London, we have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, it is a cliche in sports that defense wins championships. And this generation of players who've been brought up on computers are incredible defenders, much more so than the giants of the past. We saw in the World Championship, Sergei Karyakin defended like a beast against none other than Magnus Carlsen to take the classical games to a 6-6 tie. In this tournament itself, we've seen incredible defense as well. Fabiano Caruana managing to survive against Topalov. He himself not able to overcome the defense of Kramnik in the last round. And Wesley So, who had to show incredible defensive skills as well in a position that to all rights looked like he was totally busted against Aronian. He managed to save that game and maintain his precious 2,800 rating. Well, today, with his third black out of 4 games, he will have to defend against another defensive specialist, Anish Giri. Will he be able to pull it off and get this part of the tournament behind him, where we'll have 3 whites out of 5 in the next several games? We'll see if he can do it, and we'll bring you all the action here live from London.
Thank you, Maurice.
In fact, defensive skills are a prerequisite in today's time to make it to the top, actually to play at any level.
Absolutely. We always talk about how fun it is to win with a great attack, but sometimes saving that precious half a point when you're behind, when you're having a disadvantage, that can feel like a victory. And for Wesley So, definitely. One other thing to mention about yesterday's round, which I found remarkable, was the 50-minute thinks. The players have gone into the deep, deep tanks at one time. And for Wesley to have a poor position, go into a 50-minute think, get behind on the clock, and still save the game, well, he feels like he won.
Absolutely, yes. I think that is what is so special about these top players. They know exactly when to stop and take this thing, because that is the crucial point in the game. Let's take a look at the schedule of the London Chess Classic. Today, going into round 4, we start at 10 a.m. Central Time. Tomorrow, round 5 will begin at the same time before we take our rest day on December 14th. And then we resume play on 15th, same time. Weekends, we start at 8 a.m. Central Time. Let's also take a look at what the players are fighting for. A total prize fund of $300,000 at the London Chess Classic. First goes home with $75,000, second with $50,000. Besides that, do not forget the big bonus pool of the Grand Chess Tour, $150,000 at stake. First, $100,000, and second finisher of the Grand Chess Tour 2016 goes back home with $50,000. A total of $450,000 at stake in London Chess Classic.
It's a nice prize fund indeed.
Absolutely, yes. A lot to fight for. Well, it's also the honor of winning such a huge tournament, the fight for the Grand Chess Tour, and, well, not a bad purse to go back home with as
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that the players are delighted to be playing in such quality conditions. Just thinking about the entire festival that the London Chess Classic encompass. It's not. I see Vladimir.
I see Vladimir signing the After Magnus book, which was actually written by Anish Giri. It's a very interesting read on all the players Anish considers who can give Magnus a run for his money. in the near future.
Yeah,
A very entertaining read.
The weird part about the book is that one of the main competitors is Anish Giri, and he's not in the book. He doesn't talk about himself.
And by the way, Anish Giri today, again, was in our featured matchup, he'll be playing Wesley So. And again, he's got a lot to say about this tournament. He did so well last year in last year's cycle. He started with 3 draws, and he'll be looking for his first victory.
Absolutely. Well, he's up against the very much in form Wesley So, and that is going to be a tough victory to pull off. And we've got on screen Malcolm Payne introducing the players. Now, this is a typical London chess classic ritual where the players are invited on stage to take place, and before the round begins.
Yeah, it's almost like in a boxer's kind of style. Each player is introduced by our tournament director, Malcolm. And let's join with him as he introduces the players for round 4.
Donate. Or you can do what somebody just did very kindly, just came to the desk and made a donation. You're always very welcome to do that. And I thank you in advance for your support. The London Chess Classic is honoured to be part of the Grand Chess Tour. The Grand Chess Tour consists of 4 tournaments in 2016. This is the final one. We've had events in Paris and Leuven and the Sigfield Cup in St. Louis. And the London Chess Classic concludes the tour. There is an extra $150,000 in prize money at stake, $100,000 for the winner of the tour, $50,000 for the runner-up. The London Chess Classic itself has $300,000 in prize money. Now, as the tournament is run to support the charity, we have a long tradition of inviting children to come and make the ceremonial first move. So we'll be seeing them shortly. But first, the most important part of the equation, please welcome the players to the stage. In the centre, from Holland, undefeated, Anish Giri. And Anish plays white against the tournament leader and the Grand Chess Tour leader from the USA, Wesley So. On my right, the Grandmaster who won the World Championship just down the road in Hammersmith in 2000 from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik. And playing Vladimir, the French #1, please welcome Maxime Vachier-Legras. On my left, playing white from the USA, the world's 2nd ranked player, Fabiano Caruana. You got white, Fabi. And Fabiano plays against Level Aronian from Armenia. Also playing in the advantage of the white pieces, please welcome from Bulgaria, former world champion Veselin Topolov. And playing with black against Veselin Hikaru Nakamura of the USA. And the 5th board, we have another former world champion from India, Vishayan. And Vishy plays the wild card at the London Chess Classic, the England #1, Michael Adams. And so, the first ceremonial move will be made by Sienna Gurjar. Now, Sienna goes to North London Collegiate School. She's only 6, and she's already playing in the under-11 team. So we think she's got a great future. Now we're going to find out what she wants to play. Come on up to the stage, Sienna. Now, Sienna, you're going to make the first move for Anish Giri, okay? I reckon you know quite a lot of good first moves, but which one do you want him to play today?
E4.
E4. Okay, would you like to make that move on the stage? Fantastic. Anish, how about that move?
Not against Wesley.
Not against Wesley? Oh, not today. Okay, but it was a very good move, so thank you very much. Would you like to go on and take the next person? Well done. Now, those of you who were here earlier will know that the venue was absolutely packed with hundreds of school children from all over the UK, and I'm really pleased that the school that won the tournament, the whole tournament, St. Joseph's School from Oxford, who scored the most amazing 73 points out of 75. Identify yourselves. You want to stand up? Let's have a wave. Well done. And I thought that since one of their players had scored 15 out of 15, the scoring system we usually is that 3 for a win, 2 for a draw, 1 for a loss. He scored 15 out of 15, won all his games. Please welcome from Oxford 9-year-old Marco Domingo. Nice little clever one as well, fantastic. Okay, Marco. So, I think actually, since he hasn't had a go yet, let's give you a former world champion. Okay, why don't you make a move for Wesley? Better be a good one though. What do you reckon? D4, Wesley. Okay, play D4, Marco. And Wesley can decide whether or not he likes it. Shake hands? Very good. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Marco. We'll now play the London Chess Classic video and then get the round underway. Thank you very much.
Well, I think those children were just adorable. And that was the first time we saw D4 by the kids. It's like all the kids know E4.
They just want to play E4. But I honestly think that everybody who starts playing chess, the correct opening to start with would be E4.
Correct or not, that wasn't how I started. I started out with H4. You can see I wasn't a big talent.
Let's take a look at the matchups for today. Fabiano Caruana up against Levon Aronian, a very, very crucial match because these are the players who are looking at catching up with Wesley. So Levon Aronian has shown great, solid chess with some brilliant ideas like yesterday, Rook G4, Rook F4. Vladimir Kramnik up against MVL. Will MVL be able to find his ground? Because honestly, he has been out prepared in every of the last 3 games. Veselin Topalov up against Hikaru Nakamura, not at the moment a fight for the top spots, but this game definitely promises to be full of action. Vishy Anand versus Mickey Adams, another game to look forward to. Vishy Anand, will he be able to come back from yesterday's loss? And of course, Anish Giri is up against the tournament leader, Wesley So.
Absolutely. And let's just get some thoughts from Alejandro as the round gets started. Alejandro.
Well, from a theoretical point of view, the game I'm most excited about is that duel between one of the most important theoreticians to have ever played chess, Vladimir Kramnik. What influence he's had on all of us about our approach to openings. He revitalized the Berlin just on his own. He has played numerous new ways against the King's Indian, against the Grunfeld. He has demolished line over and over again. He's playing against a person that's incredibly faithful to his own openings. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is known to essay his Najdorf, known to believe in his Grunfeld. Can Kramnik crack through Maxime Vachier's faithfulness towards his pet openings? You see that despite the 2-0 lead, there has been plenty of draws, and one of the most important matchups between these two players was the 2013 World Cup in Tromsø in Norway, where Kramnik defeated MVL in tiebreaks and eventually went on to win the entire thing.
Thank you, Alejandro. Indeed. And there we see the start.
And that's going to be...
looks like a Catalan...
No, it's going to be a Grunfeld because notice there's a G6 on the position.
Absolutely. A Grunfeld it is. We'll just get caught up at... Here we go. I have it on my board. D4, Knight F6, Knight F3, G6, G3. So we expect that a symmetrical Grunfeld is in the works. And you'll recall this from the game that Vladimir Kramnik had with Veselin Topalov. That was that crazy line that went D5, C4, C5. That was from an earlier round Vladimir won in Vladimir style.
That was round 1 against Veselin Topalov, indeed, and Vladimir Kramnik is known to be one of the top theoreticians, even of today's time amongst the absolute world's best. That just goes to show the amount of work that he puts into the game.
Absolutely. It comes with incredible creative ideas, and as Alejandro was saying, he's going up against a formidable opening specialist himself in MVL. We see a slow start with Anish Giri versus Wesley So. Those players looking towards a Queen's Gambit decline. Sorry, Tanya. Yes.
I was just saying that when one of the kids walked up to Anish's board and played e4, and how he said this would not be the ideal start against Wesley. It's quite amazing how Anish always retains this great sense of humor, no matter what the result is. And yeah, well, he's obviously not gone for e4, but I thought that was really cute.
And it also is kind of an insightful comment, too, because here you have these elite grandmasters, and in their home lab, they prepare a special line just for a specific opponent. Like, for example, if you and I were going to play, I'd look at your favorite defenses and try to find where you're the most vulnerable. And I guess for Anish, e4, there's no vulnerability in Wesley's defense. He's looking for something else. Pulled up the game of Fabiano Caruana versus Levon Aronian. We've been seeing a lot of D2, D3 Ruy Lopez's. In the old days, this was considered a loss of tempo, and they would castle. In modern play, the move D2, D3 has become very popular, and the immediate B7, B5, Bishop B3. Levon has used the classical defense E5 his entire career, and he's a moving target within his Ruy Lopez's defense. We'll see how this game unfolds. Let's continue our look around, and here we have a Gioco piano.
More Italian.
More Italian. If you like Italian cooking, you're going to love this one. Vichy, Bishop C4. Now, he is one of those players that really does like playing the white side of the Ruy Lopez, but again, that shout out to Vladimir. He's changed the world of chess with the Berlin defense. So hence, Bishop C4, Bishop C5. This has become the rigor on the tour. Castles, H7, H6, Rook E1, castles, and the players have very quickly achieved a position that's very common at the highest levels.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, just talking about the Berlin defense, it used to be not only a complete nightmare for the white playing side, but for spectators and audience in general, because it's such a solid defense, and the way Kramnik has developed the theory in that, it just seemed something that you can't break through the Berlin Wall. But what's been amazing is that at the entire London Chess Classic, we have just seen one Berlin. So everybody is doing what they can now to avoid it. And there was this, just until last year, I would say, even earlier this year, tournaments where you would see 70% of games that would start with the Berlin.
I know, it was terrible. I mean,
a nightmare for the commentators, especially.
Exactly. But hey, a shout out, a cheer to Hikaru Nakamura against Veselin Topalov, two of the most combative players in the world. And Hikaru can really play everything from a Najdorf to a Berlin to a French. And today his choice is the Caro-Kann, big player of the Caro-Kann myself, so it's nice to see what the players have in mind. Today's Caro-Kann is almost universally met by the advanced variation, this E4, E5. White stakes out his territorial claims in the center, and Bishop F5 is considered the main line. However, a very close second is the move that Hikaru played, C6, C5 in French defense style, trying to undermine white center. D takes C5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Knight F3, Bishop G4, and we've got a very combative position in front of it. So this, I'm really looking forward to seeing, can white get an edge out of this opening or not? Because if white is unable to prove anything, this advanced Caro is going to come under the microscope. Alejandro, let me just turn to you on that one. As we know, the advanced Caro is a very tough nut for the black players. It puts a lot of pressure on him. And what's the latest and greatest in theory of this position?
Well, Yasser, as you were mentioning, the ideas of playing in this position, bishop f5, have really overtaken the idea of playing c5. I think Hikaru is not afraid of taking some risks today against Veselin, who has shown poor form so far here in London, as even though he's had winning positions, he hasn't actually converted any of them. He had a winning position both against Fabiano Caruana and yesterday against MVL. He was crushed by Kramnik in the first round, and I think Hikaru, he's sensing a little bit of blood there. He's saying, hey, you're out of shape. I need to come back into a tournament. I need to score some wins in order to overtake Wesley So as the winner of the Grand Chess Tour. So this is an important game here. He decided to risk, and he's going into this variation. We have this position on the board right now, which is kind of typical of the c5 advanced Caro-Kann. And it's double-edged. It does resemble a French in which black has sacrificed a couple of tempi in order to basically hit his bishop out of the initial problems of the French, where you usually lock it in with e6. Now, this pawn on c5 is usually just left for dead in some variations, but there are ways of holding on to it. Both the move b4, which is considered to be a little bit sharper, or the main line bishop e3 are possible. Let me see if Topalov has played. He has not. And I think he was quite surprised by this idea of playing the Caro-Kann, because even though, as you said, Nakamura can play anything under the sun, Caro-Kann is not really part of his repertoire. We don't have that many games played in this position in very recent years. I see that there's a game between Fedoseev, one of the top Russian juniors, and Friedman, one of the top Caro-Kann players in the world, a German player. They played earlier this year in August, and that game went to the German player. But besides that, it's not been very popular in the last few years, Yasser.
Very interesting. So some new ground being created here in this crucial game. Tanya, where would you like to go? What game is...
Well, just talking about Veselin and Hikaru, the one thing that can be definitely predicted in this game is that there will be fireworks.
Yes.
Both these players are extremely aggressive in their styles, do not shy away from opportunities that look dangerous on the board.
Right.
And this is an opening choice that I think was not very predictable, but that just shows that they're both up for a fight, especially Hikaru.
Without question.
Talking about their lifetime scores as well, it's quite interesting because they've played 16 times together, and 9...
Who is that?
Veselin and Hikaru.
Hikaru.
16 games, out of which 9 have been decisive.
Whoa.
And here it is.
Look at their matchups. 9 out of 16. That's a big winning percentage. Sorry, go ahead, Tanya.
And we've got Veselin, in fact, who is leading this with a 5-4. Very interesting.
Margin and 7 draws. Their first meeting was 6 years ago in the Chess Olympiad. Draw. And their last was in the Singapore Cup. Also draw. But these are two very combative players. And talking about just stylistic matchups, because we were saying that Veselin is noted as one of the world's great attacking players. Just look at his approach that he took yesterday against MVL in a Berlin, one of the most dry positions you can imagine, and he conjured up this should have been winning kingside attack out of nothing. Remarkable player. I just admire his style.
Very remarkable. What he did in the Berlin yesterday was absolute genius, but I've got to say it was very disappointing to see how he continued with this game, because we were talking about the big misses of yesterday, and the two big games that came to our mind was Veselin versus MVL, and the other one was Aronian versus Wesley. And now I think the major difference between these two games is simply that in Wesley's game, it was a complex position. Really, it looked like Aronian was in the front seat, which he was, but the position had so much going on that it could have gone either ways, and that is always a tough situation to handle. However, on Topalov's board, it just was all Veselin.
Yes.
He seemed to be dominating. White's king was weak.
Material, better development, great attacking position, a more vulnerable king. All of these pluses on Veselin's side of the table, and then he just traded queens, which was just a remarkably bad decision. Like, what? Just turning to the game, what we think will turn out into the game of the round, Anish Giri versus Wesley So. Let's go through it from the top. We had d4, knight f6, knight f3, and the play with this early bishop f4. Bishop f4, kind of a so-called London system in reverse, became very popular or popularized by Alexander Grishuk. He enjoyed bringing the bishop out here, kind of a mirror reverse image of a Joko piano. And after bishop f4, c5, e3, knight c6, knight d2, e6, c3, and well, I don't like this decision. c5 takes d4 by Wesley, resolving the tension. When I'm black in such positions, I would prefer the move bishop d6, c5 takes d4, and after e3 takes d4, that's a kind of an automatic recapture. It's actually a nice position for white. Why? Because take a look at this light square bishop on c8 versus this light square bishop on f1. This bishop is clearly going to come to d3. White's going to castle, put a rook on e1, put a white knight on e5, and go splat, checkmate on the king side. Whereas from black's point of view, how is he ever going to get that bishop on c8 into the game? It's problematic. I actually don't like this position for Wesley, and I'm calling it very early that this move c5 takes d4. I'm just not attracted to this move at all. Let's continue with Vladimir Kramnik. Ooh, this is a very unusual approach by both players. So it was a Grunfeld and knight bd2. Now that Kramnik has played that in the past. Against Topolov, he played c2, c4, as we saw earlier in the tournament. And this move, knight c6, that's a real anti-Grunfeld move if I've ever seen one. Normally speaking, in the Grunfeld, black is all about playing the move c7, c5. Again, this is going to be a real theoretician's duel going on here, but knight c6 is not in my repertoire. I'll have to turn that one over to Alejandro, and he's going to have a tough time explaining knight c6 to us.
Not that tough, Yasser.
Challenge!
Knight c6 is actually with the idea of transposing into a well-known variation. You might recognize this easier if I just switch the game around a little bit. Let me play c4 instead of knight d2.
Okay.
c4, pawn takes c4, knight a3. And now there's a well-known idea of playing knight c6, knight takes c4, bishop e6.
Right.
As we've seen many, many times in the Grunfeld. So basically, MVL is trying to transpose into this variation by playing the move knight c6 first. So if c4, I take, you're probably going to take back, and I'll go bishop e6, arriving basically into the same setup. Right. So knight c6 is just with the idea of transposing into a normal Grunfeld. However, it's Kramnik that doesn't want to do anything with that. He plays knight c6 and then playing b3 with the idea to slowly prepare the move c4, not necessarily play c4 immediately. Basically, this allows the bishop of going to where it wants to go as quickly as possible, because putting it on e6 here looks ridiculous. Well, I haven't committed to my move c4, especially if I am eventually able to take back with the pawn instead of the knight. However, it does have its own drawbacks. For example, it allows in some cases the idea of playing a5, a4, which gives black some counterplay. And some people have even essayed the idea of playing e5 in this position, something that tactically works, since after pawn takes e5, I have knight g4, and I recover the pawn. Interestingly, even though this logical break is tactically working, it doesn't score very well, and actually most of people choose not to play the move e5. Already a rare variation, definitely, since white didn't commit to play c4 early, but something that's been seen a couple of times here and there. Nothing too common. Something that Kramnik is very well known for is the subtlety in this type of fianchetto symmetrical Grunfelds. So I think he's still well aware of what's going on in the preparation, whereas Maxime is taking some time. I want to draw your attention to something that happened fascinating to me in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. The game started off relatively normal. An early b3, very, very early in this type of positions. You usually see d3 after committing to castle, but okay, it's a variation. b5, bishop b3, bishop e7. Here, Caruana hit very early with the move a4. The normal reaction to this is usually to put the bishop on b7. Sometimes you go b4, but it's not so common in this specific move order. But after b4, knight d2, here, this position had been reached a couple dozen times, not that often considering it's Ruy Lopez. But the next move of Aronian says there are things that are more important than tempi in the opening. If you're an amateur and you're watching the game, don't do things like this. Aronian can do it. You can't. He put the bishop that he already developed on c5 outside of the pawn chain so that he can meet knight c4 with the move d6, and the bishop is not stuck behind the d6 pawn. Now, this is inherently risky, as you are giving up a free tempo on the opening, basically, but he's considering that because of the close nature of the position, this tempo is not so important. Now, Fabiano has been going for very deep things throughout this tournament in positions that he's not familiar with. This time, he decided to play a little bit faster. I'm not sure if he's familiar with the move bishop c5, or he just decided, hey, it's a normal position anyway, let me just play fast. He decided to play knight f1 right away instead of castling, and against the move d6, he plays the move knight g3, simply developing as quickly as possible. Now, computers are not a huge fan of this idea, but I think it looks pretty normal. Notice that he hasn't castled yet. This allows him a couple of extra possibilities in the future if he wanted to quickly expand on the king side, or if for some reason he wants to risk a little more. Odds are he'll castle king side. But the fact that he hasn't done it means that there are extra resources in the position. And finally, to update this game, Topalov did go for the ultra-sharp b4, which was not as common as bishop e3. Hikaru played the move a6, and I'll try to look up the theory in this, as I am not a Caro-Kann expert, and I wish that I will never play another Caro-Kann in my life, because I hate this opening very much. And meanwhile, Wesley seems to have a positive idea of why he took on d4. Taking on d4 is clearly something that you don't want to do. I would say it's a mistake normally, but since Wesley so played it instantly, I'm assuming it's part of his preparation. He must have some idea on why the move knight h5 is better after trading the pawns than before trading the pawns. I have not figured out why, but this has to be the point. Otherwise, why did you take on d4? Notice that your pattern of knight e5, bishop d3, I'm going to make you into king side, is very dangerous. And Wesley's not developing normally. He has put the knight on h5, bothering this bishop on f4 as soon as possible, and putting concrete ideas on the board.
Thank you, Alejandro. I got questions all across the table here. I'm trying to figure out what the openings are all about. Tanya, sorry.
Very interesting opening, I think, in the Wesley game.
In the Wesley game?
Yes,
okay, let me bring that one up on our screen.
So bishop f4, actually this entire way of this non-opening opening has become very popular of late. In fact, Magnus Carlsen has also employed it quite a few times, this idea of bishop f4. The main thing I think in these positions is that it's not theoretical. It's a position rich with plans and with setups, but there are no forced moves. Right. And like you said, Yasser, the idea of bishop d6, b6, just keeping this pawn, this tension in the center, very often that's the popular way to go in this position. In fact, I've employed it myself a couple of times. And you're comfortable with black, but you've still got to be careful in the middle game because, you know, there's this e5 square and ideas with moving the knight to e5, f4, f5 that come into play later on. So it's a position that's very rich in plans and setups.
Agreed.
And this is a trend that I think we've been seeing throughout. The point with starting with e4 is that most openings that result out of e4 are theoretically very rich positions.
Exactly.
A lot has been studied, a lot has been played, and a lot has to be memorized.
Right.
Positions that normally have been arising out of these d4 are Catalanish positions, knight f3, knight, g3, the Fianchetto. They're just positions that allow a game that is still free of theory.
Yeah, and in these Kali setups that really we have to blame Magnus for this non-theoretical approach where Magnus basically, as you've so very well articulated, he wants play. He just wants a position. He doesn't want a long theoretical contest of who's got the better preparation. He just wants to have a game. And so players who just simply want to play chess do that, this Kali system. But I have always felt it's soft. That is to say, if you're avoiding the double-edged, sharp variations, you're making it easier on the defense. After takes, this move, knight h5. Well, again, black can't just slow play the position because he's given up a lot. So the move knight h5 immediately attacks the bishop. If you drop back with the bishop, then it's very clear that black's intention is to win the two bishops and probably play a move like g6 and bishop e7 and be pretty solid. But then you kind of take a look and you say, well, isn't this knight a little bit offsides? So that after, for example, a move like bishop g5, bishop e7, I'll take on e7, queen will likely recapture, I'll play bishop b5. The knight on h5 is disturbing. I don't want to put the bishop on d3 because of knight f4. Let's just say castles. And you've got to be a little bit careful that this knight on h5 doesn't become a target. So, for example, just throwing some more moves on the table, you can see that this is one way that white might try to exploit the question of knight h5. But we have Maurice Ashley to share some insights from London. Maurice, take it away.
Well, we've seen some tempo-losing moves, if you will, as black is sharpening the play dramatically here, playing just some really interesting ideas that one, as you mentioned, Alejandro, you wouldn't teach this to your students. We saw in this game, Hikaru Nakamura, in this Caro-Kann, pretty typical setup. Everybody plays bishop f5, most normal move. This move, c5, has been seen, again, a tempo loss in the position, but immediately sharpening the play with dc5, knight c6, knight f3, bishop to g4. You see the bishop typically in the Caro-Kann wants to get out as opposed to in the French, where it gets buried with e6. Now e6 gets played, and now b4, saying you can have this one, but I'm going to keep my queenside majority, and then the move a6, stopping the move b5. A lot of pawn moves for white. Not, again, typical things that you teach to your students, but white is trying to get that big pawn structure and prove superiority in that line. So again, he lost a tempo early in this game. We saw this one, as pointed out also by Alejandro, in this position here, the bishop went to e7, and then in just a couple of moves, it moved, after just a couple of moves transpired, and then moved to c5. Another tempo loss with the black pieces, but because of the block nature of the position, you can get away with things like this, improving his position. Another game we saw a tempo loss is this one with Wesley So. We saw the Wesley So one you guys already looked at, but let's look at this one. Very sharp, unusual play again by black. Alejandro, you said knight c6, not such a big deal. Classically, b3, the c4 idea, he decided to hold off, but then we saw this, it's really incisive move, e5, appear on the board. Let me see if I can get it there. And after d takes e5, knight to g4, a pawn sacrifice, certain to get his pawn back. And now c4 aggressing the center yet again. White not quite developed. This diagonal looks slightly dangerous, but black's going to get his pawn back. The agent saying this position is perfectly fine for black, especially after the move d4, gaining some space. So it looks as though white has been playing very tepidly, not going into the main lines in any of the positions, in fact, and black has decided, if you don't go main line, then I can be aggressive myself, and it seems as though on all the boards, black's just okay.
Thank you, Maurice.
MVL's game, very interesting. I mean, he's decided to go for this immediate idea of trying to solve all his problems with e5. And this reminds me of his game against Vishy Anand earlier in the tournament.
Where he played d5 to resolve the center. Go on.
Where he played d5 to resolve the center, but the right way and the more characteristic way of the position was to play rook into c3.
Yes.
And then, of course, and that was probably the only way, because after d5, he was really never able to equalize. And then that, I think, has a sort of a psychological influence on you, where you're thinking that you must play what is right rather than what feels safe in a position. You know, a move like e5, you're trying to go because it's very clear that Vladimir Kramnik has prepared this line.
Right, obviously, and knight d2, he's played it in the past. Sorry, continue.
Knight d2 he's played in the past, b3 he's blitzed out his moves, so e5 also he has seen, but it's such an important thing to try to solve the problems immediately and in the most correct manner, because otherwise you just land up with a passive middle game that you're trying to defend throughout, an opportunity that was missed by MVL in his previous round.
Yes, and this move e7, e5, whatever you think about the move, it's a correct response. Once you put the knight on c6, for me, it basically says, okay, I'm not playing c5, I really am playing for e5. And so after the challenge of b2, b3, e5 is absolutely correct. Takes knight to g4. So again, thanks to this bishop sitting in ambush on this long diagonal, the pawn on e5 is going to be captured. c2, c4, and that again strikes me as a real challenge to black. Let's imagine, let's play a few moves. If you take on e5, knight takes e5, I think bishop takes e5 is what is the right move. You're picking up a tempo against this rook on A1.
Can I take on D5 here?
Precisely. And if you provoke the move rook B1, then bishop F5, and black is a very happy camper. But the real challenge is the exchange sacrifice, what you've just mentioned. Yes, indeed, it's legal to take on D5, and it's probably very good.
I don't even think it's a sacrifice because you've got DC6 and then bishop A3 ideas as well.
Right, D takes E6 with the idea of picking up more material on B7, and bishop A3 is coming with a tempo both against the rook on F8 as well as the knight on D2. However, that's not the end of the line. If you want to go all the way down the line, let's say B7, B6. Let's continue the variation. Bishop A3, it all looks very aggressive, but check this out. Rook F8, E8. If you take the bishop, which is very nice, something you want to do, I take the knight, and we'll pause for just a moment and say black's ahead material. But look at those dark squares on the king side. After a move like queen F6, a human player might just say, oh, this is really... I have got to be careful because this bishop.
This is a horror story for black.
Or after queen takes d2, even bishop. Didn't we see this? I think it was in a game between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Kramnik, where there was this crazy move, bishop to h8, and there's a queen. It was actually bishop h1, and there's a threat of checkmate on.
Right, that was.
Kramnik versus Levon Aronian.
Right.
So
which ended in a draw.
Which ended in a very sharp draw. So this, I think, is what both players have prepared or calculated in their preparation, and I believe it's MVL to play, and he's thinking about how best to recapture the pawn. Alejandro mentioned there was also the space gaining tempo D5, D4. Presumably the idea is that after bishop A3, rook E8, black's not bothered in any measure. He's planning on recapturing the pawn on E5. And this move, D5, D4, avoiding all of this exchange sacrifices based on C5, C4 takes D5 is probably a very decent move as well.
I have to say, yes, this line that we were just seeing with knight E5 and the last position where white was almost threatening to give mate at pretty much any second is a line that is very scary for black, and it would be very surprising if MVL chooses to go into that because, I mean, especially considering the shaky start he's had, his confidence has definitely taken a hit.
Exactly.
And then this position just looks better for white.
Of course.
Despite being an exchange down, he's got a pawn, and those dark squares are way more important than any material at this point.
You wouldn't have to ask Veselin Topalov twice. He would jump at such an opportunity.
I would jump at such an opportunity. No, but it would be surprising to see this on the board. D4, like you said, seems to be something that's more normal, I would say.
Exactly.
But the point I'm trying to make here,
yes,
is that
with the MVL game again?
With the MVL game is that, when you've had a really tough start,
your confidence is shaken.
Your confidence is shaken. You subconsciously just take decisions on the board that are not too dangerous.
Right.
Because, and Veselin is the exception to this, because it doesn't matter where he is in the tournament, he will go for blood no matter what.
Right.
But most players at almost all levels want to kind of try and find something that is a more reasonable option than something completely crazy on the board.
Absolutely. Righting the ship, stopping the bleeding. You hear all of these cliches, but it's absolutely true. No question about it. Once you've started poorly, your confidence is shaken, and then you're looking for safety valves, safety variations that get you into a comfort zone. I wanted to go because, well, again, two of the greatest combative players in the world, Hikaru Nakamura and Veselin Topalov. But first, I'll go to London with Maurice Ashley.
Well, you have to take a look at these the way the opening is going, the preparation is fascinating. And I know, Yaz, you're going to be scratching your head because I know you're a classical player, or at least somewhat more of the classical school. And some of these principles that the youngins, they just decide we're breaking all of them. We don't care about moving two pieces in the opening, the same piece twice in the opening, pawn structure, what's that? Who cares? Let's make moves. This move, knight h5, very specific move trying to chase the bishop off this f4 square and steal this diagonal. the most pressing response to move bishop to g5, saying if you want to trade off dark square bishops, go right ahead, because after all, the pawn structure favors the light squared bishop here, as black's bishop is buried, this light square bishop is free. f6. That's not a move you want to absolutely play every day. It looks like you're weakening your king side. You're stranding the knight over on h5. And when I say stranded, I mean stranded. Bishop back to e3, bishop d6. Now g3, and this knight is stuck there, at least temporarily. And you got to wonder, what is black doing? This is not your everyday pawn structure. Don't try this at home unless you know what you're doing, unless you're Wesley So. There are some positions where black can eventually play a move like f5, bring his knight back in, and maybe he's the one on the attack. How did that happen? An incredible position starting to brew here between Geary and Wesley So. And Wesley just acting like, yep, I've seen it all before, no problem. Weakening my king, moving my knight twice. Hey, write the new book on the 21st century chess.
Absolutely. Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, that is a head scratcher because, again, as a chess educator, chess instructor, you teach these general principles, which we are men and women of principles, aren't we not? And when our cherished principles are so flagrantly violated, well, we get a little angst. But what happened? How did Wesley get an edge or get the initiative?
Well, we're going to find out very interesting openings in London, but first, let's take our first phone caller.
Hi, hello.
Hi, tell us where you're calling from and who you are.
I'm calling from upstate New York. John Cordisco. Great coverage as usual, guys. Excellent job. Guys and Tanya. Yes, sir. I wanted to tell you, I'm looking at a Chess Life issue from 1990 November. And autograph of you, which I hang proudly on my chess center wall, I got from Joan Du Bois down to U.S. Chess.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, is there any plan, any expansion in the Grand Chess Tour? Maybe different cities or maybe a little bit more in the U.S. or even in Europe. Is there any plans on that? And I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
Well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'll just jump right in and say the 5th event was announced on our broadcast a day or two ago, and we've expanded to include a St. Louis Rapid event that will occur immediately after the Sinquefield Cup. So we're now up to 5 events. I know that a lot of discussions have taken place. We would love to expand an event to Asia as well as / Africa, the Middle East. And yes, to the caller's question, absolutely. The 2017 tour is being announced, but we're hoping for even greater things to happen in 2018 and beyond.
No, absolutely, yes. Ever since the inception of the Grand Chess Tour, every year we've seen it expand and grow bigger.
It's evolving.
It's evolving.
We're featuring Rapid and Blitz and not just the classical formats.
In 2017, we're going to see an additional 5th event. Not only that, there's a bigger prize fund of $1.2 million.
Right.
And of course, the big news of 4 wildcard entries in the Rapid and Blitz event instead of 1 wildcard entry. So more opportunities for other players to come and be part of this absolute elite circle.
Very good. I want to go to Hikaru for just a second, because after this move b2, b4, I think for a lot of viewers, they may say, well, why did Hikaru play this move a7, a6? That looks like a really strange move. There's no threat of b4, b5 in the immediacy, and don't you want to capture on f3 and capture this pawn on e5? Well, in fact, black does want to do that, and how does a7, a6 actually fit into that discussion? Well, if you capture the pawn right away, knight takes e5, let's toss out a move like queen a4 check, knight drops back to c6 because now there's no pin. Now comes knight e5 with a double attack against the bishop on g4 as well as the knight on c6. And this move, bishop b5, is really going to land on black's position with a world of hurt. Hence, we see this move a7, a6 as a preparatory move, and black's basically saying, hey, I can pick up this pawn when I want, whenever I want, and he's preparing for that capture, but also taking away bishop f1, b5 check and future variations. So that's why we see the move a7, a6. Now, having said that, is it that easy for Hikaru to recapture his pawn? Say bishop f4, let's just put knight e7 on the board, let's just go knight d2, let's go here with knight g6, bishop will drop back, and then something like knight takes e5. At first blush, I would say, yeah, sure, I recaptured the pawn. But on the other hand, there is this big swarm of queenside majority versus central majority. Who does it favor and why? You just continue the line a move or two further, and you're going to get a very double-edged position. After I continue, just a second, and on white's agenda is a4, b5. And on black's agenda is e5, e4, right? You've got the central breaks, I've got the queenside breaks. I think both players are very happy to get such a, double-edged position. Yeah.
But looking at this particular position, yes,
yeah.
I would be quite happy with black. In general, getting rid of my I don't have a bishop on c.
Right, right. That's very good news. I get it.
That's good news. You've got these double pawns. I just feel like in general, in such positions, the central majority, once he's able to get this e5 going,
yeah.
You know, you have breaks like a5, putting target on the queen side. I mean, black is very comfortable in such situations.
Really, I think 9 out of 10 players are going to agree with that assessment. However,
Veslin would be the 10th who would.
He will be the 10th, and he'll be the obstinate guy. But on the other hand, think about it a little bit further. White's moves are going to be very clear. Castles, queen b3, a4, b5. Okay, that's where I'm going. And maybe bringing my rooks to the center, maybe one day even playing c4. From black's point of view, your moves are clear. You're going to go bishop e7, castles, bishop f6. But then how are you going to move your pawns forward? Are you going to go e5, e4, leaving the d5 pawn behind? Are you going to go d5, d4, trying to trade pawns? And don't forget, there's a bishop g3, d6 that could be annoying one day. You're not easily going bishop f6, bishop e7 to f6, queen e7, and allowing a bishop d6. I'm just saying that while you may feel comfortable 3-4 moves down the road, you may say, holy cow, my trumps aren't as important as white's. And that's what chess is all about, this great battle of ideas. Alejandro, turning things over to you, what's attracting your attention in round 4 of the London Chess Classic?
Well, this game that you're analyzing between Topalov and Nakamura has taken a little bit of a turn, as after the move a6, knight bd2 was played, which is played almost universally. I don't think anybody has ever played bishop f4 before. Knight takes e5, queen a4 check. Still a couple of games from grandmaster level chess. Not too much has been seen in this variation. Hikaru Nakamura is now probably out of book as he's thinking. He has two ways of covering this check. He can either play queen d7 in order to force the trade of the queens, go into this endgame, or he can say, I don't want to trade queens, I'm just going to put my knight on d7. They both work tactically. And I think he has chosen to put the knight on d7, which keeps a little bit of the tension on the game. Now notice that he could not have played the knight to c6. The knight e5 is strong, as you had mentioned, but also the move b5, opening up the queen against the bishop on g4, a tactical trick, as after bishop takes f3, you have pawn takes c6 again, with the threat of c7 check and the bishop on f3. The game that has developed a little bit is this one between Kramnik and MVL. We left it off in this position, and Maurice had mentioned the move d4, and I kept analyzing this further than what Maurice was doing and trying to find what both players were going to do, and they're actually pretty much following the analysis that I came up with, and it seems just slightly annoying for black. I don't see full equality, which is what Kramnik really strives for in this kind of position, just getting this annoying little edge that he can play with. He has played the move knight e4, and you can see that he's still playing very quickly, and I'm not surprised because all of these moves that he's making are the top computer choices, and let me just explain what he's done. He has put the knight on e4. Here Maxime has no choice but to recapture his pawn. He goes knight takes e5. Again, you have no choice but to take with the knight. If you take with the bishop, there are problems with the dark squares, so you have to take with the knight. Bishop g5 is played with the idea of forcing the move f6. You don't have a choice about f6. If the queen moves, you're weakening the dark squares again, and both bishop f6 and knight f6 check look like very annoying threats. You have to play f6. Now, there are two moves here for white. Both the move bishop f4 and bishop c1 I consider to give white a slight advantage. Now that the bishop is blocked out, you're going to have to play f5 at some point to liberate the bishop yet again, but that's going to leave weaknesses on your king side, not to mention that the bishop on c8 will be unhappy about the fact that the pawn has come to f5 as it has hemmed in the bishop slightly. The bishop retreated to c1 almost immediately by Kramnik. As I said, bishop f4 is also a try for an advantage, and it just feels like it's a little annoying to play this for the black side. You would like to play f5, but that is going to encourage the knight to jump to c5, where it puts pressure with the combination of this powerful bishop on g2 on the pawn on b7. The pawn on d4, yes, it gains white, black some space, but you can see that it's easily undermined. I can always play e3 if I wanted to trade it, but also it can be a target. I can just play bishop b2 and bring my pieces in and try to attack it a little bit. For now, there are real issues on this pawn. The computer's already giving the move rook b8 as the best in order to start preparing the move b6 and c5, solidifying the structure, getting outside of the potential threats. For example, I cannot play b6 because any knight move will be very dangerous against the rook here on a8. So I'm liking Kramnik's position. And another thing that's annoying for MVL, three games, he's been out-prepared. This is the fourth.
Wow, and that's very surprising for a player, MVL, who became the #2 player in the world and who's thrived on sharp theoretical discussions. He doesn't get out-dueled in the opening often.
Very, very rare. And well, speaking of high-tension situations, we had another event earlier this year in New York which had us all at the edge of our seats. The World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Kariakis. Well, Maurice Ashley caught up with the players in London to ask their opinions about the match.
The World Championship just ended. Were you surprised by anything that transpired there?
Yeah, it was surprising that Magnus was not showing his best play.
Biggest strength of Magnus is how consistent he is, and he got some very good positions, if not outright winning positions, in a couple of the middle games. So I was surprised by the level of his play, but still, at the end of the day, he was the better player in the match. So he did win, which I think everyone expected.
Expected Magnus to be a clear favorite, and things definitely didn't go too smooth for him. You know, I mean, the way things transpired, of course, was bizarre.
And performances by both players before leading to the match, I thought that Magnus Carlsen will win relatively comfortably, but you know, as it turned out, it was almost the other way around, as he was even trailing the match at one point.
I would say that he got it, but not in the way I expected. I expected him to you know, keep a tight score, but not by saving these games 3 and 4 and so on. It was exciting because the score was always exciting.
There were really moments when I thought that he's not going to win. So yeah, I didn't expect that to happen.
I was expecting both players to be playing well, and well, let's be honest, it was not the case. Yeah, I think that both of them, they played below the average level.
I actually thought the rapid games were really pretty high quality when you think there's so much at stake, so much fatigue, so much tension. I thought they were really impressive, but the match itself, there were some games that were very exciting, but a lot of them were a bit of a damp squib, unfortunately.
There's been some controversy about how Rapid Chess decided the World Championship. Do you think that Rapid is a good way to decide who's the best player?
Well, I mean, I think you have to have someone who wins, and unfortunately, I think if you keep it as classical, there is a pretty high chance that there are going to be a lot more draws.
Just because it's going to be 14 games or 16 games doesn't mean the tie is going to be broken. And so I don't see the point. You have to have a way to break a tie. That is by nature the second option. Ideally, you'd prefer it to be decided in the regular games, and I don't have a problem with it at all.
I think that's fine. I mean, if for 12 rounds people can't determine, you have to break the tie somehow. And more classical games, that's just too much.
Maybe for the next World Championship match, maybe they could change the rule a little bit, because to decide a classical world champion title based on rapid games doesn't sound right.
No, I actually don't think I would change anything like that. And, you know, it was really exciting, the rapid tie breaks, and we saw some really impressive chess.
I think that most people probably found the last day of the World Championship the most exciting. At least I did. I mean, I watched it closely, and I thought it was a thrilling tiebreak. It could have been even it was relatively one-sided, so if it had been closer, it could have been even more exciting.
I think still, like 4 games of Rapid, it's a serious match. I mean, so I don't have anything against it. But I think we should really exclude Blitz, if possible, because Blitz is something, you know, very, very different.
Well, you got to end the thing that's... I mean, we gave them a chance. 12 classical games, a lot of games. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Okay, 24 is more, but 12 games is a lot of games. I mean, here we're going to play 9. It's going to be a lot. Going to be tired. 12 games is a lot of games, so you have a chance to prove that you're better. If you cannot prove, okay, you either play forever, or okay, you just speed things up.
A lot of interesting insights from our players there on the controversial format. But I have to say, Yasser, that I do think that this is a great system in place of giving the players a 12-game opportunity. Firstly, having more classical games, as even Wishy said, that it doesn't really mean that the match will be decided in classical. It could also just mean more number of draws.
Right.
And then when you reach the point where you have crossed that classical game barrier, you've got to decide. So the second best option would be to make it a faster format. I think Kramnik's point that Blitz should definitely not be used for the World Championship, I totally agree with that. I mean, you cannot, because Blitz is just all about luck and chance. But a rapid game, it's you've got 25 minutes. It's not that short, and it's also a very crucial part and a format of the game itself.
Right. Well, it's a long discussion. I must say I completely disagree with the whole World Championship cycle. I think it's a terrible format from literally start to finish. Just to explain how illogical it is, I'll just throw 2 very small ones. In the candidates, you have 8 players, double round robin, so you have 14 rounds of play. There's no other cycle in the world where the ultimate showdown is a smaller event than the penultimate. In other words, you're playing 14 games and then you're being reduced to 12. Like, consider the world of snooker, where it increases the number of games the deeper you go into the World Championship cycle. The candidates is the only event that doesn't have any tie breaks. Okay? Why are you using tie breaks in the World Championship but not in the candidates? So those are 2 illogical functions I find within the cycle. The time controls are different on all of the events that lead to the World Championship, including the World Cup.
Very interesting, Yasser, what you said about the candidate tiebreaks not having a rapid
Not having
or
a
blitz.
tiebreaks.
But this is what brings me back to this crucial point of chess, that instead candidates has a tiebreak that is based on number of who you've played before, who's been white, who's been black.
Burger.
I mean, for me, that doesn't make sense. I feel in chess, if you have to have a tiebreak, it has to be a game of chess.
Right.
Maybe shorten the time control, but it still has to be a game. It cannot be based on who had how many number of whites, blacks, whatever, or who you played in what round.
Right.
Your past result against a particular, because how you were paired. I mean,
In
that
round 3.
that sort of takes it away from the... It takes it away from the game, in my opinion.
Without question. And then you have the situation where if you lose more games than your rival in the tiebreak of the candidates, losing more games is beneficial. Like, what? Some very strange things I really dislike about the cycle. Alejandro, toss in your 2 cents, if you would, please.
The cycle's too long. That's the first thing. It's very unclear on who's actually able to participate, and it's off limits to too many players that are deserving. So if the whole thing is overdone and overhauled, I mean, I'm completely fine with this, Yasser. I think that the Grand Prix series is a terrible idea. I think that the fact that the way the players are chosen for the Grand Prix seems pretty arbitrary. Players don't want to play the Grand Prix because, as they've said, they're not well-organized tournaments. And the Grand Prix, of course, there's a whole cycle that chooses 2 players for the candidates, whereas there is one tournament called the FIDE World Cup that itself also chooses 2.
Right.
Like, what? I don't understand what the point is. So there's a lot of things that I think can be reworked from the entire cycle. I think the match itself has been fine for most cases. A lot of people don't like the rapid tiebreak. I'm kind of ambivalent on it. I sometimes think rapid is fine. Sometimes I think classical should stay classical. Most of the time, though, I lean towards the fact that there are many solutions. Any of them will be fine. None of them are perfect, but I think 12 games is more than enough chess to determine who is the world champion. And if there's a tie at the end, there should be a tie break that involves playing. Exactly what the rules are for that, I think that's still up in the air and could go either way. Just a long Armageddon or a rapid playoff, or having one more white and draws for the opponent, or something along those lines, for me are all perfectly acceptable answers. But as I said over and over again, classical chess too important. Give more room to rapid chess and have a real cycle for rapid chess champion. I don't understand why we only have one type of championship that actually matters in the chess world.
Thank you, Alejandro. I think in my case, most especially, I've given it so much thought. I have such strong views that I fear that it will swamp our broadcast talking about the World Championship. Right. Let's get back into the game. I see in the game of Fabiana Caruana versus Livona Roni in an early knight exchange, knight d4. I always thought that this was making equality, easy equality for black. Let me get the opinion of Alejandro on these games and others. Alejandro, take it from wherever you'd like.
Well, let's just continue on your thoughts here in the game between Fabi and Aronian. And it seems that the engines definitely agree with you, Yasser, that black is completely fine in this position. It seems that he solved a lot of problems. First of all, this knight on c6 in the Spanish is consistently a problem for the black side because it doesn't have a good square to go to, and it's actually awkwardly placed on c6. Therefore, we had the rise of the Breyer variation, in which the knight actually retreats back to its original square to b8 to reroute to d7. And in this case, Aronian has successfully exchanged it on d4. This bishop has already moved 3 times. But it doesn't seem like white's been able to coordinate anything in the meantime. This knight on g3 that he spent so much time rerouting, well, it's not going to be part of any real attack on the king side because at the moment, white lacks some pieces to do so. He is especially lacking the knight on f3 that would love to join and hop onto f5, but that doesn't exist anymore. King h1 with the idea of f4 might be just a little too risky. I don't think that opening the diagonal here for this bishop is really something that I would advise. On the other hand, moving the knight to f5 will always be met now by bishop takes f5, and this looks completely harmless to me in this position for the black side. I don't see a good way of really developing the initiative here. Whereas black, you know, he can start expanding on the center, sorry, with d5 and rook e8. I like black's position relatively. I think he's equalized comfortably. Now, I want to take a look at Maxim's game because they played a few quick moves, bishop c1, f5. Kramnik went for a little bit of a think here, not too long. He was probably deciding between playing the move bishop g5 first or going straight for knight c5. The computer is ambivalent on it. Sometimes it prefers bishop g5. You put it on knight c5 and it started preferring that move. c6 and then a very quick bishop b2, simply attacking the pawn on d4, asking the question, how are you going to defend it? Now, the pawn actually doesn't need defense right on this second because there's a tactical trick, and the computers are actually recommended to just go forward with the move f4. They even start preferring black after the move f4, so it's surprising to me that Kramnik is playing so quickly if he's out of prep. After the move f4, the point tactically is that if you take here on d4, I'm going to follow it up with the move f3. I could also immediately just play the simple trick, knight f3 check, bishop takes f3, and then queen takes d4, hitting the knight and the exchange on a1, which is sufficient for a black advantage. So the pawn is completely poisoned. f3 just happens to be an even stronger move, going into similar variations in a stronger way. So f4 seems to be the way for MVL to really put pressure here on Kramnik's position. You can notice that there's many ideas here of sacrificing a pawn on d3, following it up with f3, and suddenly it's black that has a surprising initiative with this f5, f4. Similar idea, actually, we see in the game between Giri and Wesley So, in where, again, we have this idea of f6, f5, with the follow-up of f4 and attacking on the king side against the fianchetto. Actually, the computers are also liking black in this position, which kind of defies most of my understanding of chess, as I thought that because of white's good placement of the pieces, he would be able to somehow repel this attack. But it just happens to be very annoying and awkward, especially for this bishop on e3 to deal with the move f4. You can see that if I castle, f4 traps the bishop, which forces me to take on f4, and that just shatters my entire structure on the king side. You would maybe like to move the knight away to b3, but again, the problem is that the knight doesn't have like a good square to go to. If you say, I can grab the knight and put it on e5, then perhaps there's a good way for the bishop to have now a retreat square. But because the knight doesn't have any good squares to go to, look at b3, it's just kind of out of place. It doesn't play with the rest of the pieces. Black's able to bring the rest of his forces through. And after, again, f4, bishop d2, even taking on g3, and taking on g3, and now even ideas of knight takes g3 are possible in the position, sacrificing a piece, just blasting open the position against the king. Does this fully work? I don't know. I haven't analyzed it completely, but the computers are just saying it's up in the air. It's completely possible to place like this. So this bishop g2 f5 is putting real problems on Giri's position. The computers are saying that the move bishop g2 was actually very inaccurate in this case. Much better was to put the bishop on d3 so that against the move f5, I have the idea that when you do play f4, the bishop's actually attacking the king side, which makes it more complicated for black to develop an initiative, as the bishop is already counteracting some of the possibilities that black has after playing f4. Imagine in these variations, I ever take on g3 and I take back with the pawn, then the rook and the bishop are already coordinating against the king, so it's not so easy for black to open up the position. The bishop on g2 is clearly aimed against any e5 break, as if you play e5 and you get the hanging pawns, the power of the bishops definitely grows now that you have a fianchetto targeting this d5 pawn. However, it shrinks as I now have a semi-stonewall position where you have the f5, f4 move. And I'm not going to say that Giri is in trouble, but it seems easier to play with Wesley's pieces at this point.
Perhaps being outplayed and a remarkable violation of the principles that we hold so dear and cherished.
It does seem like Wesley has handled the opening really well. Probably definitely part of his preparation in this f5, f4 idea. We did see it yesterday as well, this motive of attack. It was there in Hikaru's game as well as in Westland's game. It's a very typical way to try to open up your opponent's defenses. And yeah, the bishop on g2 only encourages you to go f5,
Feels
f4.
a little bit like a target, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And well, meanwhile, we do not have our colleague Jennifer Shahade here with us because she is pregnant. Well,
A very pregnant Jennifer Shahade.
we wish her all the love from the club here in St. Louis. We'll be back in a minute.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
welcome back into round 4 of the London Chess Classic. Things are really heating up. Explosive positions out of the opening pretty much on every board. Yes, let's start with the update on Kramnik MVL.
Yeah, this seems to be the 4th game in a row running where MVL, one of our great opening theoreticians, seemed to have been outplayed. We saw this position after the move F5 had been reached, knight C5. The computer, as Alejandro mentioned, liked the move rook B8 and maybe B6. Actually, I think even before F5. Yeah. But after the move F5, knight came to C5, C7, C6, trying to cut down the view of this bishop on G2, bishop B2, and here MVL missed an opportunity to play the move F5, F4, Queen D6. I didn't like this move, and after the move E2, E3, I really like Vladimir's position. If we continue what I expect with the game to go, Queen takes C5, takes on D4, Queen drops back to D6, takes on E5. I really like these positions with white, even though it may appear 3 versus 3, very balanced structure. No, I just think that black's king is far more vulnerable, and after rook E1, Kramnik's got a very Kramnik-esque position where he can work several advantages that he has in the position. I like white's position very much. I think this is a good position for the player who's number 2 in the field currently. The Wesley So game has just exploded. I'm going to turn it over to Alejandro to explain why it's become super sharp.
Well, you can see there an unhappy Giri as he has realized that what he's done to his position is definitely not good. Let's take a look at what happened. Only a couple moves have been played, but they've changed the situation dramatically. Here after the move F5, we were analyzing on what to play. Castles was just a disaster. But you can play knight G5, which is an interesting move, attacking the knight on H5. Because I'm taking and threatening checkmate, there's really no option but to either defend the knight with E8 or just remove it from the attacking spot. The knight's a little awkward here, and I can continue F4, give up the E4 square, but have that superior control over E5. Perhaps a balanced position, both sides still with their trumps. However, Giri was more ambitious. He put the knight on E5, where it's obviously better posted. But because the knight on E5 is not coordinating with the queen once it reaches H5, the move F4 is completely possible and actually kind of forced. You don't want to put the knight back on F6 when the knight has already established itself on E5. F4, though, puts black in the driver's seat already in this position. Wesley So, with his 3rd black in this tournament, is again on the initiative. Let me analyze a couple of things. The most obvious is that if you take on F4, knight takes F4, you absolutely have to eliminate this knight because it's attacking your bishop. It's causing all sorts of havoc. Bishop takes F4, rook takes F4, and you don't need a grandmaster to analyze this position. It's just really bad for the white side. Pair of bishops for black, problems with E5, underdeveloped king, problems with the F2 pawn, the queen's coming to H4. Disaster. This is just a really bad position, not what you want to get from the opening. But actually the alternative is not much better. The only thing that I can think of is queen takes H5, which obviously is going to be met by F takes E3. The pawn must be captured or white loses immediately. And now there's a couple of good choices. You can even take on E5 with the knight, but I like more taking with the bishop. Bishop takes E5, pawn takes E5, and the engines are calm and collected, but you could even go for direct type of blows. The move queen b6, for example, already either picks up the pawn on e3 or the pawn on b2. You would have to castle, and the computers are saying don't even take that pawn. Just develop. Play bishop d7, bring the rooks over. You can always play bishop e8, kick out the queen from the h5 square, and instead of taking this pawn on e3, take the pawn on e5 that's giving white a little bit of a space advantage and allow yourself to threaten knight d3 check at some point. Actually, the computers are saying don't even play queen b6, just go bishop d7 immediately. Threatening to kick out the queen. Rook f5 is also a threat in the position. They want to retreat immediately. Knight takes d5. White is by no means lost, but you can see how black has completely taken over in the initiative in this key game between Anish Giri and Wesley So. And for more insights on the same game, we go to London with Maurice Ashley.
Well, I was just in the VIP room with some of the great players in British chess. You had Nigel Short, of course, who played for a World Championship title himself, Julian Hodgson, John Spielman, Gwaine Jones is also there, all transfixed watching this round, but especially paying attention to this game and the way Wesley So is handling himself. This position, you mentioned all those lines, Alejandro. There's another line as well that's worth mentioning. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, queen takes on h5. Going up a full pawn is white in this position. He's a full pawn up, and the computers are saying, Black's just crushing him. Forget about getting any pawns back. We're going to attack along the B line with the move rook to B8. Don't even think about castling. Queen will show up. The two bishops, open lines. This king can't castle kingside. Just a great position for Wesley. And no doubt, Anish Giri is just staring at it going, what happened? What are these moves he played? And suddenly he's just concocted this miraculous attack against my position. What's amazing about Wesley, as he's shown now that he belongs in the 2800 club, is that he's just playing all types of chess. He's just ambidextrous. Maybe he's like an octopus, showing how many different ways do I beat you. Yesterday, he showed it with heroic defense against Aronian. Hodgson said that to him was actually the most impressive thing he's seen so far. To be able to defend that kind of horrible-looking position, create that kind of real obstacles for such a strong player, to him is amazing. And one, Nigel Short, Malcolm Payne actually, who's the organizer of the event, he said, you know, seeing that game, watching Wesley now, it seems to him that Wesley's starting to show maybe the mark of a world champion. And Nigel Short turned around and said, I was having a discussion with one Garry Kasparov, and he was starting to say the same thing.
Thank you,
Maurice.
Absolute captivating play by Wesley So. But just seeing the last few moves of Anish Yasser, bishop g2 and knight e5, it screams play f5, f4, and kill me.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you put the bishop on d3 like we were discussing and put pressure on h7, it makes this plan of f5, f4 more difficult. You at least put the knight on g5 instead of e5, it makes it a little difficult. But bishop g2, knight e5 walks straight into the worst version for white against this black's typical idea of f5, f4. And I feel Anish's position is just busted now.
Busted is strong, but definitely the initiative in Wesley So on Wesley's side of the board. And let's just take a look at the standings and why this game is so impactful for them. We have Wesley So in the lead. Pardon me, Tanya. Go ahead.
Wesley So is leading with 2.5. And this game, if Wesley is able to pull out a win from this position, that is going to be huge. He would be almost uncatchable in this tournament and the Grand Chess Tour. With 3.5, the only way anyone can take the GCT from Wesley So in 2016 is Hikaru Nakamura. But he's also having a bit of a struggle in this tournament. Levon Aronian, Fabiano, and Vladimir Kramnik are right behind him. So if Wesley is able to win this, they definitely need to step up and score as well to be able to catch up with Wesley. But Wesley looking so strong, not only aggressive chess, but defensive skills. He's got his A game here at the London Chess Classic.
And then we have an interview between Maurice and Wesley about this tournament. Let's go to that.
By any measure, this seems to have been your best year yet. What's accounting for that?
I'd like to thank my family for supporting me, for being with me in every tournament, and also getting more experience and getting acclimatized to everything that's happening in the chess world, getting used to the training, a more adaptive playing style, and just having a better routine in general, and learning from these great opponents that I will be playing in this event. I'm very thankful for the organizers of the Grand Chess Tour and the sponsors. It's really good for the chess players involved here. You know, we play the same strong people over and over again 3 or 4 times a year, and that has greatly helped increase my strength.
Everybody's assuming you're going to win this tournament. Do you feel any additional pressure because of that?
Yeah, there's definitely pressure, of course. It's better to be at the top of the Grand Chess Tour than at the bottom. You know, at the bottom there's even more pressure to do well. But at the same time, it would be very huge for me if I win the Grand Chess Tour this year. But at the same time, I can only do one game at a time. I can't worry about the future, you know, what happened a month from now. I'll just take it a day at a time. There's not really much to do, but just do well.
Do you feel that a win here would send a message to the whole world that you're trying to be the #1 player on the planet?
Yeah, I'm not trying to send any message. I'm just trying to get better with every day, every game that I play. You know, I mean, it's still a long ways to go to say that I'm a world championship candidate, although eventually I'd like to get there. I still got a long ways to go. You know, at the same time, ranking and rating changes daily for chess players, so my goal is just to maintain a certain amount of consistent excellence.
Wow, very nice. Talking about messages, for me, when Wesley So said to the chess world, "Look at me, I'm for real," it was here in St. Louis. He played in a quadrangular blitz event and took Garry Kasparov down in probably the greatest blitz game I've ever seen. It still sends hairs up my arm. It was just a phenomenal thing. Nobody treats Garry Kasparov like that. And he basically said, "Hey, look, I'm for real." And he's proving it once again here in the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, yes. Wesley has arrived and he's here to stay. What is also incredible for me is just to see Wesley on board and off board. I mean, he's a complete beast on board.
Yes.
No matter what the position is, what kind of a position is it? Is he on the defense or is he on the attack? He just finds the best resources. And off board, you have this really nice, kind, humble person.
Exactly. It's true. It's true. And he brings all of the aggression in his being to the chessboard, and off he's just a sweetheart, not on the board. We mentioned that Hikaru Nakamura, going into that clip, he's the only player in the field who really has a chance to derail Wesley from winning the Grand Chess Tour this cycle. He's got a very double-edged position against Veselin Topalov. Both players loving their game. I'm going to turn it over to Alejandro because that game's got tactics. Alejandro, what say ye?
Well, Yasser, I wasn't liking the way that Hikaru was playing the opening. I thought the Queen D7 was a more solid way of playing than Knight D7, but he said, "I'm not afraid of you, Veselin, try to beat me." And he did that with the move C4, and I think C4 is a very Veselin move, just starting to open up the position. That doesn't mean it's necessarily correct. Computers are not happy with C4 at all. They just wanted to either develop with bishop B2 or just swipe the bishop off the board, give me the pair of bishop advantage. Either way, C4 was met with a very obvious A5, completely undermining the structure here on the queen side. White has to be a little bit careful, doesn't really have time to take on D3. He really needs to safeguard this pawn on C5, as if you lose this pawn, it seems like everything collapses. That's the reason that knight b3 is played, in order that when the pawn on b4 disappears, I still have sufficient defense on the c5 square. So pawn takes b4 was played, knight queen b5. You have to retain the pin. You don't really want to take this pawn right away. And bishop e7. Computers are really screaming that black is better in this position. And I can kind of understand why. There's only one move that's separating black from a huge initiative, and that's just when you castle, you lose the pin on the knight on d7, which means the pawn on c5 is in real danger. And you can see that white is completely underdeveloped in this position. So he needs to do something concrete and do it now. That's why c6 is probably the most logical move in the position. But after pawn takes c6, knight takes c6, queen c7, there's still I still don't see any particularly good way of making progress here for white side. For example, after the move knight takes a7, I could even probably take this knight right away, but the intermediate move rook b8 that I like very much is going to allow me to force your queen to a5, queen e5 check, then take on e7. You have to play bishop e3 here, take on e7, and I think that black is just having a great position here, nothing to fear, even winning material, so I'm not really sure what Topalov has seen. After bishop e7, he's thinking, and I already like Hikaru's position. Another position which I am kind of baffled about, okay, there's many positions I'm baffled about. We'll go one by one. Let's go start with here the game Anand against Adams. Here, Vichy, after the move c6, decided to take pawn on e5, a very normal Giuco-Piano type of structure. And I expected, okay, you go down the pair of bishops, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, you take on e5 with the knight. It's very important to take with the knight here. Take, and I think, okay, player of bishops isn't really that important here. The bishop's so powerful, it probably has to be traded off by bishop e3. Should be about equal. Perhaps white has one of the most minimal pools I see out of the opening. Probably just perfectly fine for black. Instead, he took on e5 immediately, and I am struggling at finding tactics that work for black after knight takes e5. The pawn is a pawn. It seems kind of free. If he takes it, takes on e5. I haven't found any continuation that actually gives black the pawn fully back. The only one that I can find is this. Rook e8, which I'm assuming is the idea, trying to exploit the fact that there's many problems with white with the position on e4 and e5, can be met with queen takes d8, rook takes d8, and the simple bishop c2, defending this pawn on e4 and moving outside of the scope of a discovery attack with the bishop. Now, if you take on h3, I have the intermediate knight takes f7, and that guarantees an extra pawn for white after I take on h3, some compensation for black, but let's face it, that's just an extra pawn. Instead of that, you could take on a2 since the bishop still defends the position on f7. This allows the recovery of the pawn after a very strange sequence, and I would be slightly surprised that Adams has seen it, because not only is it strange and unusual, it's hard to see, and it doesn't really reach full equality anyway. Knight takes c6, pawn takes e6, rook takes a2, and white's almost winning if it wasn't for this blow, knight takes e4, recovering the pawn. The problem for white is if you take with the rook, rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook d1 check, forks the king and the bishop, recovering the piece. And if you take with the bishop, then f5 recovers again the piece in full because of the attack here. But even here, after king f1, pawn takes e4, bishop e3, it seems like Adams is suffering a little bit on this endgame. As you can see, all these pawns are just very, very weak in the position. So I'm not sure what he's planning to do. He might have to go for something like this, which is actually slightly worse for him. And I can see from the corner of my eye that Maxime has taken on c4 in this position. And, well, it is playable. But after bishop takes d4, bishop, I think you have to trade these bishops. Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, queen takes, pawn takes. You're going to have a situation where after knight b6, this huge knight on c5, the bishop on c8, well, it just sucks. I mean, this is a terrible bishop. It's hemmed in by this bishop. It has to defend the pawn on b7. This is just, wow. I think this position is really bad for black. You go rook fe1, b4, b5. I love white's position here in this in Kramnik's situation after knight takes c4. He probably didn't want to go, Yasser, into that variation that you were describing, but still, this looks like it's going to be a very pleasant position for Kramnik to grind down the Frenchman. And we do see that Anand has taken on e5. He's saying, Adams, what
do you got?
What you got? Where's your combination? I want to see it.
Thank you, Alejandro. Very forcing lines, and you expect that Mickey has calculated this obvious capture of the pawn on e5, but following the analysis that Alejandro just showed, Mickey Adams maybe just blundered something, assumed that the rook was on e8 already. I don't know what's going on there, but it looks like Vichy has definitely got an edge. I'd like to bring us back to the game of Fabiano and Caruana, because as Alejandro was talking, I checked in on that game, and I didn't see how white did this, and I thought it was really remarkable. We left the game at these parts, and we saw this move rook b1. Okay, so rook b1 protects the pawn on b2 and simply prepares a developing move bishop e3. And I thought to myself, how did white get in the move c2, c3, followed by d3, d4 so quickly? I'm not sure that this was a mistake by Levon, but it certainly allowed the play that we're about to see. He played the move rook b8. Normal people, I think, would play the move a6, a5, just cementing things on the queen side. But rook b8, very creative of Levon. We see this all the time from him. And now the move c2, c3. Very surprising, little mysterious pawn move, but it has a trap. The trap is you cannot take twice on c3 because of the discovery. This rook on b8 is not yet protected, and you allow bishop takes f7 check, followed by rook takes b8, losing an exchange. Hence, the bishop retreated itself to a7, and now, after the move d3, d4, it's a totally different kettle of fish. White has like the game of Vichy Anand versus Mickey Adams, he has gotten the classical central pawn duo. And if the pawn structure can be maintained, it's definitely to White's advantage. It was just surprising to me that he could get in the move c3 and d4 and do it without having to throw in a knight e2 somewhere along the line. So at the moment, maybe Caruana is making something out of nothing.
I mean, I look at the c3, d4, which was allowed with rook b8, and I'm more inclined to think that it was provoked rather than a mistake.
Right.
It is true that yes, this puts a lot of pressure on White's on Black's center, but then if there is no pawn on c3, d4, White also has a very clear plan of queen f3, knight f5. The point with such a center is that it also gives Black a lot of possibilities for play of counterplay, yes.
Exactly, that is true. But having said that, there's also space. So from White's point of view, you give him a few moves, queen d3, refortifying the pawn on e4, bishop e3. White develops easily. The real question is, can Black make enough counterplay quickly himself against this pawn on e4? Should he play, for example, rook e8? Should he play bishop b7?
We do have a move on the board. In fact, he's gone bishop e6.
Bishop e6. Whoa. Now, I want to say Levon many times has played such a structure. I recall here in St. Louis at a Singfeld Cup where he had such a structure against world champion Magnus Carlsen, pawns on e6, on e5. They cover a lot of squares. The structure looks bad, but there's counterplay based on the pawn on f2. So bishop e6 definitely fits with Levon's play in such positions. It's not everybody's cup of tea, I must say, though, after, for example, bishop takes e6, f takes e6, bishop e3. I've seen I think it was actually Fabiano Caruana versus Levon Aronian, where Fabi won a beautiful game with such a structure. And I'm going to go back to Alejandro for a second. Provoked or overlooked? Your take.
Well, I was watching the live feed when Aronian played the move rook b8. Fabi very quickly played c3, and he instantly moved the bishop to a7, as if it was expected that Fabi was going to play c3. So I think he's provoking this expansion on the center so that he has counterplay against it. This is a very Aronian type of position. I do expect bishop e6 to be answered with bishop takes e6, pawn takes e6, and bishop e3. You really cannot afford to open up the diagonal for the bishop here. Actually, Black, I think, is just much better after pawn takes e5. You have to keep the tension. So after pawn takes e6, bishop e3, I think this still has resources for both sides. Something interesting to analyze, pawn takes e3, pawn takes e3, rook b1, queen b1, knight g4 maybe, destabilizing the center even further. Do I really want to take on e3? It's an unclear position. I like here the way that this is being handled by Levon. I think that he's doing just fine. We see that Anish Giri has taken on h5 after finally thinking for a good 20-some minutes, I think 25 minutes. And Topalov has played in the usual Topalov style. Forward. c6, pawn takes e6, knight takes e6 is currently on the board. Hikaru is just thinking for a couple of minutes. Queen c7 looks pretty much forced, is making sure that everything works out. But I'm already liking the American position in this game.
Thank you, Alejandro. I just want to take you back to that game of Caruana Levon Aronian for a second, because I have this idea, the position you reached at the end, knight g4.
Yeah.
Right. I have this idea that after the move knight g4, I want to play queen b3, attacking the pawn on e6. If you'll play with me just a moment, queen e7, probably not a good move. No. And I want to play the move a4, a5. Basically, I'm trying to encase this bishop on a7 and make sure it remains in some kind of a cage over there. Good position for White, if White could achieve this?
I think if you get everything you want in life, Yasser, every position is very good. Unfortunately, Levon does have counterplay even in this position. The move c5 here should be enough to equalize. The point is that as soon as tension is resolved in the center, that is to say that the pawn on d4 either captures on c5 or moves to d5, I will take on e3, followed up with c4 and open up, blast open that bishop.
Very good point. I had hoped for knight f5 would curtail you from playing that quick counterplay c5. Sometimes, Tanya, life is unfair and you don't get everything you want.
Actually, I think this position is quite a fair outcome of the way the opening's been handled from Levon's side. I mean, he's made all good moves, and now he's completely, I feel he's in the driver's seat. Well, we'll see how that turns out. We've got Maurice in London.
Well, at the beginning of this tournament, there were only two players who were mathematically able to win the Grand Chess Tour. Of course, Wesley So, who was leading the tour, and also one Hikaru Nakamura. They met anticlimactically, if you will, in the first round, and Wesley put his stamp down and said, okay, our greatest rival is gone. Well, maybe not so fast. Hikaru was able to draw his next game, win one to bring back to even. And now he's playing this game against Vasilin Topalov. Vasilin has not had a great tournament so far and has really been making some very odd mistakes. The games he's losing, especially the game yesterday that he drew against MVL, where he was just dominating that position with the black pieces and failed to land the knockout blow. Well, now they have a wild position, and this one is just completely insane. But Hikaru seems to be in his element. He's allowing this position with knight takes on e7 to happen. It has not happened just yet. Knight takes e7, and now the move, excuse me, before playing this, the intermezzo, rook to b8, chasing the queen away. And when the queen leaves, queen back, or queen to a5, for example, is the engine's first line. First to move queen e5 check, and after bishop to e3, now king takes e7. Now this is a completely chaotic looking position. Take a look at the board. I mean, the king is still stuck in the middle of the board. White's queen is over on the a5 square. The pawn structure is weird. How does white even develop his pieces? The inch is actually giving a decisive advantage to black in this position. And I will note, Hikaru being the very demonstrative person that he is, when he's doing well, when he's doing poorly, you know it. The body language tells all. But I saw him in the hall. He was on his way to the restroom. It seems like we're just crossing paths every so often when he's headed there. And in his face, on his face, was the look of complete relaxation. Complete, like he was just, no problem, another day at the office. He's looking to crush Topalov. He couldn't have hoped for a better position than this one.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'm just going to say, you know, like if you want to play insane, great chess, play the Caro-Kann. right?
No, I mean, it's a chaotic position, but only chaotic for Veselin. You often get the feeling with Veselin that he's, when he plays, that he's just on this suicide mission, this self-destructive mode. I mean, with white pieces to just suddenly come in this situation where everything's gone wrong.
Veselin carries a very big club. And when he lands fantastic. But when he misses, it's like a strikeout where he almost takes himself down. This looks like it's really rebounding very badly, and Hikaru is just being gifted a fabulous position. Alejandro.
Completely agree with the way that you're describing Veselin Topalov's play style. It's the way that he carries himself. Sometimes that blow just knocked back against himself. However, I do have to say something, Yasser. I think that you might be encouraging people to be playing the Caro-Kann. I will say do not fall for such a lure. I think that there's only one thing in common between French and Caro-Kann players, and there's a certain level of masochism to play some of these positions.
Oh, my.
I mean, these openings go in and out of crisis so often that I don't understand how some of the players that only play this opening make a living out of chess. But some of them do, and we've seen absolutely fantastic players rely on the Caro-Kann as their main weapon. We've seen back in the good old days, Anatoly Karpov being one of the great Caro-Kann players. In more recent times, we've had an entire team of Georgia, basically, of the country of Georgia, play the Caro-Kann exclusively and with excellent, excellent success. So there are always new ideas in this position. Now, one of the reasons you don't see it very often at the top level of chess is that it has the potential to be very wild. It does have the potential of being a little bit too risky in certain situations. But when sometimes the tournament says, this guy's not playing well, I need a point, Caro-Kann comes to the rescue. And you can count on Veselin on not playing one of the quieter lines that white does have at his disposal against the Caro-Kann, such as the main line, which is considered to be slightly dry. You can say that this guy is going to play something crazy, the fantasy variation, the e5 variation, and this is where we got it. He's just played the move f3, which was actually the engine's recommendation, instead of the immediate taking on e7. It displaces the bishop slightly, which takes the edge out of queen e5 check in certain variations, but still preferring black are pretty much all the engines. I'm going to update you on a couple of more games, as Wesley So has played a couple of quick moves here in his game against Anish Giri. Anish took on h5, instantly, bam, pawn takes e3. Wesley playing not only on the board, but also on the clock, putting the psychological pressure on his opponent. Pawn takes e3, knight takes e5 was Wesley's choice. The computer doesn't approve of this that much. The computer did think that the knight had an important role to play still in this position, but I can understand the desire to keep the pair of bishops in a position that can potentially open at any point. Knight takes e5, pawn takes e5 was played in this position. Now, you might be tempted by the move rook f5, but it's actually not so strong. After the move queen e2, you always have to watch out for the e4 break, and the rook is now in a very awkward position. Instead of playing that, you could recover the pawn by playing the move g6, kicking the queen out. That was a computer recommendation. Instead, Wesley played the move bishop c5, ignoring the pawn on e5 completely, going for the one on e3, which is pretty much doomed. White does have to finish his development at some point, and he does it by playing rook f1. He would like to castle, but that's obviously illegal, so he played the move rook f1 in this position, and finally Wesley is thinking a little bit. The idea is that you're exchanging this rook on f8 before black has the possibility of connecting the rooks, allowing him control over the f-file. Computers are not so impressed about how Wesley has handled the position. They think that after this, for example, bishop takes e3, rook takes f8, queen takes f8, and a move like queen f3 simplifying the position, the pair of bishops will give black a little bit of an advantage in the long run. But because there is the possibility of installing a knight on d4, there should be enough compensation to more or less hold something between equality and a slight edge for the black side. So not the most incisive continuation from Wesley So, but still a position where I prefer to be black.
Thank you, Alejandro. First of all, such sacrilege. Can you imagine he's talking down the Caro-Kann? I remember the words of the great Michael Tal. Michael Tal was in a Soviet championship once where he needed a win with the black pieces to win the event. And his opponent opened up e4, and instead of playing the Sicilian, which everybody and his brother expected, the Caro-Kann was played.
Are you sure it wasn't just a slip that instead of c5 he just stopped at c6?
And after the game, which was unfortunately drawn, Michael Tal was double guessed as opening choice. And he said, well, when I'm black and they play e4, I use the Sicilian to draw the game. But when I want to win, I play the Caro-Kann. You see?
Times have really changed because it
I'm shocked.
How could you, Alejandro? We're coming back to this Wesley-Anish game.
Yes.
I mean, I am actually quite taken aback with Wesley's decision of capturing the e5 knight with a knight, because it seems like such a clear-cut variation to take the e5 with the bishop.
Yes.
And this really nice idea, bishop d7, bishop e8.
Totally agreed. That
Developing, because if once your knight comes on e5, Yasser, that's a monster.
Indeed it is. And in conjunction with the idea of bishop e8 to g6 and the knight, when it does land on the e5 square, it's eyeballing the d3 square. That
so dangerous.
That just looked like, okay, it's a layup. Let's go for that. Keeping the bishop, well, again, you know, these grandmasters, they just love the two bishops. Makes sense. But as Alejandro was pointing out, okay, you do win your pawn back after bishop takes e3, rook takes f1, queen takes f1, but queen takes f8, pardon me, queen f3, but you are giving white the chance to establish the knight back in the center, fight for equality, because I do still like by a smidge, I mean Wesley's position, but it just doesn't feel as incisive as the bishop takes e5. So an easy move to double guess.
No, absolutely. I mean, I would say it's only by a smidge better now if we get this sort of a position or this ending. If the queens are traded off, which they have to be in this particular position, I mean, you could take on bishop
c5.
Queen c5
keeps it alive.
Right, like you've got knight b3, rook d1, knight will come to d4 at some point.
Right.
You know, also like king e2, a move like king e2, attacking the bishop.
Well, yes.
And then you've got rook f1 coming right after.
Well, if the queens remain on, yes.
So, for example, if you go queen c5, here, let's just take a look at this variation.
Sure, what you're saying. Queen c5.
King e2 could be an interesting possibility.
And
well, if it's not, Alejandro will tell us immediately.
Well, I'll take on d2.
And I'm just wondering if I can go rook f1 even here.
Well, there's queen b5 check. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I take on d2. This is too
right.
This is too much.
But if you can, what you're actually saying, Tanya, is if you can get this position with rook f1, then the queen's favor white, keeping the queen is on the board. So
it just doesn't seem as bad for white as it would have been if bishop e5 is followed up, keeping the knights on the board. And I mean, the pawn structure is all. Well, we've got a caller with us, so let's get him on board and we'll get back to this position right after. Tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi there. My name is Reagan, and I'm calling from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I just have a couple questions for Yasser, if that's okay.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So the first one is, out of all of these players who are playing in the London Chess Classic right now, which particular player is your personal favorite? And the second one is, which two games do you are most likely today to have a decisive result? And I'm looking actually at Kramnik versus MBL.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your question. First of all, Eric Hansen, dear friend Eric Hansen, and I have a standing running joke with Eric about Manitoba. I say, well, Eric, you got to go to Manitoba and raise the attendance of the chess club. You know, you could double it by if there's one member of the Manitoba Chess Club, you could double their membership by going to Manitoba. So, first of all, Manitoba, welcome to the show. Wonderful. The question about my favorite, that's easy, Vishy. First of all, he's the oldest player in the tournament, and I've known him since he was a junior player, and I've admired him throughout his entire career. There's so many great players, but I have to mention Vishy and Vladimir Kramnik especially, because Vladimir, to my mind, is just one of the great chess players I've ever seen, and a real gentleman at the chessboard. Nothing but great things. The wins, well, that's easy. Look at the game of
Before you go to that, yes, between a Vishy and a Vlad, who would you be rooting for?
Vishy. sorry, Vladimir, you're putting me on the spot, but Vishy, I mean, again, it's the age and just, I've known him for so long and I've admired him for very long. I recall when Vladimir was really coming up, Garry Kasparov was Vladimir's biggest fan, which is a kind of an irony because Vladimir ended up uprooting Garry Kasparov, who's the world's #1 player and world champion and so on. And Vladimir was actually a second for Garry, worked with him, and Garry insisted that Vladimir be put on the team for the Manila Olympiad, and Vladimir took a gold medal on the board that he was on. Even though he wasn't qualified, Garry said, "Me boss, he's on our team." So Vladimir was a little bit hidden, but then he just emerged, and what a star he's been. Okay, as far as the decisive games, again, very easily for me to pick Hikaru. And I'm looking at this game of Vladimir. I really do like his position still, even though it looks very balanced. This knight on c5 is just such an excellent knight, and white can always get rid of his isolated pawn with a good punch, too, when he plays the move d4, d5. So very nice advantage, I'm going to say, for Vladimir. Very nice advantage for Hikaru. Wesley may have slipped a little bit, just a little bit, but okay, advantages there. Very combative chess all across the board. Tanya, take us to where you'd like to go.
Well, I have to agree with that endgame that you were just talking about, and maybe we can pull that up, Yasser.
Okay. The Vladimir Kramnik
right.
ending, and also I noticed, by the way, that she's still that pawn to the good. This is the ending. Yes.
I mean, this is, I feel, such an instructive position at the position that we have on the board, just simply because when we look at it, we see that the material is balanced.
Yes.
You know, it's an endgame, and you might get this feeling that, hey,
it should be a draw, easy.
Exactly, but it's actually far from that. I would say white is clearly better here. Like you mentioned, the d5 break. If you get that, the bishop on g2 is a complete monster in the position.
Right.
Your bishop on c8 is an absolute opposite of that. It's basically a dot, doing nothing at all.
Precisely.
I think black, the only thing that black can try for is to try to get an f4 maybe at some point. That could be the only...
To open up his bishop, yep.
To open up the bishop, to do something, but I just don't see, you know, the open files, it's easier for white to capture them. Just no material advantage, and yes, it's an endgame, but that just doesn't mean that it's an equal position. And again, yes, this is such a Kramnik position, you know, the kind which he... Actually, this isn't anyone's position. Any of the top players are going to love this with white.
Exactly.
But just to convert this, I mean, he's a master of conversion. I would bet that this game, though, despite having material balance, not too many pieces, I mean, not the queens are off the board, Vladimir will be able to convert this position.
Reel it in. It just has that feel that Vladimir is on the verge of big successes here. And again, it's so easy for white to bring his rooks into play. Rook E1, rook E7, rook D1. The immediate D5, by the way, let me just go back. The immediate D5 I also find very attractive. If you recapture, I like this move, rook D1, and capturing with the rook, booting that knight out of... It all feels good. Just all of the pluses in the position seem to be on white's side of the table.
Black can never play b6, kicking out the knight simply because of the weakness of the c6 pawn.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Maurice in London with a special guest.
We are with Grandmaster Luke McShane, one of England's top players, and actually he defeated one Magnus Carlsen right here at this event a few years ago. Welcome to the show, Luke.
Hi, thank you.
Now, this event is just a wonderful one. I'm sure you've played in it before, and you just be rubbing your hands at the possibility of being able to play in it again. What does it feel like to watch these great players playing right here in London?
Well, it's fantastic, of course. I mean, it's so nice to have these players come to London. It's a privilege, actually. It's a great city. I'm very proud. I grew up in London, lived here all my life, I'm very proud to have these players coming here and be able to watch them. And once upon a time, I was butting heads with them as well.
Yeah, it's funny for me. It was the same, the honor in New York City to have the World Championship come to your home city. Exactly. Absolutely thrilling. Now we're watching some history being made as well. Grandmaster Wesley So, we see him playing today against Anish Giri. Now in the 2800 club. What have you felt about this young man as he just seemed to be on a meteoric rise?
He could do no wrong at the moment. It's kind of well, he's doing great. I mean, he's winning. He seems to be winning game after game. A lot of the time, it's really difficult to beat these really strong players. To create winning chances is one of the hardest things you can do. A lot of players, I think, they get to a lower level, and it's just really hard to make chances against players above 2750. Wesley So, he's having no problems. They're just they're falling into his lap at the moment. So yeah, he's doing great.
Yeah, certainly with a very nice position today. Let's take it down to the next position. We have one Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently playing, if you may tap that board for me for a second, playing against Vladimir Kramnik. And Kramnik, have you played Kramnik before?
Yeah.
What's your feel about playing against this guy? He's like a Russian boa constrictor. Yeah. He gets you in your clutches, and you're going to go down.
I've got a terrible record against Kramnik. He beat me time after time. 1-1 game, but no, he's a very tough opponent for me. So.
How about this position here? What do you feel about his chances to win this position?
I think Maxim will not be happy with the way this opening has gone. Kramnik looks to have just the kind of light kind of pressure, or even actually quite serious pressure that he's used to. I think Black won't be happy.
Yeah,
here at all.
This is Kramnik. Yeah. This is what you say. Don't have this on your board against Vladimir Kramnik. It does look like he has quite a bit of pressure here. The next game down, we see a couple of players, Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. It looks like a level-ish position. What's your take on this position and the players themselves?
Yeah, this one looks pretty level. Levon very solid in these kind of positions. This must have been E4, E5, something like that. Levon always very solid at defending these with Black, even when he's a little bit, even when he's under a bit of pressure. Maybe he could be under a bit of pressure. I don't know. I'd probably take White, but not by much here. Fabiano, well, he can make something out of nothing pretty well. So.
Number 2 player in the world. What do you think of his chances of maybe being a real challenger? Well, clearly he's a challenger already, but maybe even overtaking Magnus Carlsen.
Well, can always happen. I mean, yeah, he's got. like we were saying about Wesley So, he's got that ability to create winning chances against anybody. That's so important. That's what Magnus has got himself. Maybe he's got a little bit more of that, but Fabiano is one of those players who can do it too.
U.S. champion, Olympic champion as well. And now we go down to your countryman, Michael Adams. He is the wild card in this event, and he's taking it on the chin a couple of rounds. Last year he didn't lose a single game, but this time around they're trying to punish him, and this position looks very difficult. He's down upon against Viswanathan Anand with the move G5 in the position as well. Not a place you'd really like to be. What do you think he's feeling right now, having to battle against these kind of opponents at this level?
It's very tough, and you never want to be in a tournament like this. You never want to feel like the guy who's getting targeted. If you start to sort of show some weakness, then everybody makes an extra effort to beat you. So that's you don't want to get stuck there. I've been stuck there. It's not fun.
You lose your confidence as well.
Exactly.
Right?
It kills your confidence, and it's so hard to kind of dig yourself out of that. On the other hand, here, he's under a bit of pressure, but he'll be hoping that he can somehow recover the pawn on e4. He's got a good pair of rooks, so. Reasonable compensation for the pawn.
He's played. Anand has played the move knight f3 actually in this position.
So this looks a little more comfortable for white maybe, but black is probably still hoping for equality on a
and
good
all
day.
the fans here in London hoping for him to somehow get some points as well, save this game and not go down. And finally, this position with one of my countrymen, Hikaru Nakamura. Started off the tournament with a loss to one Wesley So, fellow American as well. But this game, this position, we were looking at some variations. This one is wild, a very typical position for Hikaru. Of course, Topalov is one who loves wild positions as well, but I'm not sure if he's as crazy as Nakamura is.
Yeah, and also today, I don't think he's. I think he can handle crazy positions as well as anyone in the world. But sometimes a bad position is a bad position, and this one looks more bad than crazy.
No development for white in this position. The Indians are loving the black pieces. Well, I know you're enjoying this. We're enjoying this. Thanks very much for joining us, Luke. Grandmaster Luke McShane, one of the great players that you'll find here at the London Chess Classic. You can't turn one way or the other without seeing one of the great players here. Make sure you take a trip down whenever you can.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, I love the holiday cheer with the red sweater there. I just want to point out there's a really sharp continuation that is possible in the game between Fabiano and Levon Aronian. When we left it, we expected this trade of bishops on the e6 square. Bishop e3 takes on c3. Now, the automatic recapture that I was looking at with Alejandro a moment ago was b takes c3. It occurs to me that there's an opportunity of capturing on e5 with a double attack against the knight on f6, as well as unmasking an attack against the bishop on a7. If we continue the variation I was just looking at, bishop takes e3, let's grab that knight on f6. Again, this bishop on e3 is hanging. I put the bishop on h6, take on g7. Notice at the end of this whole line, there's no pawn shield in front of black's king. I captured on c3. I can just continue this line up to this point, and after bishop takes c3, the immediate queen b3 does not win a pawn because of queen f6, but there's another double attack in the position, queen d3, attacking both the pawn on a6 as well as the bishop on d4, and this might give white some prospects. Of course, just again to continue the line, queen f6, it's a very deep line. Queen takes d3. I can imagine black putting his bishop on d4 and saying he's okay, but I'm always attracted to positions where my opponent's king has no pawn shield, and this is a potential going on in this game that could suddenly turn tactics.
Very interesting. Well, we're going to see how this one turns out, but for now, we're going into a short break, but that's just for us. Our viewers, please log on to chess24.com for the today's winning move puzzle.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. See you at chess24.com.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the London Chess Classic, and we are going to jump straight into the Vessel and Hikaru game because that seems to have just blown up.
Absolutely, across the board. I think a lot of games blew up on a break. What a time for a break. When we left it, we had just left it, we saw this move f2, f3 by Vessel and Topolov attacking the bishop. The bishop dropped back to the f5 square, and then came knight takes e7.
Rook
We
b8.
saw the move rook b8, and we were combining it with the ideas of playing queen e5 check first, rook b8, and king takes e7, or do we play rook b8 right away?
The
Eventually,
king e7 runs into the b4. I mean, the main idea of rook b8 is to stop the queen b4 check. A very human approach to
exactly.
stop queen b4. I mean, why play king e7?
And then Veselin, not liking the position, following a queen move and queen e5 check and king takes e7, decided to really mix things up by sacrificing his queen. He's played the move knight takes f5, eliminating both bishops, and we know how much Veselin loves the bishops. Rook takes b5, grabbing the queen, knight takes g7 with a check, and we're up to date with the players. Let's try to get a grasp of what would be the material imbalances following king f8, take that rook on b5.
Do you want to go knight e6 check first before you take that rook just to grab another pawn? Here you just go king g7, right?
You know me, I'm a pawn grubber. I'm just thinking about it. Sure, why not? Let's start with knight takes e6 check, f takes e6, take, and what do we have? Okay, so white has bishop and rook against queen, and 1, 2, 3, 4
and
versus, and, well, hold on, and a pawn. But white doesn't have any development either. Notice almost all of his pieces on the first rank. First instinct is it has to be very good for black. Is it decisive or not? I mean, again, all of these pieces, these white pieces still on the first rank, it's going to take a lot of time for white to get his king into position, because it's also annoyingly, whenever you're getting ready to castle short, there's a queen b6 that will prevent that, derail that idea.
At some point, the knight will jump to e5.
And the knight is ready to jump in the position. But if I'll give it to you, Tanya. If you had Hikaru's position at this exact moment, black to play, what moves do you find attractive?
I mean, there's no doubt. Let's just start with the judgment of the position. There's no doubt that black is completely better here.
Yes.
Not only just because of being ahead materially. I mean, look at white's pieces. They're still on the first rank except a knight on b3, which means nothing at all. The first thing that does come to my mind is to try to get my rook on h8 into the game.
Clear.
So one way is to play rook g8, just stopping even your bishop on f1 from making any development moves.
Right.
And
Very sensible.
Yeah, because I want to keep your pieces as non-coordinated as possible in the position.
Fair enough.
I would definitely put my queen on b6 or a7 or b6, one of these squares, putting pressure on your pawns and stopping your king from castling or...
Something also perhaps to be said for queen to c2. That kind of keeps an eye on your piece development.
Absolutely.
That's a nice one. And maybe the rook could flip over to a8. Very uncoordinated pieces for white.
I think white has to play something like bishop d2 and try and put pressure on the b4 pawn.
Right.
I mean, I'm just trying to see what white can do here as well, trying to maintain some pressure, and bishop d2, rook c1 comes into my mind.
Absolutely. You want to develop as quickly as possible. Bishop d2, rook c1. I just think that there's a plethora of nice choices here for Hikaru. And, you know, sometimes it's a little bit awkward or difficult to weigh those things. I think regardless of whatever you think about the future, you're going to need to get your rook into the game. And I think king f7 is a move that's always going to fit with whether you go queen a7 and queen b6 or queen c2 or rook g8 or rook a8. I like Hikaru's position very much. I just think it's going to be a really difficult chore for Veselin to coordinate his pieces. Alejandro, what say ye?
Well, Yasser, I'm going to put it more bluntly. One side has a queen and the other one doesn't. I mean, Topolov is completely lost in this position. I don't see what he is even thinking about. King F8 going into this variation looks suicidal. You actually probably do want to take the extra pawn because materially you're already doing quite badly as it is. Bishop H6 you think might actually create some threats, but the problem is that after Queen E5 check, there's a very forced sequence here after King F2. It seems like almost black is doing nothing, but actually after Queen B2 check, there's just a whole world of problems here for the king here on F2. This doesn't really work. D takes E4 is also in business. So King F5 you really do have to take on E6, takes on E6. And the problem here is that after pawn takes here on B5, as you mentioned, Tania, Rook G8, the complete lack of development of White's position means that it's black that has the initiative. And if black has more material, and he has the initiative, and because he has a queen, he can attack the enemy king, whereas White can't. What does White have exactly? He has nothing in this position. No, this position should just be lost. Yeah, it has some conversion problems. The pair of bishops, if they coordinate, could be a problem. There is ways for Hikaru to go inaccurately in the position and make a lot of problems for himself. But objectively, the position is just winning for him. He can also even consider to not play the move King F8. The analysts are saying the King E7 is just as good. It does not win the material back immediately, but because the knight is basically stuck on the G7 square, completely trapped, it will be picked off at some point or another. So actually black doesn't need to hurry and play King F8 if he chooses not to. But honestly, both are really good options. And I think King F8 is just a more human move.
Approach.
You just take the material immediately. Why delay on it? While that was happening, we've had many moves in another couple of games. As I see that Hikaru has just reached for his king and actually played the move King E7. You know, Hikaru's an amazing calculator, and it seems that he's not afraid of going into the complications, leaving the knight on G7 alive for the time being. He has played the move King E7. Tapala looks a little bit mesmerized by that move, but the computers are giving it the stamp of approval. He immediately takes that rook on B5, and Hikaru, he's been doing this quite often. He thinks for a while, only move pawn takes B5, and then he plays a quick move that blunders away the advantage. So this is not the first time he does this in this tournament, actually. He also played 92 almost instantly against Wesley. Another bad move here by Hikaru. And actually, this one is not so difficult to explain why it's bad. He needed to play after pawn takes b5, queen e5 check first in order to control the diagonal, so as that when the king moves or the bishop moves, let's say bishop b2 for example, then you go knight c5 and you intensify the pressure down on this side of the board. Knight d3 could be an idea. Of course, the knight is not being able to be captured because I can take the rook on a1. The knight on c5 is doing a very important job. Similar to this position, you would think, is the move knight c5 immediately, since after knight takes c5, also queen e5 check wins the exchange. I obviously don't take the knight, even though that's also good for black. The problem in the position arises that after knight c5, the move bishop b2 now covers a very, very important diagonal, and you can see the power of this bishop. He must be relying on knight takes b3, pawn takes b3, and I'm assuming the whole point of his play is to play this dangerous-looking move queen c2. Unfortunately for him, the bishop has just enough room on the diagonal to not be trapped by any means. There's a couple of choices. He can even play rook a7 check, which leads to crazy complications, or he can go for bishop d4. And it seems that because the knight on g7 has not been captured, and notice that it's not so easy to capture it anymore, now that the bishop's on the same diagonal as the knight, he will have some tactical problems recovering it. He's down material at the moment, as white has two minor pieces and a rook for the queen. This means that he might have to force a perpetual against a pretty exposed king here on e1 if he isn't finding a way of getting his material back.
Wow, quite a change. Very quickly, this move, and some thought about the move king e7.
And that is the moment when Hikaru just blitzed out this move, but it looks like he's actually given away a huge chunk of his advantage, but we see on the screen, Yasser, how confidently Hikaru went for this.
Yeah, as if it was all worked out, all part of the blueprint. And that difference between getting, for white, to get the bishop on the long diagonal and how crucial that is. And you think about it and you go, yeah, because still there's a knight on g7. You don't want to see that bishop on that diagonal, and why queen e5 check was so important. Absolutely. All across the board, we have a lot of games going on. Let's just check in to see our current, for those who are just joining us late, our matchups as well as our current standings.
Well, this is what the situation is. Wesley So leads the tournament and is our big Grand Master leader as well. He is at 2.5. He's playing Anish Giri today. And he's in a game, well, it looks like it was all going to be Wesley, but Anish is holding on right now. Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, and Vladimir Kramnik all at 2. And Vishy Anand against Mickey Adams, a pawn up endgame, something that baffled all of us. Why did Mickey give that pawn? It seemed completely unnecessary. Well, Vishy Anand has been on fire, but yesterday suffered a loss. He's right now on 50%. Anish Giri, Hikaru Nakamura also on 50%. A very interesting turn of events in the game, Hikaru versus Veselin, where it seemed like Veselin had gone on the self-destruct mode, but he is coming out of it as Hikaru has blitzed out an idea which seems very, very questionable. Let's also take a look at the matchups of today. We've got Fabiano Caruana up against Levon Aronian, a position that does seem quite balanced at the moment as both players have handled the opening pretty well. Vladimir Kramnik is up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It seems all Kramnik in this game going into an endgame that might seem materials balanced, queens are off, is it equal? But it's actually far from it. It is all Vladimir in that game. Veselin Topalov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Well, this game definitely did promise us a lot of action on the board, and it's not disappointing us. Vishy Anand up against Mickey Adams. Well, I've got to say this also looks like it's all Vishy. Anish versus Wesley. Anish got into a lot of trouble with white against an extremely well-prepared Wesley So and an extremely in-form Wesley So, but he's just surviving.
Very nice. Great matchups and very combative games. We have a phone caller.
Yes, we do, Yasser. Well, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Robert Marmerstein. I'm from Farmville, Virginia.
Hi, Robert. Welcome to the show.
I'm very much enjoying your broadcast. Thank you. Wonderful analysis. I'm wondering, earlier you were talking about the Nakamura-Topalov game, and you were analyzing rook to g8.
Yes.
I wondered why the queen fork on c3 isn't playable.
All right, Robert. Well, we'll take a look at that right away. In the game that Robert just asked us about, there was this moment where after capturing, there was this queen fork on queen c3 or even queen e5 check. It is playable, Robert, but don't forget that this knight on b3 does defend. So whether you check on c3 or e5, you can't. You just can't grab the rook. The rook's defended.
Well, it's just simply defended. Luckily for Veselin,
Very luckily, otherwise
it would be game over very, very soon.
Exactly. And after the move knight c5, as Alejandro pointed out, that might have cost Hikaru the lion's share of his advantage, because I really do like this move bishop b2 like a whole lot, and who wouldn't? I mean, establishing the bishop on that diagonal, some very nice targets on f6, and again, when this knight ever does get captured on g7, it's very promising that the bishop will just put one more move on the board. Knight takes b3, a takes b3. Guess what? This rook, you know, after bishop d4, this rook could come down to a7 check, and if black doesn't do something very quickly, the worm could turn, and as Alejandro said, maybe it will be time to bail out with a perpetual check, if possible.
Very interesting, the move knight c5, echoing Robert's idea. He wants to take on b3 and go queen c3 check and take on a1. So bishop b2 just makes so much sense in this position, and this is so surprising because I just thought king f8 was such a normal move. You know, you want to grab the piece, you just want to be queen up for much less material, like if you look at his position.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with the move king e7, Tanya, but here was the problem. You do, in fact, want to grab that knight on g7. You just do it in a variation that might have gone queen e5 check,
Rook
bishop
g8.
e8, and rook g8. And again, crucially, not allowing this bishop to take over the a1 diagonal, just stopping the bishop from going to b2, and essentially saying to white, okay, it's your turn. Your bishop's
What's your
on
compensation?
There you have it. So that's a big change. And going to Alejandro, what's happening in our tournament leader, Wesley So and Anishgiri.
We have developments in this game for sure. We haven't seen this game in a while. We left it off around bishop c5, rook f1, and this did happen. Bishop takes c3. The rooks were traded on f8, and we expected this move queen f3, diminishing black's advantage. And the players continue quite logically. Knight takes f3, bishop d7, rook d1. The rook came to f8. And c4 was a choice by Anish, trying to undermine the center here. A little bit dangerous, as black does have the pair of bishops, but he has everything under control. After bishop c6, here, however, he played an extremely lazy move. He immediately played knight d4 instead of calculating the move king e2 first, and I'm going to explain the difference. Here, after knight d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, rook f5, he's going to be losing this pawn on e5. And the big deal is that if I take on d5 and you take on e5 check, you do not want to take here first, takes check, because I have bishop e4, so watch out for that. If I take immediately here, rook takes e5 check, I go wherever with the king, doesn't matter, king f2. Bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. This is a position where black's just up a pawn. You could try to convert this with black, some technical difficulties, yada yada. But if you had played king e2 first and go for basically the same variation, bishop b6, knight d4, bishop takes, rook takes. You see how I've won a tempo compared to the other line because my king's on e2 and not in e1. Rook f5, pawn takes d5, rook e5. Now I can play king d3, and on bishop takes d5, I am more than happy to trade all the pieces because even though I'm down a pawn at the end, I'm going to recover this very easily. If you take with the rook, you actually risk losing because my king is so much more active than yours. King d4. And perhaps you can hold it, but I mean, nobody's really going to go into this with black. And if you take with the pawn, then after the very simple move, rook f4, cutting off your king on this position, I can just go up with my king on the very next move and capture your pawn. You're going to be at least tied down to it. This should be a very simple draw. I don't see how I'm going to make anything out of the tempo that I have. So king e2 basically just won a free tempo in this position, and I'm not so sure why he didn't first play king e2 instead of playing knight d4 immediately. If the move d4 is just not dangerous at all. First of all, tactically, I can take the pawn and go into and draw an endgame. And even if I couldn't, even then I can just play b4 and maybe even play for 3 results. As suddenly the pawn on d4 is a little bit weakened in certain scenarios. And if I can keep the rook out of f2, it's hard to see how black's going to make progress. Not very happy about the way that Anish is playing. Even though he's going to be down a pawn, I still think that it is closer to a draw than it is to a win, as if we go to the position in the game after rook f5, I don't, of course, have to take on the position here on d5. I can instead just play something like b4, try to challenge the bishop being on c6, rook takes e5 check, king d2, and maybe play against the fact that the rook on e5 is not great, that there is pressure against the d5 pawn. Black never really wants to take on c4 and create so many weaknesses. So Giri still has a lot of resources, but I thought he could have made his life a lot easier by just playing this important move king e2 before he did. Another bunch of developments here in the game between Kramnik and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We see that Kramnik is indeed up a pawn. You would think this is almost winning with the power of the bishop, but the computers are saying there's still a couple of technical difficulties. First, how did we get here? After the move, all the way back here, knight d6, rook d1, knight b5. d5 was played, very simple calculation for somebody as strong as Vladimir Kramnik. The point is that after knight c3, pawn takes c6, knight takes d1, that very important check, and I'm going to explain why this check is important. Bishop d5 check, king h8, c takes b7, bishop takes b7, bishop takes b7, rook d8, and knight e6. And this is why the check was important, is that the king is not defending the rook on g8 anymore, so this fork has even more power. After the move rook f8, takes, king f1, knight c3, we have the position on the board in which black has to be very worried about this passed pawns and the possibility of creating a passed pawn on the a file would just win. Unfortunately for Kramnik, it's not so easy to create it just yet, and a lot of the moves that he would like to play almost lose a pawn. For example, a4 runs into rook b8. I can't move the rook yet because a2 is hanging. a3 also runs into rook b8, after which I would have to play rook c1. If he plays, for example, the move king e1, well, it's not really threatening to come with the king any closer. So just a little bit of technical difficulties here for Kramnik out of nowhere. That being said, this is clearly a 2-result game. Kramnik is going to be pushing hard with an extra pawn. And guys, I'm going to let you analyze what's happened in the game between Anand and Ananda Adams.
Thank you for that analysis, Alejandro. Well, before we go ahead with the games, we've got a caller with us. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, both Tania and Yas. I am Ram, calling from Hyderabad, India.
Hi, Ram.
Hi, Ram.
Yeah, I would like to share my opinion about the World Championship format.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I don't know, yes, whether you know anything about cricket. In cricket, we have like 5-day test match and a 1-day match and then T20 match. But we don't have any world championship for test match, which is for 5 days. And then we have a world championship for 1 day and T20. In chess, we have 3 formats, this classic and then rapid and then blitz. But, why there's no championship for test matches, it's really difficult for all organizers, players, and then, sponsors. For everyone, it is difficult to, for doing it for so long. So in chess also, if you keep it for too long in classical variation, I believe it is really difficult for everyone. And basically, what I want to tell you is, championship, a world champion has to be, he has to be good in all the formats. Like, it has to be a world champion is one who is good in both rapid and classic. So I would like to be, so.
Well, thank you for your view there. Okay, cricket, as we know, is the Indian sport, the British sport of choice, and I actually like
the Swidler's sport of choice.
Yeah, and I actually like watching cricket. Living in Europe, I get some of the BBC channels, and I enjoy it. But I always have this difficulty with chess. I mean, we always like to compare sports and chess and how we do with boxing and tennis and how they match up. But chess is chess. And sometimes it's just better not to include other sports and make the comparisons. Well, it sounds to me like the cricket federations of the world need to do something about Ram's complaint. But again, going back to the formats of chess, if you do have this classical games of chess and rapid chess and blitz game, I'm the purist type. I say, let's just keep them separate. You want to run the marathon? Run the marathon. You want to run the 10,000 meter? Run the 10. You want to run the 100 meters? Don't use the marathon to break a tie, or don't use 100 meters to break a tie between the marathon runners. I like to keep them separate, but again, it's opening up a Pandora's box if we go there.
Arguments on both sides.
Yeah.
Sir, but I know you don't like the comparison to other sports, but every sport out there that has moved towards something has made their time controls, however you want to define time control, as a faster one.
Exactly.
Whether you define time control by how long between one side scores and or against the other, or how long a game takes. For example, you were saying for shot clocks in every professional sport, for example, cricket, as he was giving the example, has actually shortened the amount of days that a game takes. Even things, well, there's many sports in which they've made it easier to score a point, for example, volleyball, in which you don't have to have the serve anymore.
Exactly.
So they've actually made games faster and faster, and I think that even though chess has made some progress towards it, we don't have the ridiculous Germans that we used to have, and we don't have the extensive time controls that we used to, I still think they're a little long. I mean, we are in a scenario where we have competition not only from traditional sports, but also from esports or video game sports that we're talking about. And these games, which last 1 to 1.5 hours tops, are being played over world championships that last 5-6 days maximum, whereas ours last 3 weeks. I mean,
yes,
that's a very big difference.
Well, there's no question, Alejandro, that we live in the fast-paced information age, and our lives have sped up to, gosh, the 5-minute shower from the once-a-week bath. But before you throw tradition out, before you just say, the 24-game World Championship match is an anachronism from a different era, a different age, keep in mind that the tradition of the World Chess Championship, the cachet, the intellectual cachet that comes with having a World Championship that is so hard fought over such a long period of time, has played an incredible role in building up the intellectual sport of the world of chess. Imagine that Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky had only played a 12-game match. It would have never been as captivating as it was. I remember being in Bonn for the Vichy Anand Vladimir Kramnik match. At the start, Bond wasn't even aware that there was a World Championship match in its midst. Suddenly there came television reports and newspaper articles, and instead of having a crowded theater in games 1, 2, or 3, the crowds really started showing up at the end. And at the end of the match, it was too short. The organizer was complaining. He was like, we've sold out completely. Oh, please, Kramnik, win one more game so we can extend the match. Vichy won the match with the black pieces early, and that was over. So again, we're speeding up everything. I got it. Been there, done that. We're speeding up everything. Now we're in competition with movies and games and entertainment. And, well, but guess what? Chess is just a beautiful art, and don't destroy it in your attempts to save it.
Well, let me just start by saying I hope that once a week shower thing was a real joke from your side. But moving on to this entire argument about the time thing, I mean, I think the times are just very different now. In today's day of everything going digital and, you know, people having this attention problem with things that are too long or too time-taking.
Anything over 30 seconds, 15 seconds of
you
fame.
lose your audience. But if you've got to get a sport popularized and something that is taken in by the spectators with the action, definitely in chess nothing sells like rapid or blitz. Yes, for the classical, it's the classical chess that has got the quality in it. There is no doubt about it. But I think you have to put a line to it at some point. And like I've been saying, yes, for me, a 12-game line, I think it makes a lot of sense simply because you've given enough opportunity to the players to score a win in the classical, and then you do. In fact, if you see all the top tournaments in the world, they have realized that the best tiebreaks for chess are games itself. And not having a tiebreak system which involves different aspects, you know, who you played at what time, what the score was. You have got to have a chess game. Now, the question is, what kind of a game? It's pretty simple. You've got to shorten the time.
Well,
more classical games would only mean more draws.
Again, I think it's a Pandora's box,
Yes.
and we could argue all the time. I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. Very, very, very strongly disagree. But please, we'll go back to
What we don't disagree on is how exciting the games have gotten.
I wanted to come to the game of Vichy Adams and Mickey Adams for a second. Oops, I clicked the wrong game. I didn't understand what Mickey was doing. He just blundered the pawn. I mean, we were talking about provocation or oversight of the game of Fabiano and Levon for a moment, but when Vichy just took this pawn on e5 and Mickey failed to play the move bishop takes c4, Levon, pardon me, Alejandro was scratching his head because in all the lines he was looking at, white was just a pawn up. And after this move g4, a move that I found confusing was knight g4. If he had just captured on g4, knight takes g4, knight d5, I just love everything about Vichy's position. Just he's going to be the two bishops up, horrible pawn structure. I like this very much. He chose the immediate knight d4, and I still like his position very much indeed. Mickey's just played terribly in this tournament, and this game especially just feels all wrong for Britain's number one. Alejandro, your take? Insight?
This has been a very strange game so far between Anand and Adams. I'm not very convinced that the way that Anand has pursued his advantage is exactly the best way to do so. After the move g4, actually, the engines were screaming, just take it.
Yes.
Pawn takes, knight takes, and then, as you were mentioning, knight d4 here in this position. Computers don't really see a problem with this continuation. Of course, giving up the dark squared bishop, even if I have to just live with the fact that I gave my pawn back, you can see that the pair of bishops is dominant in this position. But I don't even have to worry about that. After f3, I'm attacking the knight, and then the pawn on h6 is hanging. This is not good for black. Pawn takes g4 was the easiest. Knight d4, takes, bishop takes h3. The computers were still saying it's possible to play like this. You can take on h6 if you wanted to. But after rook e3, the precise move, bishop g4, is kind of bringing Adams back into the game. It's not so easy to create anything anymore. I'm assuming that he'll play rook g3, as I don't see any way to improve the position without this move. You have to play rook g3 in order to get control over this file. And I think the move that maybe Vishy missed was this move, bishop c7. It is very important, and the computers are saying only move in the position to really retain equal chances. Now, partially the problem for white is that if you put the rook on g2, there will be many cases that after king h8, also forced, bishop takes h6, rook g8, I'm going to have the possibility of playing bishop h3. Now, in the position with the rook on g3, this was never really an option, and I'm not really worried as white when I have a rook on g3. But with the rook on g2, I'm worried about bishop h3 forcing me to exchange on g8, and suddenly black's pieces are swarming against my king. Computers are saying that that's enough counterplay for the pawn. So instead of this, he could go for bishop c7 and protect the rook with the move f4. But you can see that this cuts up the bishop attacking the pawn. Black would be able to play h5, defending the bishop on g4, since there's no longer an f3 idea. And the game has become quite complex. There are still some variations in which white can exploit the pin here on the g file to win a pawn, but because of his overexposed pawn structure, it's not going to be so easy to convert. So I think that Anand has botched this up a little bit. I still prefer his position, but it's not so easy. To go into the Karana game against Aronian, that looks completely locked up to me. I think this is very close to just being a draw. I don't see why either side would be better. The knight on g3, it's a close position, but it doesn't have any anchor squares. We've been talking about this issue of not having anchor squares for the knight over and over again. And the bishop on b6, even though it's terrible, at some point it can just play c6 and bring it back into the game. I don't think it's really that bad. Computers are saying dead equal. I tend to agree with their evaluation. I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends in a draw at some point, even though Fabiano Caruana seems to not want to just concede the half point immediately. Now let's jump into the tactical melee of the game. The game between Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura. We've got a couple of moves. Knight c5, bishop b2, as we expected. This move was almost mandatory. Knight takes b3, pawn takes b3, and then bam, queen f4. Perhaps this was what Hikaru was trying to play. And there are very tricky variations. For example, if the rook gets all the way to c2, only 2 moves, you can see how that's going to spell doom here for the white side. Bishop e2 is playable, but a little risky. You could play also rook d1, trying to solidify the position. The computers have a very concrete way of just drawing the game, and computers are good at this, just finding concrete solutions to very difficult problems. Now, rook a7 check pretty much forces black's hand. If I go king f8, then I'm trapping this rook here on h8, and after knight takes e6, pawn takes e6, even advancing the pawn here on b6 might be even a little bit dangerous for the black side. Notice that this bishop is attacking f6. This mess on the king side is not so easy to resolve. Playable for both sides, but perhaps not the most accurate for black. Perhaps knight d7 is a little bit better. Then the point is that after knight f5 check, pawn takes f5, I can take the rook on h8, which was, first you need to take on d7. Let me explain why. If I take immediately, I have queen e3 check picking up the rook. So I first need to take on d7, and bishop takes h8. And we have this kind of wild endgame in which the queen is obviously going to be outmatched by the pieces if they coordinate. But since the rook is still on the corner, the king is very exposed, there's easily perpetual chances for black. Unfortunately for Hikaru, not more than that, because as soon as I put the bishop on d3, I'm going to be taking control over the b1 square. And the only thing that he can really try to do is advance the b pawn, but it's just not enough. There are many variations in which even giving up a bishop will allow me to set up some kind of fortress. So not huge winning chances in this game. That is if Topalov plays the move rook a7, which is not the most obvious move. Also, it's a very hard position to evaluate. Remember that white is currently up material. If he thinks, hey, maybe I should play for the win, he might choose something like rook d1 or bishop e2. Finally, a lot has happened in the game between Kramnik and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Here in this position, after a3, which we were saying it's very awkward for white to play anything without dropping a pawn, rook b8, rook c1. Here, Maxime has the decision of how to suffer, basically. He can either take on b7 and take on c3. He'll be down a pawn in a rook endgame. He decided I at least want to suffer equal material. And Kramnik decided to trade rooks, which to me is a little bit baffling. I think I would have kept the rooks to add additional pressure. But after takes, knight takes a3, king e2. knight b5, king d3, king g7. We have this endgame, which looks dangerous for black because this king is so close to the queen side. This king hasn't really achieved coming into the game just yet, and the bishop is obviously more powerful than the knight. But unfortunately, I don't see, well, unfortunately for white, I don't see a way of finishing off the game. I don't see how you continue, because you would love to play just king c4 and go in for that pawn, but of course that fails to the double attack knight d6, winning the bishop. That would actually lose the game. So you have to spend an extra tempo with bishop somewhere, let's say put it on a6, but then again, knight d6, it's covering a lot of important squares. And after king, for example, to d4, even bringing the king in, again, I'm not able to bring the king in as soon as I can, or I risk some kind of double-edged position after king c5.
King d5, right?
Knight e4 check, taking the pawn. If you go king d5, then again, knight e4 attacks the pawn, and it's become not as easy as one would think to win this endgame. I still like white's position. Of course, he's the one that's pushing for the win, but can he achieve it? We'll have to see how well the Frenchman is able to defend a really uncomfortable position.
For me, Tanya, Alejandro, I grew up with Capablanca. That very final position that you have, it's almost like in the textbooks that I used to read, that white wins. I don't know.
That's
I
what
mean,
I was thinking,
I've
yes.
got the more active king. I've got the better minor piece. They always emphasized pawns when you have pawns on both wings, not on just a single wing, but pawns on both wings, the bishop's superior. So maybe this is a case of the classical player, Kramnik, relying too much on its classics, or there's a fortress that's unclear. Sorry, Alejandro, you had
I think one of the interesting things is that there was this great book by, I think, Irving Chernev on Capablanca's best chess endgames. And as a kid, I just devoured that book. I think I read every single one of those games several times. And they made quite an impression on me, and I'm actually, to this day, loving endgames. I love trading queens early on and going for all kinds of seemingly equal endgames where you can push for a while. And as a kid, I was really good at those compared to my peers. However, I actually took up the book one day when I was actually a grandmaster, and with superior understanding of the game and the help of a computer, I realized how many things were just wrong in the book, where they would say that Capablanca won brilliantly in this superior position, and I'm like, this is actually just an easy draw if black plays a couple of accurate moves. And it's the power of computers that have actually given us so many defensive resources that have changed the way that we think about a lot of positions. For example, this is, yeah, I think that if you put this in the Capablanca book, somebody might just be like, yeah, this is winning for white. But if you inspect the position deeper, it's actually very close to equal. Problem is that after f4, and you have to defend the f-pawn somehow, the pawn race is not actually that beneficial. f4, you go g5, you start creating counterplay. We've started to understand how important to create counterplay is. And eventually, the king is able to infiltrate. White runs out of pawns. This h-pawn is the wrong color. If the knight sacrifices itself for the b-pawn at some point, it might just end up being a draw. And the computers are actually saying that this is already completely fine for the black side.
Fantastic. Upending Irving Chernev. What does the world come to?
Well, talking about rich endgames, Yasser, I remember when I was working with Ubilava. He's a world-renowned coach. He's worked with many Indians. In fact, he's also worked with Vishy Anand.
Helped him become world champion.
Yes, they were working together for many years. So when I was, he always told me that one must study endgames. It is such a crucial part. A lot of us fear trading queens and going into endgames because we just consider that it would be, you know, we're messing up chances, and we want to keep the queens on the board and more exciting, a lot more stuff can happen. But if you actually develop your endgame knowledge, this is what we always told me, that you would gain 100 points. Study endgames and don't fear going into endgames, because you can save so many games there, and you can win so many positions that your opponent might think have got nothing in it. And there are a lot of people, a lot of players in the world who ignore the study of endgames.
Yes.
And I think it can
much to their detriment, yes.
Much to their detriment, and I think it can go a long way. And I found that because I used to have a problem with my endgames as well, lose a lot of points in it. But after you put in a certain amount of time and you're not afraid of trading queens off for slightly better endgames, you'd be surprised at the amount of points you can win in endgames.
Absolutely.
Seemingly equal endgames.
I recall it so vividly. Just the other day, Maurice was interviewing Naka, set. And we have this idea that Hikaru loves these double-edged positions with exciting middle games and stuff like this. And when asked the question, Naka said, no, I like endings, it was sort of like, gasp, everybody held their breath. But it's absolutely true. Study your end games and watch the points come in. We have our first result, Tanya.
We do, and it's a Caruana Aronian. They have agreed for a draw.
Yes, that appears to be the
Very
case.
interesting game. Yasser, in fact, I want us to go back to that line that you were discussing because things could have gone pretty much either ways. I think Black played an incredible opening, after which he was able to solve most of his problems and come out pretty good out of the opening. Levon didn't seem to really struggle much in this game.
No, he didn't. Okay, he was tested a bit. Let's be fair.
A very tiny bit, and he handled it really well.
He did. He did. And one of
our
our
position.
One of the story lines that we had coming into this London event was, could Hikaru Nakamura put together a stunning achievement and conceivably catch Magnus Carlsen as the #1 player in the world? With this draw,
it's Fabiano's draw. Hikaru is still.
I mean Fabiano.
Yes.
Fabiano
Yes,
to make Magnus, to catch Magnus as the world's #1. Well, that seems to be slipping away. That immediate goal of being #1 slipped away. Funnily enough, actually, they got a position that I was actually very attracted to for White, with a very important caveat. I had White's A4 pawn on the A5 square, and I had this bishop actually, stuck to the side. The bishop on B6, now it's anchored, protected, and that gave Black the opportunity to go on a rampage with his queen, which is what happened, and then in this position, a perpetual check was going to be agreed to. And so, well-played draw.
Well-played draw, I completely agree, and I think I was quite impressed with the way Black handled the opening. The final position, yes, there's definitely nothing better to do for White except to take the perpetual. It would be really nice to go to that one moment where things were seeming to get very, very interesting with that one variation that we were looking at.
Right. It was right here after this move, b4 takes c3. I had, as a suggestion, offered captures on e5. We looked at, again, I'm always attracted to these variations where you take,
Instead of bishop at 6, I'm just thinking if Black could have gone and kept his bishop on this diagonal.
You mean, say, bishop c5,
c5 maybe?
for example.
Yes, let's start with bishop c5.
Okay, and I'll take a pawn.
Right.
Now, I don't think you can take on f2.
I was just looking at that.
I wanted it.
I really want to do that.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Rook takes f2, rook takes f2.
Queen f6, right?
Yes, and thanks to the fact that there's big action going on. I thought I had the move knight h1.
So rook b.
Rook takes b2.
No, it's probably not. Let's just.
Well, let's go for it because it's definitely interesting. And now I guess
c2 or b3, right?
Well, I'm looking at queen d4.
Oh wait, what?
b3. I didn't want to see a queen d4.
Or queen c3 maybe. No, e6 is hanging.
Yeah.
But that's very interesting actually, because after queen e6 you don't. So maybe I take on. Can I go queen c3 here, or after bishop f2
legal.
maybe? So I take bishop f2 first because I don't want to allow queen f7 check after king g7.
Bishop takes f2. This is a cute line. Very, very sharp.
This is getting out of control.
Well, no, because the idea is you do want to queen your pawn. If I take your queen, you'll queen, and I'm forced to return the knight, which is why I hesitated with this move knight h2. Let me just go back a little bit here. Pardon me, a little bit here. Maybe I should. Well, if I take on c3, I'm not really that excited. Queen takes
Queen f3 doesn't work either. I just take on f3, take on bishop f2, king f2, and rook b2, right?
Yes, so just let me catch the viewers, up to what you've just said. You can't do this with White because, guess what? That passer, Black's passed pawn, is a winner.
And that reminds me of this constant dilemma of knight against pawns in
Bishop.
the end games. You know,
Yeah.
it's always very tricky to catch up with past pawns for the knight.
I'll tell you what I'll do in this exact position. I'll toss in a move
Interesting.
e4, e5, so that I've got a future knight e4. So I just want
Can I
to
just
put.
take on e5?
Yes, it's absolutely. Well, this is again. I'm not getting the positional grippers on the position I want. This may have been the line
Yes.
that had the most interest. The jury's out. We'll have to ask the players. I'm sure in London they're getting the players mic'd up. Just before we do go over there, let me check again with that game of. By the way, if Vladimir Kramnik does not reel this point in, it will be a big surprise to me.
I still say yes.
I thought he had such a big middle game advantage that
Right.
I was just like, okay, I'd almost put this point in the vault.
No, absolutely. But even looking at this position right now, we were just talking about these end games, and I am still so drawn to white here. I feel
Me too.
that actually white does have a huge advantage here, and I mean, I get it that there are very few pawns on the king side, and if you're able to exchange them, even the knight can sacrifice itself for the pawn on b3, and a very important point, which for right now might not matter, but at some point will. The h pawn is the wrong square.
As Alejandro mentioned, yes. Again, you kind of add up white's advantages, and you think, okay, superior bishop, better king. Also, the fact that all of these pawns are on light squares, usually that's a factor that favors the bishop.
I was talking about the h8
Yes.
square against the white bishop. So if
Right. So what Alejandro mentioned is
Right.
if you could sacrifice the knight for the b pawn,
Exactly.
it would still be a draw.
Exactly.
Even though you're a bishop ahead. Still, I mean, I would rather have the white pieces. Doesn't mean it's a win. Who knows? Who knows? The big one for me was the game between Anish Giri and Wesley So. When we left it, we had left it just around these parts, and I was really shocked by the lackadaisical move right here of Anish. He played the move knight d4. You know, I'm always fighting to win a pawn. I live for the pawn. But I'm also fighting to win a tempo. And I think a lot of really strong players understand the difference that one tempo can make can be so meaningful. I mean, it could just completely change the outcome of the game. The fact that Anish didn't play the move king e2, I found shocking. And that now, if the king had been on e2, takes on d5, and Alejandro explained very easily why white has no problem. As it turned out, he was just a full pawn down, and I couldn't understand something right here. Wesley played the move king e7, and I was thinking to myself, why doesn't he play the move b6? If you play b5, the bishop drops back, and then I understood there's a rook a4. By the way, Maurice is in London
with Fabiano.
We are with the U.S. and Olympic champion Fabiano Caruana, who's been having a great year so far. The opportunity to surpass Magnus Carlsen as the world's #1 ranked player on everyone's mind. But Fabi, today you seem to maybe have not much coming out of the opening. You seem to play quite well to get a decent position.
We got a very, I think, pretty much a new position very early on, because this move order with knight d2, knight f1 is, I think, very rare. The point is to basically gain a tempo rather than castling and then playing rook e1, knight f1, knight g3. I play knight f1, knight g3 right away. And I thought I might have a little something. And then around here I was kind of counting on bc3, d5.
So you said this was a critical position in your mind, that he could have, when he did take, you felt maybe this was possible.
It starts very interesting play because he's forced to take on e3. I take on f6.
Excuse me?
He puts the bishop, let's say, on c5.
No, bishop c5 doesn't work.
One.
So we're getting some interruption from
I mean,
off stage by Levon Aronian. He's not mic'd up. But,
No, but I thought that before you just take it and then f7, rook f7.
all right, bad boys, calm down. Right here. Keep focused. Okay, so we'll play bishop a7 according to Levon. So we'll just bring the bishop back.
So fg7, rook f2. Otherwise, I mean, if I take on c3, then I'm up a pawn. It's also not totally clear. Okay, rook f2 is forced. And now queen f6, I thought, is a strong move. Yeah, and I was calculating knight h1 here. Rook b2, rook B2, CB2. I was looking at King F1, and then I thought Queen C3 was strong. I mean, I was worried.
Giving Bishop F2 is very good here.
Yeah, maybe.
But this move also.
I was very worried that I would lose this position. My king
so
is
a
open.
long variation, and it looks like it's fine for black.
Yeah, I thought I might be risking more than him if I had played like this. And in the game, I think he had very comfortable equality. Maybe Queen G5 was a little bit careless, because after that I got optimistic, but I don't think it changes anything.
You had two whites in a row, an opportunity to push a bit, maybe steal a win from these two players. Of course, these two are not exactly slouches. How do you feel about your results so far?
I would have preferred to have maybe, gotten a bit more in these two games. I didn't really have serious winning chances in either game, but it's, good positions or winning chances in this type of event don't really come along very often, and when they do, you just have to take them. They might come up unexpectedly, like in my game in the second round, but they really don't just come up often, and it's very difficult to win a clean game from start to finish. It happens sometimes, but you really have to be on top form, and you have to play very well, because the opponents here rarely give any gifts.
Well, hopefully you get a gift coming up in some future round, but good luck so far. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana still at +1 in a stone's throw away from the leaderboard.
Thank you, Maurice and Fabi. I enjoyed the fact that Fabi was explaining that his number one variation was the one we were just looking at, and the one that attracted you, Tanya. So, bravo, bravo.
Well, that would have been fun to have on board, but there's a lot of fun going on in the Vessel and Hikaru board as well.
Yes, and Alejandro was explaining that after this move, Bishop B2, Bishop Queen F4, Bishop E2, computers are exceptionally good at finding those forcing variations that lead to a draw. Alejandro was explaining that this move, Rook A7 check, is the small interruption, kind of provoking this move, Knight D7, and then he gave a long variation with a Rook takes D7 and a Bishop takes H8 at the end of it.
Knight F5, yeah.
Right, a Knight F5 check. Instead of the move Rook A7, Alejandro also mentioned that, hey, by the way, just keep it in mind that for this exact moment, White's ahead material, maybe he should be thinking optimistically. Well, when you're talking about Vessel and Topolov, you are talking to Mr. Optimist. He didn't go for Rook A7. He played the move Bishop E2, and after Rook C8, played Rook D1. I don't know if this is a winning attempt or not, but it's a crazy game.
It's a crazy game, but for now, we've got Maurice in London with Levon.
Yes, we're with Grandmaster Levon Aronian after his draw with Fabiano, and you can see he was very eager to make sure that Fabiano played the accurate, super accurate move, not Bishop C5, but Bishop to A7. This is how these players roll. They are all about the accuracy of their moves. Levon, you had two blacks against numbers 2 and 3 in the world, and you made 2 draws. Just what the doctor ordered?
Yeah, I also consider myself to be number 2 or number 3. So, yeah, actually, the game was interesting up to a point. So, as long as the games are interesting, I'm happy.
You were, in fact, number 2 in the world for quite some time. This tournament, right now, you're at +1. You're almost at the midpoint. Is there a strategy for how to play the rest of the tournament?
The strategy is to play the best moves. Yesterday I had a chance, but a difficult one, so today I didn't have a chance, but the game was very solid. So as long as I continue playing the chess that I like, which is also today, wasn't so bad. So I'm happy.
How important is it for you to win this tournament specifically? I mean, the Grand Chess Tour is important. Obviously, you're within striking distance of the tour leader. You can't win the tournament, but you could certainly come in second and take home a $50,000 bonus. That's a bunch of change.
For me, it's important to win in tournaments that I haven't won before, and London Classic is one of them, so I will try.
We saw your fiance, I'm not sure which, your fiance, Ariane Coley, come in last night. I saw her here in the audience today. How much of an inspiration is that? Maybe get you going?
Yes, she always inspires me. She looks at the games, has her opinions. So
Does she have tough love? You better do it or else, bam, you get it over the head?
Yes, of course. All the right things the doctor ordered.
There you go. Well, good luck in the rest of the games. We look forward to seeing your moves. Levon Aronian in second place at the moment, looking forward to making a move in the rest of the rounds.
Thank you. Levon. Well, good luck, and definitely one of the best players in the world. And well, he's not the only one who considers himself role number 2, number 3, our very own Tatev Abramian, a big fan of Levon Aronian. She's doing the Twitter takeover, so definitely follow the Grand Chess Tour handle for the updates.
I was going to say, I love this quote by Garry Kasparov where he said, when Levon Aronian is playing well, the whole world's a better place. I mean, and he's definitely playing well. But I think that there's been this very strange, it's been an up and down game. What can I say? The game between Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura, we saw this move Queen G5 attacking not just the knight on G7, which is kind of trapped, but also this pawn on G2. And this move looks really peculiar to me, B5, B6. That's a move you really don't think about in such positions. A move like Bishop D4 gets my attention, King F2, G3. I just don't like giving up this G2 pawn. Alejandro, first impression was like, there's a shiver up my spine. Was that a mistake by Veselin Topalov? B6. I don't like it.
Your instincts are correct, Yasser. I also don't like it. It seems strange to give up a tempo in such a sharp position simply because the nature of a sharp position demands that every move does something very productive. And in this case, you already were mentioning the queen on G5 is attacking the knight on G7 and the pawn on G2. If we go into the variations that we were looking at, the computer was suggesting a couple of things. Bishop D4, as you mentioned, is playable, still very tricky. The computers were liking particularly to castle. I was originally scared about rook c2. If you take on g7, I think after bishop d4, black is not really with any initiative right now. I can always meet rook c2 with rook f2. And okay, a queen is still a queen, so perhaps black is better. But you can see that white has coordinated a lot of his pieces. So with the power of the pawn on b5, you would be able to create some kind of counterplay. If castles rook c2 was what I was worried about, but then there's a smart move, knight f5 check, because if you take with the queen, then suddenly bishop d3 forks your queen and your rook. You absolutely have to take with the pawn, but then I gain a tempo here, bishop c1, f4, and after the move, either rook fe1 or bishop d2. Again, white is kind of solidifying himself. He's surviving for now. The pawn on b5 is annoying. You can see that black's king is a little bit exposed now. So this would have given white almost equal chances even. So castles was the preferred move for the position, not the only one. b6 is just weird because there are so many threats that black is actually trying to execute that will make it difficult for white to defend if he's down tempi. He should be trying to consolidate the position. The initiative given by b6 is trying to avoid moves like rook c2. As you're saying, rook c2, you have to watch out for b7. The problem is that you have to calculate this very accurately, and here rook c2 is actually completely playable in this position. Let's look at some lines. For example, b7 fails immediately to queen e3, and this is going to be checkmate. That is very clear. I can no longer castle because that just drops my bishop with a checkmate threat. This is very unfortunate because it keeps my king stuck in the center. I cannot play pretty much anything that's not bishop takes f6 because, again, I cannot afford to lose tempi. If I go bishop d4, queen g2 hits checkmate on the rook. So I have to take on f6, which already starts looking weird. Why would I give up my bishop for this powerful bishop for this useless knight? So bishop takes f6, of course I take with the queen, and now the whole thing has to revolve around the ability to play b7, otherwise, again, I'm lost. But queen e5 threatens checkmate and stops me from queening at the same time. You could play rook d2, but after simply rook c1 check, take trade into the endgame, and I'm going to play king d7, take this pawn with my king, and notice how the queen is still trapping this one while there's going to be threats against the bishop and the rook because of the weakness of the king. So eventually you lose the knight. The king is going to be tasked with defending against the b7 pawn being passed. And if you brought the rook, maybe white's even thinking of winning. But because of the position of the king, you cannot actually do that, and you cannot do that anytime soon. This is not the only continuation, though. After b6, rook c2 is what strikes me as most obvious, but even queen takes g7 is also quite powerful. You're threatening to take on g2 in the very next move. Even if you don't play that, I think I was looking at the move queen takes g2 as a possibility. This is a piece sacrifice, as I can now take on f6, and save the knight. King e7 and knight g3, but the fact that this knight is stuck defending the rook can't go anywhere, the king is stuck also, it actually gives black the advantage, the computer does, even though that he is severely down in material. So b6, a strange move, to put it lightly, is something that actually would have never occurred to me.
Thank you, Alejandro. Me either. That was a surprise. Turning to the game of Vishy Anand. Vishy has been nursing an extra pawn for quite some time. Let's see where we left it. It was this move rook e3 to g3. And Alejandro had pointed out the very important idea of bishop to c7, attacking the rook. If Vishy had dropped back with the rook, then after king h8, bishop takes h6. And there's this move, rook g8, when black is ready to turn the tables and get some counterplay based on bishop h3. For these reasons, we saw the move f4 instead by Vishy. h5, protecting the bishop, e5, attacking the knight. Knight moved away, knight d5, bishop f5. Vishy, man after my own heart, wants his pawn back. Played the move bishop f5, bishop e6, takes. Indeed, white is, once again, one pawn up, but from Mickey's point of view, he's managed to put his knight at least in a very powerful position, knight d5. He's got ideas of f7, f6. It's only a pawn, everything going to one side, and still some development problems. So I think Mickey he's got a position that he's going to be pleased about for the first time in 10 moves or so.
Absolutely. Things are looking good for Vishy, but will he be able to really convert? This is very, very questionable at this moment. Well, we had Maurice catch up with Vishy before the tournament, and take a look at this.
You've already achieved more titles than a lot of people can dream about. What keeps you motivated to keep winning chess tournaments?
I simply like playing chess. I like being at tournaments. I like the chess scene, and without results, that's unsustainable. So you want to do well, and you want to challenge yourself as well. I mean, there are so many new, exciting players in chess these days. The chess scene, in my opinion, has never been more interesting, and that's fascinating for me. I want to see how much I can learn, how much I can keep up with everything and go on.
What are your aspirations for winning the title?
First things first, next time I have to qualify for the candidates. My rating options are not very good, so I would probably have to try at the World Cup. And so we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm definitely going to go through the motions, but it's an arduous path. So right now I'm focusing more on the Grand Chess Tour and trying to build my calendar around that.
One of the most celebrated players in the history of chess, five-time world champion Vishy Anand, reflecting on what it means to get older in a young man's sport.
Absolutely, and he gets asked a lot about
when he's going to retire.
Yes, the retirement
He's not
plans.
thinking in those directions
at
at all.
He's still thinking about being the best in the world, about challenging the world champion for the match, and very motivated. Like he said, he loves the game, and for him, it's very fascinating how quickly the game is evolving and the challenge of keeping up with it.
Exactly.
And that's what keeps him going, because here's a man who's 5 times world champion and a complete legend who's done it all.
Right.
Well, anyway, we've also got a caller with us. Let's see what he has to say. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, Tania. Hi, Yasser. This is Anshuman calling from Bangalore, India.
Hi, welcome to our show.
Thanks, Yasser. I mean, I watch this show every night. Actually, since last 3 days I've been watching. It's great to talk to you folks.
Thank you. Tell us, what's your question?
Yeah, so it's about Nakamura versus Vasilin Topalov game. So after Nakamura played Queen F4, why Knight H5 was not possible?
That's a very good question. We'll go back. Thank you very much, and hello, Bangalore. Thank you very much for the question. And I think that a lot of players, club players especially, after this move, Queen F4, would be immediately attracted to Knight H5. After all, this bishop on B2, on that long diagonal. Ooh, that tender rook on the H8 square. Tanya, what did you see? Do you see white? Oh, Alejandro's got the answer. Okay.
I always got the answer, Yasser.
Always got the answer.
And now, the move Knight H5 is definitely something that you have to analyze. And remember, this is a very complicated game. And if you're part of the audience trying to follow the games, I always encourage you not to use the engines. Try to figure out these things yourself. This is the very best way to improve chess. Look at these games, try to figure out yourself what's going on. If you have a question, try to solve it. And I like this question of Knight H5. It does have a very specific refutation that we're going to go into. After the move Knight H5, you can see the queen and the knight are forked. If knight takes H5, bishop takes H8, there's really not that much. King E3 check, I can always just play Queen E3, I can just play King D1. You don't have much more than a perpetual. But after Knight H5, I switch around the move order. Queen E3 check first. Now, if I play King D1, I have Queen takes B3 check. Notice that I'm attacking the bishop on B2 and the king on D1. And because my rook is still alive, I dare you to go to C1 because I'm going to just bring the rook over to C8, and that's going to be a very quick checkmate. If instead I interpose the bishop, which looks very logical, unfortunately for the white side, this just does not work at all. Knight takes H5, bishop takes H8, knight F4, and you can see that I'm getting mated on this E2 bishop. We have to explore a little bit further to understand the point. Here, after rook A2, for example, if I'm able to just solidify my position, you would think that white's doing dandy. Unfortunately, you're still getting mated after the move knight D3 check. If you go to D1, Queen C1 is checkmate. If I go to F1, Knight F2, Queen F2 is checkmate. So the game is just basically over. There's a tactical refutation to Knight H5, and it's unfortunate that we don't have the time to just go over every single variation that such a rich and exciting game is giving us. But thanks for your question. Keep those coming up, because Knight H5 is definitely something that you might be wondering, why doesn't he just take more material? And the case is that his king in this position is just a little bit too weak, and it cannot handle this move Queen E3 check.
Thank you, Alejandro. That brings us to the point how powerful a queen and knight is in an attack against the king.
Yes, it is.
One of the most powerful combination of pieces.
Yeah, because of their opposite powers, it seems that they really do work well together. I didn't want to let Alejandro go because although I was critical, I'd be the first to admit that I was critical about the move B5, B6, it seems to have stumped Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know exactly how long Hikaru has been looking at the position.
Right? No, that's... Wait,
that's the... Okay.
15 minutes, Yasser.
It's been 15 minutes.
15 minutes. After B6, and he hasn't moved.
No,
so
he
he's
hasn't.
basically...
But I can understand that, because there are certain positions that we've seen in this tournament where people are just taking a long thing for no apparent reason, whereas this is a hugely complicated situation. If you go wrong, the pawn on B6 might just queen. If you go wrong, you might end up just down material. If you incorrectly evaluate a move, you might just end up getting mated. If you might even mismate if you misevaluate a move. So this is the type of positions where I say, okay, you can actually take as long as you want, you figure it out, because every single move is going to be of incredible value, and every single move could be a mistake. And we do have, from London, as I see Hikaru Nakamura gearing up to make a move, we have Maurice Ashley with a special guest.
I'm with International Master Lawrence Trent, who's one of the live commentators here at the London Chess Classic. Lawrence, this tournament is almost at the midpoint. Who do you see shaping up as the favorite, maybe, to win it all?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really come as any surprise given the positions we have on the board today. Wesley So. He's been magnificent. No other question, no other comment to make. He's just been magnificent. His preparation, his focus, the positions he's got, and today with black against Anish Giri, he's got a dream position in an opening where you would never expect Anish to be in such trouble so early on. He's a pawn up in an ending. He's got great chances to win, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he did and managed to get to 3.5 out of 4, practically sewing up the Grand Chess Tour. The bonus that comes with it, going over 2,800. What can you say? He deserves it.
In your opinion, world champion material?
Absolutely, no question about it. We often talk about in chess talent. You know, is he talented enough? Is he good enough? Talent is a very vague term, and a big part of talent for me is hard work and concentration and focus. And Wesley's shown that. You don't do what Wesley has done in the past year without having that. And if he continues the work rate, continues the passion, and you have to be passionate, and you've got to love it, and you've got to be able to have the team and the people around you to do it, it's clear that Wesley is doing something very right at the moment, and he's up there with the Fabianos, with all the old guard, of course, the Vishys and the Kramniks and the Karyakins. You've got to put him in that group now because
he's got the attitude as well.
It's the attitude. He's just
like a straight professional.
Just as professional as you can get. He's focused on the game, and he wants to succeed, and he's extremely humble. And you know, I've seen Wesley a lot with you throughout the tournaments, going to the US a lot in the past couple of years. I wouldn't say I know Wesley extremely well. I don't at all. But from what I know of Wesley, he's a consummate professional. And the rewards of his professionalism are now being reaped. And today, if we look at the position here, I mean, this is Anish Giri's worst nightmare.
Anish wants to be on the black side of this position.
Well,
anybody would, obviously.
Anybody would. Now,
but this is the kind of position Anish would have milked like right away if you said, this is what you're going to get out of the opening.
Oh, I mean,
this is what he always goes
if
for.
you could say to Wesley, you get this on move 34 against Anish with black, he'll say yes. Now, it's a long way from winning. He's still got a big technical job in front of him, but he's the only one who can win, and that's a beautiful position to be in with the black pieces.
I've been talking about how he has shown the ability to win in multiple types of ways. One of his favorite ways to win is just to blow you off the board. Right. I mean, we've seen him do it in spectacular fashion in games. He also has pocketed points. I mean, Anish Giri, when I interviewed him, made it sound like, you know, maybe Wesley's been lucky in a few games. I mean, after all, if Nakamura donates you 92 in round one, you know, that's the kind of feel I had when I was asking him a question. Pure technique, pure technical task, I'm not sure that comes to mind when I think of Wesley So. The way it would if you think of Kramnik, for example.
Right. I understand where you're coming from, but once again, you know, and this is what I tell people, when you get to 2,800, you are still an impeccable technician to a certain. Some you could say, all right, you know, some players prefer these kinds of positions more than others. Perhaps a Kramnik prefers this kind of position. But in principle, Wesley will be loving this position. He has got a few things to worry about. He just hasn't got a lot of... He hasn't got ideal coordination just yet on the board, but the computer's showing, you know, nearly +1, which is to be expected. I don't know if he had improvements before. It's very likely he did. We have seen Wesley on occasion kind of go astray in these positions, but I expect him to put the pressure on. And I said to the live audience here in London that I think if he had this position, when he won the pawn on e5 after rook takes e5, I think he wins that position 7 times out of 10 in real games. Whether today will be one of those 7 times is another question, but we'll see.
Then let's switch topics a bit. You were here, you've been here since early in the morning.
Yes.
You had something like 500 kids you were running after. Tell us about this Chess in Schools program.
Well, I mean, that's a big part of this whole event. The Chess in Schools and Communities charity, as it is, promotes chess in schools all across London and the UK. It's a fantastic initiative, getting chess into schools and, of course, really educating people from outside the chess world about the benefits of chess in the real world, let's call it. The improvements in cognitive ability, improvements in focus, and everything else that's related to chess that kids can then use. And what's great about the London Chess Classic is that every morning there is a kids program that is full of energy. It's fun.
They're rambunctious.
They're just rambunctious.
I mean, you come in here for some quiet chess and and the kids are just like wild running around.
I was here since early in the morning. We had a bunch of schools. You know, there are over 1,000 kids that came in. We've got the auditorium full where the players are playing now. We'll look at a model game. We'll get them to play each other. We'll talk about some basic chess principles. And they absolutely love it. And for me, I absolutely love it as well because giving back in this way is something that I feel is a duty of mine, having been very much in their position a short while ago, not too long ago, but a long time ago. And to see kids enjoying chess is just great, and that is really one of the fundamental components of this festival. It's not just the Grandmasters, it's not just the Open, but it's really all about the kids and really showing how chess can still be enjoyed and still be loved, whilst talking about the educational benefits. So it's just been a pleasure to be part of.
Well, as a coach myself, I always love to see the little kids running around, and then when they come up to the Grandmasters and ask for the autograph, you can see how much of a thrill it is for them to be a part of this wonderful festival. Lawrence Trent is a live audience waiting for him to go back and regale them with his insights. We thank you very much, and back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice and Lawrence. And while we're getting the insights on all the festivities going on in the London Chess Classic, I'm stunned because the normally extraordinarily tactically alert Vishy Anand has just walked into famous skewer double attack. Tanya,
it's absolutely...
explain to us what your countryman just did.
I wish I could. I mean, I'm as baffled as you, because this is where we left, Yasser, and we had this position, and here Vishy decided to go King F2. After King E7, we had, I mean, walking straight into this Knight C3, and you see the pattern over here, the Rook on A1 and the King on F2. And you've got to have these signals in your mind.
Drawn to this geometry of the king on F2, the rook on A1. Don't allow a bishop to capture on D4.
Yeah, so if you go BC3, I just take rook into D4.
Which has happened, by the way. Bishop B2 takes C3, rook takes D4, and Mickey's restored the material. The deficit. Have we missed something, Alejandro?
Well, there's a couple more moves, but
that have been played?
Yeah, I don't know about restoring the balance anymore.
Well, because obviously if you take the rook, then bishop takes, attacks the rook in the corner, and you've got, in fact, a pawn on black side. Of course, there's something to be said about King E4 and F5. That still may be an issue, but I don't like the idea of going a pawn down. And I certainly don't like the idea of black's rook swing over to A4.
And we do have a result on the board. It is over. They have agreed for a draw right after this shocking King F2. Because it just throws away all the advantage that Vishy had. A pawn up from the opening, a great played opening. He was looking like he's on the way to convert it and to squeeze it, to squeeze the win out of this. But then we go King F2.
Right. Well, it's not just the King F2 mistake itself. Going almost all the way back to the previous round where he played very poorly against Hikaru Nakamura. Vishy's not firing on all cylinders of late. And right back here, after this move G4, Knight D4, I really like the most simple approach of all. HD, Knight takes G4, and only now Knight D4. Again, White's a pawn up, but also look at these weaknesses on H6 and F7. And it's quite clear that once you go F2, F3, this is just a huge position for Vishy, and I have no doubts whatsoever that would have resulted in a smooth victory. Instead, just the way he played kept Mickey in the game, and then guess what? A very big blunder, just simply a very big blunder to finish things off on an altogether unacceptable effort by Vishy. I think he'll be very critical of himself.
No, I have to agree with that. Yes, I'm really surprised at the turn of events because, yeah, you get this pawn out of the opening. A dream result out of the opening against Mickey with white pieces. And, you know, the eternal question of how to win a winning position. And the thing is, like, it's exactly what you said about slowly giving up your advantage little by little. And then when that form is not continuing, it results in the end in the move like King F2, which blows it all off completely.
I know that feeling so very well. Let's go to that game that also has had its transfix between Hikaru Nakamura and Veselin Topalov White. That crazy piece imbalance. We left it at these parts where the move B6 was just thrown down the board when so many other moves came to mind. Veselin SA B6, Rook to c2. Okay, that looks like
Queen
a very
E3
challenging.
is a big threat now.
Queen e3 being the big threat to simply produce a checkmate on the e2 square. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. Knight. What the heck is going on? Because, of course, the knight is ready to come back and defend the e2 bishop with the move knight g3. If white keeps bishop, knight, and rook, what's going on?
Why was king f6 not? What
Possible.
am I missing?
Yes, no doubts we're both missing something.
I want to play queen e3, right? So why not?
King takes f6 with the idea of queen e3. Okay, let's have a
Still
look
want to go
here.
knight h5? Probably.
I'm thinking there's a move f3, f4. Ooh, he says that very hesitatingly, by the way. If you go queen takes g2, then I go knight h5.
And knight g3, and you bring your.
What am I saying? Queen takes g7. What am I saying?
Yeah,
I
immediately.
apologize. I apologize. So let's start again. Why didn't he play king takes f6?
I'm looking at.
Knight h5,
I'm not
b7.
Then queen e5, I've always got controlling that
Ah, that's it. b7. There you have
immediately.
it. Yeah.
Right.
So now queen e5.
Now knight h5 check.
Now the knight h5 check, followed by knight g3, and life is okay.
Right. So which is why he had to go queen f6.
Which is why he had to play queen takes f6. Now knight h5. And we're going to get some similar position. Okay, so queen c3 check. Okay, this is getting wild. Has Hikaru blown it? The man with all the answers. I refer, of course, to our own Alejandro Ramirez. Alejandro, has Naka blown it? I don't understand what's going on.
The contrary, the computers are very happy with the way Nakamura is playing and
Very
very
good.
unhappy with the way Topalov is holding on to his material. Computers were just saying, you need to bring this rook into the game. You can't leave it there. And the knight on g7 was just completely worthless. It's going back to the game on g3, but the coordination is not existent. After the move queen c3 check, I don't think we have a... Yeah, we have the move king f1. The computers are expecting queen e3, and I'm expecting queen e3, and I think everybody's expecting queen e3.
Yeah.
It's running a checkmate. You have to play knight g3, otherwise I don't know why you play this. And then the problem is that after I eliminate your counterplay with queen takes b6, I'm ready to just play queen e3, queen takes b3, move the queen away, and pass the pawn. And the computers don't see any good way of defending against such a simple idea. Basically, all is due to the fact that the rook is on h1. If this rook was on b1, I think we would be talking about a 3-result game. But since the rook is on h1, there is just no way that white can defend his position. There is no way for the rook to come back into the game. And you can see that this bishop is permanently stuck on e2, as you can always have to defend against the checkmate threat of f2. And the knight cannot leave the bishop. The rook itself cannot do anything. It's just a completely helpless position for all of white's pieces. So in this position that we see on the board, that Hikaru can play the move queen e3, which is not the only winning move. He can also try to make queen takes b3 work. It just seems like a lot of hassle to not eliminate the pawn on b6 immediately, which seems much, much simpler to me. You play queen e3, you threaten checkmate into, you force the knight to retreat, the pawn on b6 disappears, the pawn on b3 will follow shortly, and there's just way too many threats for white to do anything about. Lack of coordination all over the board. Black's king on e7 is completely safe. I can even consider pushing things like f5, f4 to destabilize what eventually will be a knight on g3. It's just a helpless position for white's pieces. This is a completely winning position for Hikaru Nakamura.
And guys, let's take a look at the clock here. Hikaru's 15 minutes versus Vesselin's 10 minutes, yeah? So, and don't forget, there is no 30-second increment until move 41. And there are still quite a few moves to be made to make the time control.
Vesselin is not one of those players who likes to be behind on time. In fact, he prides himself on having an advantage of the clock. So that also is against him.
And he's also not very comfortable when he's short on time. I mean,
Who
he's
is?
just dropping, Christian
especially.
Yes. He's dropping pieces, and yeah, it's a rapid and blitz is definitely not his forte, and this position just looks very, very tough for black. I mean, you would think a queen has got a rook and bishop against, I mean, white has got a rook, bishop, and knight against the queen. Materially, it might sound fine, but look at the placement of the pieces.
Exactly.
And that is a big question if you're trying to judge a position. For example, should I give my queen for this amount of material? You see how the pieces are played, and here there is zero coordination.
As coaches around the world say, don't look at what's comes off the board. Let's look at what stays on the board. Like you were saying, rook, bishop, and knight sounds like great compensation for the queen until you take a look at the rook. The rook on h1. You can't really say that rook on h1 is a part of the game. And with its absence, the powerful queen is just having a rampage. And we did see that move, queen e3, which was begging to be played. And Hikaru, should he win this game, we'll have to once again talk about Grand Chess Tour and who could catch Wesley So, because it is this man. Ooh, rook e1. He didn't play knight g3.
Doesn't change very much.
Queen e3. Oh, hold on. How did we get this? There's, where am I? Takes, queen check, king. Oh, I forgot to put it on the move. King f1. Queen e3.
Now rook e1.
Now rook e1. It doesn't change much, says Alejandro, but it changes something. At least in this position, I have an idea of untangling in a different way. G2, G4, with the idea of rook G1. Probably by the time I get my rook into play, the B3 pawn will have disappeared, and it will suddenly be a very unequal fight with this B pawn coming down the board.
So you're going to take forever to bring your pieces out, and by then I'll have probably a second queen on the board.
And as Meatloaf might say, forever takes a mighty long time. Yes. Rook g3, I don't know, queen a2 perhaps, yeah, f4. And like you say, it's taking me a long time to get into the game, whereas b2, b1 is coming very, very quickly. So Hikaru looking very good here. Let's go to our, we have Maurice with Vishy Anand.
We are with five-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. Looked like you had a great chance, Vishy, in this game. You had some edge. It wasn't overwhelming, like you were going to dominate. You were up a pawn, but somehow he was always struggling. And then in the end, he caught you with the tactic.
Yes. I mean, I basically won a pawn. I wouldn't say for nothing. He has counterplay, and G5 is the only move. But after that, I mean, he makes all the obvious moves, and I try as I might, I couldn't find a way forward. In every line, black gets enough compensation. I mean, this was the critical moment where I wanted to play head g4, knight d4. But he takes.
You got to hit it right on the square.
Okay, takes bishop d4. Okay, you can do it for me. Rook e2. Bishop c4, rook d2, c5, oh, rook b1 is very pretty. This I missed. Maybe this was my chance to play rook b1. I kept trying a4 and rook a3, but he plays f5 and takes the pawn. And he has fantastic compensation. But I see the computer is saying
that if he takes here on a2, you'll be able to go back.
Back and think, but this I missed. Rook b1 is very clever, of course. Well, so there you have it. That was a win.
A hidden line for you. The sacrifice on c3. Couldn't you just play king g2 right at the very end instead of king f2? This move.
Yes, but I felt that I'm not playing for advantage anymore. I mean, he can play rook g8. Takes on d4 first, and rook h8 even. Maybe I don't know which of the two. Rook g8, and I felt he has more than enough. It's the typical Berlin thing. He will put a king on f5 or a pawn on f5, and I felt I had missed my chance earlier.
Typical Berlin thing. This Berlin defense comes up no matter what we talk about.
Yes. No, except he's missing the other c7 pawn, but otherwise, you know what I mean. So.
Is this a disappointing game for you? Feels like you had a chance, or?
Well, having seen rook b1, I wish I had seen that, because the rest I calculated, but I just missed rook b1.
So your chances for the rest of the tournament?
Well, play every day and see what happens.
Good advice. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Vishwanathan Anand, one of the greatest players ever, had a close chance here, but we're sure to see him bounce back.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Vishy. Let me just jump in here, Tanya, and say this I really want to share with our viewers is so It's felt universally by every single grandmaster in the world. Immediately after the game, you're full of questions. What did I do right? What did I do wrong? Where did I miss my chance? Where did my opponent miss his chance? So Vishy comes on stage, and he says, well, I'll show you the position that I thought I should have done. I wanted to play HG4, Knight G4, Knight D4. He sacrifices the exchange, and then immediately the computer says, oh, Rook B1, and Vishy goes, oh, what an idiot I am. If I had only just seen that, I would have, it's beautiful, and so on and so on. And so after the game, you see that the players, it's tough for us. We want to draw them and draw them into our studio, ask them some questions, what was going on in their minds, and all they want to know is the answers of where they missed their opportunity. Right. And that was somehow a perfect interview that illustrates the conflicts.
No, absolutely, yes. I think for any chess player of any level, actually, when you're playing an event, the only way that you can move on from one game to the next one is to actually go through that game.
Right.
And it's very important, like he said at the end, that you play one game at a time and see what happens. You know, not think about the end of the tournament or what's going to happen after 3 or 4 days, but your next game. And the only way to do that is to actually sit down and see what went wrong on that particular day.
Try to find the truth.
Try to find the truth. Well, Maurice is going to try to find the truth with Mickey Adams.
Yes, we're with British number 1, Michael Adams, the wild card in the event. After 2 losses, Mickey, seems like things have stabilized a little bit, although they're still hunting you down.
Yeah, it's still pretty shaky, but at least I survived the last couple of games. C6 was a bit casual, really. I hadn't, just very vague compensations. I had a lot of development, but it looked a bit vague. But I mean, maybe it wasn't so clear, but at least in a practical game.
You got the chance to play a move like Knight C3 against Vishwanathan Anand. You don't get to do that every day.
Yeah, because I was a bit surprised. I thought he was going to play either maybe F5 or King G2 and try and do something with the extra pawn. So I was a bit surprised by King F2, but I guess he thought it was close to a draw by then anyway, so just finished the game.
Yeah, Lawrence Trent was going pretty apoplectic when he saw Knight C3 land on the board. It's like, how would a guy like Vishy Anand allow something like that?
Yeah, well, it was the only idea I had that made me happy, so I didn't really expect to get it on the board.
Well, now that you've stabilized the ship a little bit, how are you feeling about the rest of the games?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's hard to... my games are a bit quite eventful at the moment, so we'll see what happens.
All right, well, let's hope that the sea stabilizes a little bit and you play better in the rest of your games.
Okay, thank you.
Grandmaster Michael Adams, a true gentleman in chess, and definitely being hunted in this tournament, but he's starting to show that he can put up a stern defense.
Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Maurice.
Yes, and I wanted to turn to, well, we've been talking about Wesley so much, we have to check in on his game that he's currently playing against Anish Giri. He just essayed this move, Bishop C6, offering a pure rook ending, and I'm thinking, did that really, was that his best winning chance, Alejandro, was Bishop C6?
I don't think it really mattered at this point because it doesn't really change anything what he plays. Instead of Bishop C6, he could also have try to get into some kind of other endgame. The problem is that any time that I exchange this A pawn for the B pawn, the chances of winning are very reduced. As the only way of winning is to pass this pawn somehow. But it's the only asset you have, and both bishop and rook, pure rook endgames are going to be drawn. The bishop endgames basically are drawn because I can just install my king on E3 and just move the bishop around for the rest of the game, and there's nothing you can actually do to make progress. That should be pretty concrete. Whereas the problem with the rook endgames is that it's very similar. After bishop c6, king takes c6, a6, you eventually have to take care of this pawn one way or another. So let's just put it on the board. Takes and takes. And after king f3, I mean, this should be a very easily drawn endgame. Usually the pawn here on the e file is just not nearly enough to create any problems. Very reduced amount of material. I'm going to reduce it even further once I'm able to play the move h4. I can even probably start with the move h4 right away in order to threaten h5, clamping down on the king side. And if you ever play g5, pawn takes, this is just such a reduced amount of material that there should be no way of winning. Actually, reminiscent of the game that Giri drew himself yesterday, but on the offensive side instead of the defensive side, up a pawn in a rook endgame. I don't think this is going to give him a lot of trouble. What might give Yasser a lot of trouble is the move that he just imprecisely played. I want to point how sometimes in the game you have to have this calculating ability to finish off a result. We really reminds me of the game between Ray Robson and Alexander Grischuk from the Baku Olympiad of 2016, in which the American player clearly played a very drawish line, and he kept dragging the game on and on and on, trying to maybe keep the result open. But the more you do that, the more danger you are that your opponent will outplay you or find some resources that you have missed. And that's exactly what happened to Ray in that crucial game against Russia. And Alexander Grischuk was able to actually outplay the American and win an important game for the Russian squad. In this case, I think MVL should have actually analyzed and killed the game right here. They've actually played 40 moves. He has all the time in the world already in this position. Instead of going for G4, which I think would have just killed the game, he went for H5, which leaves things more open-ended. The reason I like G4 so much is because it forces you to take on G4, and I'm going to explain why in a second. After pawn takes, I think I'm just going to follow it up with H5. I've reduced material a little bit more, which is important. And because of the power of the knight and the fact that this H2 pawn is always so weak, it's going to make it very risky for white to ever go for the A7 pawn. I think that after B4, H5, I'm not really in a lot of danger here as the black side. I think this should have been easily drawn. The engines seem to agree with me. We can look at it further. But the reason that I want to point out that G4 is so important in this position and not in another one is that sequence starting with F4. After the move F4, knight F3, I'm attacking the pawn on H2. Very risky to go for my pawn. Could be considered, but notice that if I play king c5 and I take on H2, H5, H4 already creates a passed pawn. I don't think you really want to get into this. Instead, after knight F3, you might be thinking, hey, I can defend this pawn by the clever move H4. Look at me, I know the en passant rule, but that pawn, knight on F3 is not going anywhere. But there's problems here actually for the white side. And actually, H4 is a nearly decisive mistake, because after the move A5, there is no good way of defending against the sequence knight D2, attacking the pawn on B3, followed by knight E4, attacking the pawn on G3. So suddenly the knight is in a dominant position, going to be winning one of the key pawns here for from white, and it's white that's in a lot of trouble. So because this is not really something you can do, and knight F3 basically loses this pawn on H2, and then the position becomes at least very messy and probably just bad for white, you have to take on G4. However, after H5, Kramnik had time to play the move B4, which means that G4 is no longer a good move at all, because after F4, knight F3, H4, the pawn has already reached the B4 square, which means that after the move knight D2, I am just in time to play the move bishop D3, controlling both E4 and F1. Therefore, just because of the loss of a tempo, the knight has now been dominated, and it's actually white that's completely in the driver's seat, as you have to be very careful about both this knight being trapped and the king coming into A7 just by moving away. So Maxime had to spend a lot of time after H5, B4 to find a move. He found the move knight G6, but the computers were approving for some time. But now he has to be worried about the king coming in via C6. I think he's made his life way, way harder than it should have been.
Thank you for that wonderful exposition on this particular ending and how important that tempo was, the difference between black getting the move A7, A5, and white getting the move B3, B4. It could make all the difference in the world. And H5, the lazy man's move, perhaps getting MVL into serious trouble. And because of that tempo, I'm thinking especially about the Anish Giri-Wesley So game, where Anish Giri could have king E2. And it's about that fight for a tempo and how important the tempo might have been.
Right, yeah.
So, by the way, how would that affect our standings? Because Vladimir Kramnik is in second place, or at least a tie for second place at the current stage. So if he were to win this game, thanks to an error of MBL, very difficult ending, that could bring him in a tie for first with Wesley.
If Wesley is not able to convert that position, which does look like it is heading towards... Well, at least the advantage has been neutralized to quite an extent. But you know, I want to emphasize the point here. Yes, we're talking about these inaccuracies by these players. You know, with moves like missing king e2 or playing playing h5 and these subtleties.
Yes.
But we have to understand that it is such a different situation when you're sitting on the board and you're playing, and when you're analyzing, say, with an engine.
There's no pressure on us, no ticking clock over here.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a completely different scenario, and it's, very easy to come out with the right ways to defend. But the beauty of chess is simply and exactly this, that you will always have creativity, human creativity, as well as human errors.
Exactly, and putting problems before our opponents. That's what it's all about in the world of chess. You've heard in the interview with Mickey and others about, creating winning chances.
Yes.
Right, and how difficult it is against this elite group of players to get in that moment in time where you have an opportunity to win. It's very, very, very hard. And these guys are great at creating those opportunities, but only because they're putting problems in front of their opponent. We left the game of Hikaru Nakamura. This has been a Donnybrook, by the way. I mean, a wild game going on between Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura. We were very critical of the fact that this rook on h1, Veselin's rook on h1, was being kept out of the game. Queen came to e3, g2, g3, and the next thing I saw was that suddenly this white king is on h3, and this rook is all just about ready to get into the game. Queen c, and we've caught up with the players now. Queen b2. First impression is Veselin is almost squeezing his way out. This king on h3. Still a lot of white pieces are not in the game, but king h3 is a good start. So let's go here, Tanya.
In fact, Veselin is down to 3 minutes and 6 moves to go. No increment on the clock. Very tough position.
5 minutes for Hikaru. Very sharp indeed. And has he played bishop? No, he played rook
to b1.
Ooh, okay, didn't expect that one. Well, let's stay with it for a moment. Rook to b1, Hikaru to play. He's reaching for his queen and has played
to f6.
I was going to
Queen e5.
Queen e5 as well. I was just about to parrot you there. Queen f6. Sorry, he's keeping the move e5, and if knight takes d5, there's a move queen e6 check. But how does this impact matters? Can I take this pawn on b4? I'm a pawn grubber. Be careful, I'll take your pawns. Rook takes e5 is a horrible blunder.
e5 runs into rook b8.
Right, and no matter where you put your king,
you're forked.
You're forked by an. Do you say that in India too? The royal fork, when the king and queen is forked by a knight. Do you use the term royal fork?
Yes, we do.
Okay, a royal fork it is. Across subcontinents. Somebody hit the red one. A royal fork. Rook b1, queen f6, rook takes b4. Tanya, what do you think? Oh, there's a check. Queen h6 check.
Yeah, queen h6 is devastating.
You can't play king g4 because that's a mate
F5.
on the board. The king has to walk back to g2, and then suddenly e5, and there's no checks, and e2 is hanging. That would be game over. So
wait, have you just seen?
Yeah, rook h1, e5 was played.
Rook h1 to e1. Now we understand why rook takes b4 was not on e5. Yes.
And this picks up a piece as far as I can see.
Knight takes d5, queen e6 check. That's easy one to spot. The knight would be lost. And where else can the knight go?
Knight h5 runs.
Yes, knight h5 runs.
Queen f5, there's many possibilities, but the easiest one I think is queen g6. That is also a double attack because of rook e2 and queen takes h5 are both threats. Notice that the rook on b1 is hanging.
4 box.
And just rook e2.
Not so clear. I got knight g3. Rook takes e2, rook takes e2. Oh, the b1.
Yeah.
I thought your idea was queen takes f3 check. Okay. I apologize. Coffee. Starbucks. Sorry. E5. Okay, so what's the current position?
So e5 has been played, yes?
Yeah, okay. Probably if he wants to keep material, he has to play knight d3. But the problem with knight d3 is that it just makes everything so passive. Queen h6, for example.
Yes,
king has to go g2. Queen e3.
And
I mean, you're still holding on for now, but I don't think you're going to hold on for very long. I'm just going to push my pawns, and it's going to cost you material.
Yeah, it looks like queen e3. And also the time is a factor, Tanya. 1 minute and 8 seconds and counting for Veselin Topalov to about 4 minutes for Hikaru for how many moves? We're about 6 moves away from the time control.
That's right. And we've got knight d5 on the board after e5, so simply runs into queen e6 check.
Okay, knight takes d5, queen e6 check.
Oh, so and Western is down to basically less than a minute to understand that there's nothing to understand.
Well, wait a minute. He's hoping for the fortress that Vichy could not achieve in his game. King g2, queen takes, rook takes b4. What's the killer shot? Is there a killer shot? Is there just a gradual win?
Well,
you've already won a piece. That's a good thing for black, but is there more material? Sorry, Alejandro.
Yeah, I think if you play, just to continue the variation here, queen d2.
Queen d2.
Forces absolutely rook b8 check.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's move the king to g7.
Safety. And king f1, protecting the rook on e1.
Yeah, and here I think gradually, if white's able to somehow consolidate this, like put a rook on e4 and get g4 in, might be a draw. I don't know.
Right. No, on a good day, that's the fortress we have in mind.
Right, but I think e4 just devastates your position.
E4 immediately devastates my position. And why is that, may I ask, if I take the pawn?
Take the pawn, then queen h6 is kind of the idea.
Queen h6. Oh,
and I'm going to take on e4. I think your king's a little bit too weak in this position.
Oh, dear. I don't disagree, but having said that, I don't see any other choice on
there's no choice.
White side of the table. He has to just hope that he'll be able, and the players are quickly catching up with our...
Now the big question is, will Hikaru play e4 or not in this position?
Yeah, if he doesn't play e4, his life will be pretty hard, actually, to try to break
And Western
through.
is down to 30 seconds on the... Have we reached time control? Not quite, right?
Not quite at all, no.
So he's down to 20 seconds on the clock.
He's taking his time because I guess he feels he has the choice between rook to b1, protecting the rook, or king f2. Move away, and he's reaching, and king, and he's made it. And there you see the increment instantly, the 30-second increment. And I bet you Vesselin is saying, thank goodness for that.
Right, well, Hikaru still has to make the 40th move, and is he going to play e4 in this time scramble?
Wait, what is he reaching for?
The queen, I thought.
I mean, it's a logical move if you don't see e4, queen h6.
Yeah,
it does make his life a lot harder, though.
Well, with the amount of time left on his clock, I wouldn't be surprised if he misses e4.
Well, if he was, yes, exactly. First of all, once a move before the time control, you don't want to make this huge commitment. You want to make a passing move that doesn't injure your game, and then you think, okay, then I've got an hour to find the winning method. So e4, very, very sharp, committal, forcing move, probably the best move, but also it's a move that you, if it doesn't win, you'll hate yourself in the morning. You'll go like, why did I do that?
Such a tricky
I mean, it can't be a bad move.
No, of course it can't be a bad move. It's again, the likelihood it is in fact a very good move.
He's reaching out for the queen. He's not going to make e4.
Exactly, and he's going to play queen h6
immediately.
Yeah, well, he's thinking to himself, and not without justification. If you go king g2,
but
I'll go back, and then I'll think about.
That's a pretty big mistake, actually,
because
this allows white to start consolidating. And the key move here, I think, is in Topalov, well, sometimes you get your lucky star. Here, if he finds the move rook b4, and he has plenty of time to find it, brings the rook back into the game just in time.
Beautiful move. Let's emphasize why that's such a gorgeous move. We've talked about what would be an ideal fortress-style position for white. To put the rook on e4, put the pawn on g4, and then try to make a draw. Here, you're simply saying, I don't believe you have a threat. Go ahead, take my pawn. Queen takes h2. Oops, rook h4. That's where you get the red face and the cold shower feeling like, oh my gosh, what have I done? I've put my queen in this horrible predicament, and queen takes g3, rook g4, and suddenly it's white turn to be on the sunny side of the board. So rook
question, will he find it?
100%. 100%. There's no way. I mean, these guys are 2800s.
Not missing rook b4. That would be very, very shocking. I mean, I can imagine not going for e4, like you said, on move 40, because there's this whole thing that you don't want to play a very committal move when you're so short on time.
Yeah, but the problem is that I don't actually see what Hikaru can do now, because I'm going to establish my rook on e4 at some point. I'm going to be attacking the pawn on e5. How do you make progress?
That's a very good question. I feel a little bit awkward. We had a caller earlier who said, predict a result. And who's going to win? I think I got everything wrong. I'm pretty sure I said Hikaru was going to win.
And Vladimir was the other one, right?
Then there was a Wesley game and there was a Caruana game. I think whatever I said, it was just dead wrong.
Happens to the best of us.
But that is a great, because the reason why it will be so easy for Vesselin to find this star defensive move, Rook B4, is because you sit there and say to yourself, okay, in a dream world, what could I create? What kind of fortress would I want? Well, I want my pawn on H5. I want my pawn on G4. I want my rook on E4. And then I'm super solid and I'm untouchable. And you start thinking, well, I'll get my rook to E4. And you go, okay, well, my pawn on it. And then you see rook B4, rook H4, rook G4.
Yes.
Bang, it's instant. You just get it.
No, I have no doubts. If he finds this idea of rook H4 and rook G4 and the queen is actually trapped after taking on H2, so it's a poison pawn in this situation, undoubtedly he'll play rook b4.
Indeed.
Alejandro.
Well, and I think that we can at least safely predict one result. I think Giri will easily draw this game against Wesley, so we've reached a very simplified position of this rook endgame. He has just played the move rook b7, to which Wesley So has responded with the move king f6, and this is already a theoretical draw. The pawn on e5 is too weak. He can even make it easier on himself by just playing the move g5. You probably have to play king g6, and after rook e7, I just don't see how this is ever going to go anywhere. It doesn't matter if you win a pawn. This should be just a dead draw in this position between Giri and Wesley So.
Well, that's a very big result, Tanya.
Right, talking about this game, actually that point when Wesley decided to go with bishop c6 and get the bishop off the board, I thought that was a bit of a questionable decision, yes. I mean,
it felt like it was throwing away the potential of victory, didn't it? Because this rook ending looked a little bit too easy for Anish. Anish was very quick to snap and make a draw. Okay, Alejandro, please.
More good predictions from you, Yasser. The pal did not find.
Oh no! I thought it was 100%.
I think he's just completely out of shape. You can see it in every single one of his moves.
That's absolutely shocking.
He's played the move king g2, and now the winning shot goes back to e4, and I'm going to explain why e4 is winning in this position. After e4, you're trying to devastate the situation here on the king, so you can imagine that if I get even my pawn to e3, this is going to be already another attacker that is on white's face, so you want to take it. But unfortunately, after you take on e4, I have the move queen h5, which forces you to defend this bishop yet again. It's pinned at the moment. You have to go king f1, and that drops the defense of the pawn on h2. And you can see the coordination between the queen and the rook, and the fact that white is so passive. This just has to be completely over. So if Hikaru finds e4, he should win easily.
Wow.
I'm absolutely stunned at this. I mean, a player of Vesselin's level, we are always saying that, engines can find things and it's normal for humans to make errors, but rook b4 was honestly not that hard.
No, it was begging to be played. This is just, well, Vesselin's confirming something that his result has already shown. He's in bad form. He's just in bad form. He's losing all kinds of positions, not getting results from positions like he had against MVL, and I felt there that Naka was about to reach for his e-pawn.
Yes, I saw that.
And
I agree with you.
So, he's just, bad form. And it doesn't matter the positions, whether it was against Kramnik or MVL or today, he's just missing key moments.
Vesselin has been going on record saying a lot about how he's now not taking chess as seriously as he used to take before, or spending that much time on preparation. And well, I have to say, yes, at this level, that's not going to work out for too long.
No, it's not. And I'm very shocked, in fact, that Vesselin makes such utterances, because if I am on the circuit and I hear a guy, saying my heart's not into it, well, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to target you in the next time we play, because I know a lot of people who are studying 18 hours a day.
Dying to get on the circuit on the spots that you have.
Exactly. And the other guy sitting there saying, well, I prefer a holiday, a little wine. Okay, good. You do that, I'm going to target you. So it's very, very surprising that a top professional and former world champion Vesselin Topalov would say that. And secondly, again, why give this information to your opponents that your heart's not really into it and you're just kind of there to show up? I don't know, to But this game, well, I think he'll be very unhappy with himself
missing
about a lot of moments in this game.
A lot of moments, absolutely. I mean, Veselin is a complete genius at times. We've seen him come up with absolutely stunning ideas on the board that even put computers to shame, that they don't understand. But more often than those moments, we've got these things happening.
Yeah, tough. What to say?
Rook b4. I mean, it was.
Oh boy, that's a really hard one.
It wasn't even that hard to find. That's what is so upsetting about this.
Exactly, and it's something again when these guys. I'm not going to say they have ego problems. Quite the opposite. They have to believe in themselves, and chess can be really, really cruel game. And when you lose, it's just so very painful, right? I mean, that's the worst thing in life is losing a game of chess. We know that, okay?
Yes.
And when you just start having a lot of bad results, that's when that thoughts of retirement starts creeping in. This performance thus far could be very discouraging for the great attacking genius Veselin Topalov.
Absolutely. Well, and I have no doubts that Hikaru in this position indeed is going to play e4 now that
It's
he's
begging
beyond.
to be played because of the Queen H5 move, and
there we go.
Instantly.
We have it on the board.
By the way, this is Hikaru at his best. He loves these kinds of positions where he can calculate the tactics. He's now made the time control. He's suddenly clearly in the driver's seat. Can we go to this game of MVL for a moment? Vladimir Kramnik versus MVL, because that seems to be where a lot of action is going on at the moment. After the move before knight g6, well, let's ask the obvious question to the all-knowing oracle.
Oh, is that me?
Oh, yes, that's you, Alejandro. Is now the time to make the mad dash for king c6 and capturing the a-pawn? Alejandro?
Unfortunately for Kramnik, it doesn't matter what he does. It's still a draw.
Because
I hear f4. So king c6, f4. I'm threatening to take on g3 and create my own passed pawn with takes on g3, takes h3, and then h4. So that's a little dangerous. You don't want me to do that. But after pawn takes, I take with the knight, very important. The bishop has to go somewhere. And here's the point, that after king e5, b5, knight d5, king b7, yes, you're getting that pawn, but I'm just going to sacrifice my knight immediately. After this, again, the fact that you have the wrong color pawn
Or
makes
G4
it...
maybe not G4 immediately.
Maybe that also is good enough. But
I think G4 might also be good enough in this position.
But king f4 is a certainty.
Yeah, but king f4 is also certainty. The computers are saying that that's losing. That's completely crazy. G4 should also be good. King f4 is more than enough to make the draw. The problem is the king is way too far away, and f4 is a critical move that weakens the dark squares in the king side that allows that king penetration in order to grab those pawns and attack them. So Kramnik is spending, I think he's stuck on here for about 20 minutes. And he's really thinking of how he can make sure that the king stays at bay, that he doesn't have to deal with this knight penetrating, but the computer hasn't been able to find a way. He might even consider the move f4 also in this position. Of course, now g4 would be a complete mistake. Now I can move my king in without worrying about any kind of counterplay. But after f4, the much more logical pawn takes on f4, bishop takes, is just not enough after pawn takes, knight e7 check. Again, the fact that the material is so reduced is going to eventually allow me to sacrifice the knight and easily draw the game with the remaining material on the board being stuck on the king side.
Thank you, Alejandro. The other thing, I was thinking the same thing, that f4 might be what was the plan. I'm thinking g takes f4 is probably enough. The one I might find discouraging is h4 and a lot of things getting traded. The reason I thought that if you take the big difference between this and the other variations that we were looking at, well, at least my h-pawn is no longer the wrong color h-pawn or any of this. You can't just go and sacrifice your knight for b4 and expect to make an easy draw.
But you can in certain scenarios,
because king
right?
g5 and f4 will come anyway, and then your king is still too far away to catch up.
Did anybody call you a party pooper before?
get that all the time.
You get that all? Okay. Well, then it's fair enough. Enough said.
No, I think the point here is, yes, there's just too
Dry. There's not enough material.
There's not enough material. And when faced with the option in such endgames to exchange pawns, you never think about moves like G4. You always try to reduce materials in such endgames.
When you're the player playing for the draw.
That's right.
Reduce the pawns, take them off the board, take away your opponent's winning chances. Just taking a look at the game between Anish, Gary, Wesley So. This game... Oh my goodness, we thought that the draw yesterday was very clear between Mickey and Anish. This is about as dry a drawn and basic a drawn endgame as you can possibly get.
He's
and
just
finally,
gone E4, I think.
creating yet again another pair of pawns, and okay, this is truly basic, easy draw for Anish Giri. Okay, we can turn our attention from that game, and what is left? I think from the webcam, I think Anish Giri, I thought he offered a draw, but they're still playing. So we've got Hikaru likely winning, and what other result is there? This move E4? Yes, that's it. These are our two remaining games.
Yes, I'm expecting a draw for at any moment in the game, Anish, Wesley.
I think you cursed us on the show before. We were going on and we were saying, oh, gee, how great it's been. 3 victories in the first 2 rounds, then 1 victory in round 3. And you said, well, some tournaments start with a bang.
Oh,
then
yes,
there's this big, long whimper. And I think you brought it up, Tanya. You're to blame. We're seeing a lot of draws here in the 4th round,
but
even though they've been combative.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. I mean, even today, all of them had its moment with Vishy getting that pawn, and, he could have, I'm sure, made much more of it. Like he said, he missed that move, Rook B1. In this game as well, I mean, I thought excellent play by Black. In fact, we do have a draw on this board.
Draw, agreed.
Nothing to be done there, but I thought excellent play by Wesley from black pieces.
Yes.
Ending up in an endgame where you're a pawn up against Anish, just playing for 2 results. And actually, at some point, it did seem, I think one of the crucial moments was at the start when he decided to trade the bishop, when he decided to trade the knight for the knight on E5 instead of taking it with the bishop.
Right. We'll go back to that moment, and I'm sure from London we'll have that missed opportunity moment. It came right about these parts right here.
Just this moment.
It was move 14, in fact, where perhaps the lion's share of the of Black's advantage from Wesley was lost with knight takes E5 instead of the very promising bishop takes E5, d takes E5, bishop D7 with the idea of putting your bishop on E8 to G6 and playing knight E5 to D3.
It's so dangerous for white.
And it was very dangerous. It's still, where I'm at though, Tanya, is I'm reeling from this moment. So at this exact moment, I'm thinking to myself, white's got everything he wants, just about ready to play bishop D3, knight to E5, and claim the game. From this exact moment, in about 7 moves, already everybody had a preference for Wesley's position. Knight E5 came this uppercut, F5, F4, and we said, oh my gosh, Ani's in big trouble.
No, I think the sequence of move with bishop G2, knight E5 was quite
poorly,
shocking for us,
It was poor. So yes, with this knight on H5, it turned out that fianchettoing the bishop was all wrong. Bishop E2 to D3 had a lot more to be said for it. I think it was here especially that Alejandro was mentioning that in this case, bishop D3, F5, knight E4, the big difference is now F4 simply fails horrifically to queen takes H5, and there's a threat of checkmate on H7, hence bishop goes to D3 and knight G2.
Yes, and it's absolutely clear that CD4, ED4, knight H5 is not a repetition of this line.
No, of course not.
But in 14 moves, black was completely better. So I think poor handling of the opening by Anish. Alejandro.
Well, guys, we do have a move by Veselin Topalov, so I want to analyze exactly how Hikaru Nakamura needs to play to win. He does have the possibility of, I think, finishing off the game. I don't really see much hope after this. He has to play the move queen e6. I think e3 still keeps some chances, but I don't know why he would block the game like this. Pawn takes f3 is just a huge blunder because I take with the rook and I consolidate. So you play queen e6 in this position. Now, very simple tactics tell me that if the rook doesn't go to e3, I'm going to win a piece. For example, rook a3, pawn takes f3. You have to take with the king to keep the bishop defended. If you take with the rook, rook takes e2 check. There, I don't think this is anything close to a fortress. With the FH pawns against 2 pawns, should be pretty easy. But before we continue down this lines, we do have Maurice Ashley with Anish Giri in London.
We are with Anish Giri, who had a heroic defense today to save the position. Anish, he was playing some strange moves. Certainly moves you don't tell children to play when you go to class. The move knight h5, first of all, putting the knight on the rim, then the move f6. But it seemed after just a couple of moves, and we played on the board here, bishop e3, bishop d6, when you play g3, very positional, very clean, he suddenly plays this move f5, and black is already trying to take over the initiative. You're not necessarily worse here.
Well, the thing is, I was, of course, I mean, I've seen similar variations before, but obviously not today. And here, I was, I saw that f5 is probably
he castled first. He castled first. Now, this was the moment I'm talking about. This move, f5.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm happy to provoke it, but I kind of, originally I thought I can do something like this. And this is all a little bit weak, but then I started thinking a little bit longer, and okay, he actually has some initiative going on. And then I suddenly thought, okay, but why not 95? So I just played 95, and then I realized why not, because I've seen this line, but I've missed at the end of it. There is this move, bishop c5.
Is it with captures first?
Yeah, this one. Somehow I was thinking he will do something like this, bishop e5, and then I thought I'm okay, long castle e4, or knight f3, short castle e4. But somehow things went, and here. I think I did a good defensive effort until I blundered.
The cages actually gave another move. They thought bishop e5 was better instead of playing knight takes e5, in fact.
I have a feeling that I must have been too optimistic at this point, in the sense that, or maybe a better way to put things is that I didn't really feel the danger here. I thought I have done nothing wrong to deserve a worse position, so I thought he can probably equalize with some sharp sequence, but shouldn't be more than that. But yeah, apparently I've messed up already quite a bit.
It's incredible. Were you in shock at the board when this happened, when you just saw f4 and you're thinking, wait a minute, I played classical chess or sensible chess and suddenly I'm just worse?
I was impressed with how quickly he played it. And yeah, on one hand, I didn't think it's deserved that I'm having such a bad position. On the other hand, I just couldn't equalize. I spent a lot of time. So yeah, I realized that this move 95 must have been a mistake. My original plan of knight b3, bishop c1 was probably better. But yeah, I mean, it's not like I did everything right either. I mean, you should normally, before doing weird stuff at 95, you should castle first. So I mean, if we talk about laws of chess, he's probably better developed here.
You still managed to draw the game. What kind of relief does that bring to you?
Well, this was not the only thing I missed in the game, unfortunately, because there followed a few more little blunders. And it's quite remarkable that it was a draw anyway. I think he was very close at some point. He made useful waiting move h6 at some point. And I think this could have been a crucial tempo, because afterwards it was just move by move that I was holding. So maybe in the end game I was losing. But of course I'm happy to draw already. Already at this point I was basically happy to, I would already sign for this result.
All right, well, we hope you catch your breath after such a game, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Anish Giri making a draw today against the tournament and tour leader, Wesley So.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Anish, for sharing your thoughts about this game. A very confounding game. I understand exactly where Anish is coming from. Where did I go wrong? It can't be worse because I didn't do anything bad, so I should be blacks trying for an edge. Not so. Things turn badly quickly. Let's put it that way. I was just about to say the end game I'm finding fascinating is between Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura. Sorry.
Right, we're going to get to that endgame, but just taking your point forward about what Anish said, I think it happens to so many of us at so many points when we're playing that we feel we've made all the natural moves, all moves that are just classical and what you call hand moves.
Right.
Develop your bishop, put your knight on a good square, and then suddenly, boom, you're just completely worse, and you're questioning where you went wrong. And I think it's really important that when you are in a position that you haven't seen before, even if it is right out of the opening, even if it seems like there is no apparent danger, it's very important to take stock, to take some time, have a think at that moment, and just really see what's going on and try and come out with not just the natural looking move, but what is correct according to that position.
Yeah, well, kind of understanding the position, and where you could go wrong. I think Anish really had his blinders on there when he played the move bishop g2. Well, it's kind of obvious the bishop isn't great on g2, and what you really want to do is prove to your opponent that he's put the knight on h5 on the wrong square. So you want to play moves like bishop e2 and cost your opponent tempo, and it just went wrong quickly. Let's get to the game. Okay, I was about to say let's get to this game, but Maurice is with Wesley So, the tournament leader and the Grand Chess Tour leader in London. Maurice.
Our tournament leader, our tour leader, and also a new member of the 2800 Club, Wesley So. Wesley, you had an amazing game today. I mean, it was a wild game, to say that, right out of the opening. First question I have for you is, was this all in your preparation, this move, knight h5, f6, with the f5 idea?
No, not really. I mean, I had some ideas, but they're not really concrete. I mean, obviously when he played bishop g2, or with this idea, it's new for me. But I just figure out that, my knight was kind of sidelined on h5. So Anish missed this trick, f4. I mean, he was expecting knight f6, f4, and then white is better. But then he missed f4, and after that, he was slightly worse for the game. But I don't think I was that much better.
You seem to be a lot better to us. It looked like you had a really nice looking position. I do have a question for you. The line with here, knight c6, bc6, queen h5 takes. This position, I mean, you're better, but is this a position you analyzed?
Yeah, definitely saw this. Here I was thinking either rook b8 or queen b6, but then rook b8. And here the point is that the white king has nowhere to go. He cannot castle kingside because I control the f file. And then I was thinking b4, but then just a5, e5. I mean,
yeah, this king looks
rook a8,
miserable.
And then bishop a6, and also his bishop is misplaced. If his bishop was on d3, it would be better.
Wow, great line to look at. So you had a position that looked really good. Alejandro was pointing out here that in this position, queen h5, what was played here? Queen h5 you played, takes. That maybe bishop takes was a better idea. With just the point of playing chess with bishop d7. And
that might be good.
Maybe this was a good idea. Did you consider bishop takes on e5?
Yes, I did, but unfortunately I didn't.
Go back one move?
No, I'm
sorry. Here?
Okay.
All these variations.
Unfortunately,
really.
I only look at rook f5 and queen b6. But I didn't consider this quiet move, bishop d7. Actually, very strong. Black just wants to play bishop e8. And then, let's say, white castles, and then rook f2. But,
yeah, that would be super strong.
Again, these moves are very concrete.
I see.
But
still, later in the game, you were up a pawn. And it looked like technically you should be able to pull that off. What happened there?
Yeah, Anish defended really well. I like to give credit to my opponent. He defended very well today after losing a pawn in the endgame. I thought I had pretty decent chances to win. But perhaps I made some mistakes.
We can go later.
Yeah, also,
we can't quite scroll. I'll take you back.
Okay, yeah.
Where do you want me to stop? Right around here.
Here. Also,
yeah, right.
Here. So, yeah, b6 was a mistake, but Anish played it quite quickly. So dc4 here, I thought I was gonna win comfortably, but I was thinking maybe rook a5 here. I mean, I took pawn b6. I thought rook a5 was slightly more accurate. But then rook b4, which is what I missed. The point is that I want to try to win both pawns. And also, if he plays us in the game, rook c7 loses because of check. King G3 and King D6. Here's what I saw. And Rook B7, I always have Rook check. So black wins.
Right, so king takes, bishop
Bishop
C6
C6.
check. So different tries for you. It felt like you were close. You didn't quite get there. Are you disappointed in such a result?
Well, objectively, a draw is a good result for today.
I know you had 2 blacks
in a row.
that and 3 out of 4 in the first 4 rounds. So you had to at least engineer yesterday's draw was simply amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Because that was real trouble for you. But now today, maybe everything is all evened out in the end.
Yeah, well, today Anish surprised me with the London system. Oh, because we're in London. But you know, obviously 3.5 out of 4 is better. But at the same time, I don't think I was winning this endgame. I mean, black, I was better by a pawn up, but at the same time, you know, probably it's not winning. I mean, my advantage never really got over 1. So, you know, and Anish defended well.
So your feelings about the rest of the tournament then?
So, well,
I see you're still trying to analyze, but you could do that at home on your computer.
Yeah.
But what are your feelings about the rest of the tournament now?
Well, regarding your question earlier, I think I'm kind of satisfied with having 2 draws with black. And now there's 5 more games.
You get 3 whites out of 5?
Yeah, but color is not really such a big factor in this with everyone so well prepared. I feel I have good chances, you know, +2 and 2 wins and 2 draws. But same time, Hikaru might be winning today. So if he does win, he'll go on +1. But we'll see. I'll just take it 1 game at a time. But you know, I have some tough schedule ahead. You know, I'll be playing Fabiano later on with black, and then also be playing Topalov with black. So we'll see how it goes. But a good first half for me.
Well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Wesley So, the tour leader, tournament leader, ever wise and ever humble, but he stands on top of the chess world, at least here in London at the moment.
Thank you, Maurice.
1 game at a time seems to be the mantra for the players.
Yeah, I hear that cliche too often, though.
Do they really mean it, or are they just thinking about the grand prize at the end?
Who knows? They're just making conversation. And what are our schedule like for tomorrow? Who are our matchups?
Tomorrow's day, a lot of action in store before we go on to the rest day on the 14th. We've got Levon Aronian up against Anish Giri. Anish managed a brilliant save today against Wesley. He was on the back foot the entire game with white pieces, but what defensive resources. Wesley So looking so good right now. Strong, super solid chess, absolutely in the driver's seat in most of his game. Today against Anish with black pieces after 14 moves, a better position for Wesley. He's looking great. Wesley So against Vishy Anand, who was better against Mickey Adams but had to be satisfied with a draw. Mickey, who's having a tough tournament, survived the scare against Vishy, will be playing Veselin, who seems to be going down to Hikaru at the moment, who will be playing Vladimir Kramnik, another one of our super strong, super solid players here who've been showing some great chess and great class. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, another one of our strugglers, will be up against Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly. And now, finally, we go to one of the games, well, maybe the game that's remaining, that has our own Alejandro Ramirez a little bit perplexed because he's looking at a position of rook versus queen. Of course, the computer is going to give it an overwhelming advantage for the queen, but he's having troubles himself. Alejandro, share your issues and concerns.
Well, I'll tell you my issues and concerns about this position.
Yeah, not your issues. We'll leave your issues for a different conversation.
Here after pawn takes f3, Topalov took with the king, and after queen h3, you see that you're losing this pawn on h2. Unfortunately, the bishop is also not in a great square, and the king is very weak as long as there's still rooks on the board. It's very easy to checkmate the opponent. I think this is losing, but I still haven't broken a couple of defenses. After pawn takes, I was actually wondering, what if you just sacrifice the bishop and go rook takes f3? You have to take it, but after the trade, I mean, if black's pawns were a little bit better, I would have no doubt that this is a very easy win. With this pawn structure, I wasn't able to fully break it. I have the feeling the same as you, Yasser, that this is actually lost for the white side, but I didn't think it was as obvious as it looks, as I haven't been able to really come up with a plan. Obviously, you're going to bring the king in at some point, and we can just make a bunch of moves. But eventually, what white wants to do is just keep the rook on the f-file, not let the king penetrate. And I wasn't really able to make too much progress. I even got the king to e5 in certain variations, but wasn't able to win. Now, most pawn endgames are winning if I win a pawn for the queen and the rook, so that's black's best hope. But still, it seemed not to be as trivial as I expected it to be. I expected it to be just to be the easiest win on the board, but it's still some complications. Now, it's very human to think this is just completely lost and not go into it, which is, I think, why Veselin didn't really take this seriously. He just took with the king, and after queen h3 he's thinking. But I think this is perhaps an even easier version because the position that we have on the board after queen h3, it's very easy to imagine how this king is going to get mated without the pawn cover being on f3 and black still having two heavy pieces, not to mention that the h-pawn can very soon join the fray if black really wants to. There is no counterplay at all. You're just hoping that the fortress holds. I just don't see it holding in any scenario at all. In the game between MVL and Kramnik, we do have some developments as Kramnik finally decided to play the move b5, not go directly for the king march, instead holding it back for just a second. The idea being that after f4, I cannot actually take on f4 because after knight takes f4 check, this bishop on e2 is hanging. The point was to play g4, takes, and we have this position on the board. Black has been gifted a pawn that is protected and passed, but he still has to be very worried about this pawn falling to the king. The fact that the bishop controls both sides of the board is always really annoying. So he starts to calculate the move knight to e5, which is perfectly possible. And here, if white retreats to e4, that's basically a concession saying that, okay, this is just going to be a draw. I don't see how this is ever going to be won by either side. And I don't see too much that's better. If you play king d6, then after f3, black is winning every pawn race. You could maybe play the very cheeky move h3 with the idea that after f3, now I've protected my pawn on g4. I have time to play the move bishop f1. But again, here after, for example, the move knight g6, anchoring the knight on h4 if I need to defend the pawn on f3. And if the king runs, then again, king e5 and allowing the king to maneuver into the king's side. It's known that because of this pawn being on h3, I can always perpetual or at least win the pawn on h3. I don't need the help of the knight. I can sacrifice that guy for the b pawn, so I expect that this will end in a draw.
All right. Just that, if you could go back to you for a moment, Alejandro, you talked about this protected pass pawn on f4. We're going to go back a move or two or three. Yeah, from this position, just go back. Yeah, so you go forward now.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, yes, takes, knight e5. Like you said, I like the cheeky move h3. And then you said f3. So I want to say, okay, now that you've played f3, it's no longer a protected pass pawn. Bishop f1.
By the way, f3 is not the only move, but
right.
let's put it on the board.
Bishop f1, knight g6, king e4, knight h4, and well, I was thinking that I was so clever in provoking you to play. Okay, I have to go king e3, pardon me, king e5, king f2. I'm trying to get you to play king f4 so I can play bishop d3 and prove
you want me to play
king f4
king
so I can go bishop d3 and prove myself to be so clever, but I'm not so clever. No, I'm just not. I mean, there's an a7 pawn. Yeah, I may end up losing it myself. No, this does indeed look even.
Yeah, this doesn't look good at all.
No.
I see that Topalov has played a move, and I think that one shortens his suffering just by a bit. After rook d1, Hikaru did play the move queen h5 check. And, well, he has to keep this bishop defended because unlike the other variations, he's not just losing a bishop. For example, king g2 blunders basically every piece. G4 is one of those moves that you don't want to play because it weakens your structure too much, and now your king is really under fire. And if king f2, which is, I think, what he has to play, I guess.
Necessary.
Queen takes h2 check, king f3. And I think I was looking at similar variations to this one. I don't remember if it was this one specifically, where I have the option of going rook c6 and transferring the rook to the king side. That seems very lethal. or h5 in certain variations is also with the idea of h4 opening up the king. I personally like in this position to just go rook c6, rook f6, and I think that this should not be holdable. The problem is that now if I ever lose a piece for some reason, obviously the endgame is completely lost without the h2 pawn, so that should not be even a question. I think after rook c6, the attack is just too powerful. I think this really hastens Topalo's defeat.
Very good. Well, Tanya, what do you say? What are we going to do next?
Well, I'm just looking at Veslin's position. I mean, it's clearly just falling apart very quickly. And so that would actually mean that... And Kramnik is also looking like he's not going to convert that endgame finally, because MBL has offered, I think, extremely good resistance in this endgame, which would mean that Wesley So still leads our London Chess Classic.
Yes, by his +2 margin. And very importantly, he had all of these challenges with the black pieces that he defended incredibly well. And with 2 games remaining, let's just take a look at the current results and our standings.
Well, Wesley So is at 3 points, and Vladimir Kramnik can catch up with him, but he needs to score a win out of a position that seems to be fizzling out to a draw against MVL. Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana trailing behind Wesley, just half a point behind Wesley, so it's really far from over. Vladimir Kramnik still playing. Vishy Anand, who drew today against Mickey Adams, and I mean, I'm pretty sure he is disappointed with that result, considering that he was a pawn up soon after. Well, we're going to go into a short break, but we'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome back. We are at the final stages of the round 4 of the London Chess Classic. Just 2 games remain, but yet very, very crucial games. We've got Hikaru versus Veselin Topalov. This game has got huge bearing on the standings of this tournament as well as the Grand Chess Tour in all, because Hikaru Nakamura is the only player who can catch up with Wesley in the final GCT rankings. The other big game that is still on is Kramnik versus MVL. Kramnik's been trying to squeeze out a win out of this position for the last many hours, but MVL coming up with one resource after another.
Except the resource that he played. Perhaps it's good enough to create a fortress of the dark squares. Very strange decision to my way of thinking, that he just threw away this protected pass pawn by playing f5, f4, f3, f2. He's lost the f pawn. It's now Kramnik with a 2-pawn advantage. MVL looking very confident nonetheless. And we're about to get our games on screens. I just have this game on screen between Veselin Topalov. Hikaru Nakamura is about to play what I think is a winning move, rook to c6. And the problem is that there's just simply too many pieces hanging. These rooks are not anchored. You're about to see this. Well, the big threat is queen to c3 check. King would have to go to e4, walking into rook e6 check. The rook on e3 is skewered. And I simply see no defense to this.
In fact, he's gone for rook c6. Hikaru doesn't miss moves like these.
No, this one is unfortunately a bit too simple.
Queen c2 mate is just another one of the big threats.
Yes, another one of the big threats. Queen c2 mate on the spot. Rook c4 trying to defend those threats, I think simply walks into queen b3 check. Your king, or king d4 if you like. Okay, sorry, queen b3 check. King d4, rook over to d6 check. Once again, if you go king e4, I got rook e6. If you go king c5,
queen b6 mate.
Queen b6 and checkmate on the board. So a very simple winning position now here. Hikaru very confident of victory. Veselin looking at a situation, it's irreparable. It's over at this moment.
No, this has been far beyond repair for a long time for Veselin now. He had that chance, he has to create that fortress, but missing a move like...
With rook b4 is terrible. We're talking about a moment about 30-odd minutes ago, just at the end of time control, the famous final move of time control blunder. This was the blunderful move by Hikaru, giving Veselin his one and only chance to create a fortress. It's almost a problem-like move. Find White's best move, and White's best move is rook to b4, encouraging, falling for the trap of queen takes h2 would not be ill-advised because of rook h4, queen takes g3, and White is more than happy with this position. So rook b4 could have kept him firmly in the game. He missed that shot. He played king g2, and then things went
after
south.
e4, it just all falls apart.
It did. It did.
And the other interesting game is the Kramnik MVL endgame. Very interesting resource that MVL has come up with. So he sacrificed the f-pawn. I say interesting, good or bad, we are going to find out. He sacrifices this f-pawn for the activity of his king.
And let's see why he actually did that. We had a position like this. I think that there were many moves besides f3. I don't think f3 would have come into my mind. I think I would have probably played something along the lines of knight f7 with the idea that if you go hog wild and you go for my pawn over here, then after knight check, king takes pawn. Well, first of all, I've got f3. I think I'll just start with f3. This is a position that Alejandro had referred to before, where you end up 2 versus 1 on the king side, and since White's king is too far, an easy draw. That did not happen. What did happen instead was that Maxime, as you mentioned, he tossed away the f2 pawn in order to get his king very active on f4. Going 2 pawns down, well, Has he put himself in danger of losing? Let's ask the Oracle himself, Alejandro Ramirez.
Well, Yasser, the Oracle, well, not me, the computer, says, no, just a complete draw. We have a couple more moves since you just analyzed. After king takes f2, king f4, king e2, king g3, it doesn't really matter what happens. It seems that the activity of black's pieces is just more than enough to comfortably hold the draw. The computer finds absolutely no plan at all for white to continue. Even if you get the king all the way to f5, it doesn't seem like there's anything you can do past that. The computers are very happy with the way that Maxime has handled the endgame.
Extraordinary. Take us through a likely variation. For example, bishop f1, if you will.
Bishop f1, let's just play, by the way, the computer says everything draws, but let's just play knight e6, for example.
King e3.
I put the knight on f4.
I go king e4, trying to get to f5, as you mentioned.
I could take on h3, actually, in this position.
Because king f5, king h4, right?
So this is...
king f5.
I mean, after bishop, you can't play bishop h3.
And we do have a result. Hikaru Nakamura, the one player in the entire field Wesley So did not want to see playing well, has won his game against Veselin Topalov.
That's right. Hikaru Nakamura.
Now coming up at +1, a half a point behind Wesley So.
Absolutely, yes. And what a game that was, filled with tactics and incredible resources from Hikaru coming up in the position. I mean, right out of the opening. It was quite shocking, the opening position that honestly Veselin got with the white pieces. He just went all out, throwing everything out there, and just seemed to be lost. Worse. Okay.
Much worse, yeah.
Much worse right out of the opening.
Then he climbs back into the game thanks to the bishop b2 that Hikaru allowed. And once he was back in the game, then he kept spoiling it time after time.
Well, and of course, after a point, Hikaru was done making mistakes himself and didn't let go of the opportunity once the time control was over. A great conversion by Hikaru by the end of it, a very, very important result for Hikaru Nakamura, who after a terrible start in the tournament, first round loss to Wesley So, 13 moves with white pieces, just blunders the game away. And he's back winning against former world champion Veselin Topalov.
Exactly. Well, Hikaru Nakamura, as we've discussed, he needs to win clear first, but he also needs Wesley, who's been in great form, to finish fourth or below, I believe is what we finally realized.
In fact, this is his second win over a world champion, former world champion in this tournament. Yesterday,
on the trot.
Yes, yesterday he did win against Vishy Anand, and now Veselin.
Wow. Well, the tournament is definitely heating up. Let's go back to our game that is currently remaining. It is Vladimir Kramnik versus MVL. And sorry, we didn't actually finish our analysis. How did it go? We were going king e4.
This is the position that we have currently on the board after knight f4 by MVL. Right. And it doesn't really matter what you do. I'm going to take on h3 the next move.
So king e4, knight h3, king
you
f5.
actually are losing the endgame after bishop takes h3, right? Because of the concept of mutual Zugzwang, king a5 and king h4. So you cannot take my knight, it's completely immune, which means that after something like king f5, I obviously go knight f2, attacking your pawn on g4.
Bishop
you have to play bishop e2, and I just
play
pass.
Knight h3.
You can play knight h3 defending the pawn, or you play king h4 defending the pawn. Either way, it's just a complete draw. If you played the bishop here, I'll just repeat. I don't even have to do that. It just doesn't matter what happens, even material, and there's no reason to believe white has any advantage.
Well, there you go. And we have Maurice in London with our winner, Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, we had one winner yesterday, and we have one winner today. The same name, Hikaru Nakamura, after losing a very bad game by his standards, for sure, by a lot of standards, in round one. He has come back, shown some incredible fighting chess, defeating Anand yesterday, former world champion, another former world champion today. Hikaru, how did you pull it together after having really a bad start to the tournament to now be back in business?
Well, I think, first of all, it was quite nice to have Anish in round two. I mean, he's quite strong, of course, but he's perhaps a little bit less sharp than some of the other players. So that let me kind of get back onto, it's even field at least. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday it was a very topsy-turvy game, and again today I'm not really sure what was going on. I thought I thought I was always doing okay, at least. I mean, I felt that I made a lot of very good practical decisions throughout the game, even if perhaps some of the moves weren't the best moves.
Well, there were certain points, of course, it was a wild game. This is not the type of pawn structure you wake up to every single day. Right. And the computer had its own suggestions, plus or minus, but still the bottom line is you won the game. You went from -1 to +1 in a few days, in 3-day time span. What are you feeling now about your chances in the tournament?
Well, I'm doing well somehow. So that's certainly a positive. But again, it's a long tournament. I think last year as well, I started off quite well. I think I was +1 or +2, and then I lost a couple of games at the end. So it's a long tournament, but a win with black is great. And who knows, maybe if I can put together a streak, I'll have a shot perhaps.
Tomorrow you've got the white pieces. You've got to be thinking optimistically before the day off.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to sort of, just all-in kind of positions yesterday and today where, I mean, the game is going to be decisive, and I think that's certainly more enjoyable than perhaps some of the other days. But, I mean, having white, I'll just try and do my best, and hopefully good things happen.
Final question, Grand Chess Tour still within reach. Wesley didn't win a game today that he probably should have won, so he's right there. What are your thoughts about the overall standings that you could possibly win the whole thing?
Well, I better win every game like Fabiano did in the Singfield Cup a few years ago. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And even then, I'm not overly optimistic.
All right, well, at least you've shown your fighting style. We appreciate it, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, always a gladiator, definitely a bad loss in the beginning, but you can never count this guy out of a tournament. Guys?
Thanks, Hikaru. Thank you, Maurice.
That is for sure. He's going to come back. Please,
Absolutely.
sorry, Tania.
Two very insightful comments made by Hikaru right there about how he was happy to have Anish as an opponent for round 2.
Interesting thought, isn't that?
After going down in round 1 simply because he feels Anish is not as sharp a player as the rest of them, so he could stabilize his play.
With what he really wanted to say was an easy draw. That is, after this terrible wobble, that he could get his feet back underneath him. Intriguing comment for sure.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the current standings with one round still remaining. Wesley So is still leading with 3 points. The only player who can catch up with him is Vladimir Kramnik. Well, his game is still on. He is trying to win a game against MVL, but really it's all but over. It is going to be a draw there. In fact, I think we do have a result.
On the very next move, we have a result. It's actually already impossible to win the game. So
yes, we do have a result, and here it comes, the handshakes, and it's a draw. So that leaves Wesley So, in fact, in sole lead going into round 5. What a game we've had. Vladimir Kramnik, from the beginning, just trying to win this game and squeezing literally whatever opportunities that he could get, and MVL coming up with some brilliant defensive skills.
Truly, I'm still staggered by this result because I thought, and I'm certain of it actually, that Vladimir had just about everything he could possibly want right around these parts, right here. This is where he made this decision to go rook d1 and then blah, blah, blah. It just feels that white just has everything in the position, dominating knight, better bishop, better rooks, and that you just expect after, for example, a move like rook on f1 to e1, followed by d5, followed by rook e7. Terrible things were going to happen to MVL at this point. And somehow for Vladimir Kramnik to let his opponent escape, well, gee, you know, sometimes you just got to take off your hat and say, great defense, MVL.
Absolutely. No, it did really look bad for black. In fact, this endgame, we were all sure that this is exactly the kind of position that every chess player loves to have on the board, playing for 2 results. Even though the material was balanced, white had so many trumps. But, well, MVL, with his skillful defense resources, was able to get out of the disaster. Well, you were talking about this Hikaru's interview with Maurice. The second very interesting thing that I found was what he said about taking practical decisions on the board, not necessarily the correct decisions. And these are 2 very different things now when we're playing chess. The correct decision is, of course, you know, the best move by the engine, whatever is the best move in the situation. But the practical move is is basically suggested by all the other circumstances. Who's your opponent? What's his style of play? What's the time situation? How you're feeling about the position on the board. So all these elements which are around it kind of dictate a practical decision, and that is so much more important than trying to find the truth on the board.
Except we all try to find the truth, don't we?
Well, let's take a look at the matchups for tomorrow. Levon Aronian up against Anish Giri, who survived a scare against tournament leader Wesley So, who will be taking on former world champion Vishy Anand, who drew his game with Mickey Adams today in a position that we really thought Vishy should have got more. Mickey Adams will be playing Veselin Topalov. He's just having a disaster of a tournament, completely out of form, but he's known to bounce back. Results of previous rounds have never really mattered to Veselin. Hikaru Nakamura, a very, very happy Hikaru Nakamura, taking down two former world champions round after round, will be up against world number 3, Vladimir Kramnik, another world champion.
And will he
continue his streak of destroying former world champions? We're going to find out tomorrow. And of course, there's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who will be playing world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. Well, let's get some final thoughts. From London, here's Maurice Ashley.
Well, after 3 rounds, it was absolutely the Wesley So show. I mean, he'd been playing monster chess and clearly a favorite to maybe not win the tournament necessarily, but to capture the Grand Chess Tour title. But someone we had written off right at the beginning, Hikaru Nakamura, well, he has shown that he's a real fighter and shaking off that first loss in the tournament, come roaring back, as you mentioned, knocking off 2 former world champions. He's got another one tomorrow. Big Vlad is a tall order to beat, who has not lost a game so far in the tournament. We've got a pack of wolves chasing Wesley So right now. So the tournament is very much up in the air, and we look forward to calling these games tomorrow. I'll be here live from London bringing you all the action.
Thank you, Maurice. And here are our standings. Tanya.
Well, after round 4, Wesley So still continues his lead with 3 points. So he's got a half-point lead ahead of Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, and Vladimir Kramnik. That is 4 players right behind, trailing Wesley.
And a big round tomorrow as Vladimir Kramnik will play Hikaru Nakamura, 2 of the players tied for second.
Yes, a big matchup there. Hikaru, of course, is the only one who can give Wesley So a run for his money here at the Grand Chess Tour. And Vishy Anand, Anish Giri at 2. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who survived today, is at 1.5, and Mickey Adams and Veselin Topalov are still at the basement. Let's also get Alejandro's final thoughts for today.
Another round that was full of fight here in London. Even though we had only 1 decisive game, I think we can all agree there were a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of interesting tactical battles over the board. We can't complain. This was very interesting chess all throughout. I think biggest praise of the day, at least in my point of view, goes to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from grabbing a position that was, in my opinion, so difficult to play against one of the biggest experts in converting small advantages and managing to neutralize the edge, converting something that looked very suspicious into a draw. And we see that Maxime has reasons to be happy, and I think they're still analyzing the game there.
Always trying to find truth.
Wesley So keeps his lead, but Hikaru Nakamura, he is hot on his heels. 2 victories back-to-back. If he makes it a hat-trick tomorrow, he might catch or even surpass Wesley So, and I know that Hikaru is very hungry for those $100,000 that come with winning the Grand Chess Tour.
Well, who wouldn't be? So we've just had 1 decisive result today and 1 yesterday, and both from Hikaru Nakamura.
Right, and well, he's lighting it up right now, and I must say, again, to the players, really great chess. A lot of content, quality games.
A lot of content, quality, and well, they're not shying away from going for blood in every round.
Exactly.
Well, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.